European University Cyprus is a leading international university, which stands apart for its high academic values, its modern campus, and its commitment to the wider community. With a significant regional presence, European University Cyprus has distinguished itself in teaching excellence, academic and scientific research, with an impressive rate of growth. QS Top Universities, the most authoritative international rating organization, has awarded European University Cyprus the status of being a 5-star institution for overall performance. The university has received 5 stars in teaching, employability, internationalization, online learning, inclusiveness, and for the MD Medicine degree. Times Higher Education Impact Rankings placed European University Cyprus among the top 201 universities worldwide in the areas of innovation, industry, and infrastructure. European University Cyprus is part of Galileo Global Education, Europe's largest education group with more than 170,000 students. Its auditoriums have hosted globally acclaimed personalities. Its lecture halls have been graced with internationally acknowledged academics. Committed to an international growth strategy, European University Cyprus has expanded its presence in the heart of Europe with the establishment of the School of Medicine in Frankfurt. Take one step forward onto the unfolding path of your future. European University Cyprus will give you the knowledge and the power to begin that journey. European University Cyprus, empowering greatness.
Good morning. Esteemed faculty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the European University Cyprus School of Medicine for the 12th International Biomedical Scientific Cyprus Congress. We are honored to have you here with us as we gather to explore the latest advancements in biomedical sciences. To officially commence this event, we invite Professor Dr. Ioannis Patrikios, founder and chairman of the Organization and Scientific Committee, to say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Here we are for the 12th IMBMC Congress, 12 years, successful meetings. The only thing I'm going to say, because we have the opening ceremony in the afternoon at 5 o'clock, it is to welcome you, good morning to everybody, and wishing you a nice, fruitful meeting. And we hope to have you with us the 3 days of these beautiful speeches, nice and exceptional scientific entities, and all of the rest. Welcome to the University of Cyprus, the School of Medicine, and enjoy the 3 nice days of meeting. Thank you for coming.
We now welcome the chairs for our first session, Environmental and Public Health, Global Warming, Dr. Alexis Papadopoulos and Dr. Andreas Zachariadis.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you for coming to the first session of this very promising Congress. I'm Dr. Alexis Papadopoulos. I'm a member of the Respiratory Society. So the first session has a title, Environmental and Public Health, Global Warming. And I would very like to welcome our first guest, Dr. Dimitris Grassos. Dr. Grassos is a respiratory consultant. He graduated from the School of Medicine of the University of Athens. He got his Master of Science in Interventional Cardiology from the same university and Master of Science in Primary Health Care from the University of Thessalias Medical School. Currently, he's a professor of medical physiology and pathology and a consultant in respiratory medicine. He serves as the Vice President of Hellenic Union of Pulmonologists, and he's a member of the European Respiratory Society. His lecture title is very interesting and promising as well, is The Pulmonologist's View of the African dust, war guns, and industrial particles. Dimitri, thank you.
Good morning. I'm very happy to come here in Cyprus every time because I meet many, many good friends, and I want to say many, many thanks to the committee of this Congress, and especially to the Professor Patrikios, who is the founder and the builder of this Congress. Hippocrates was the first that described the man from the mines, being pale, livid, and breathing with difficulty. The interplay between environmental factors and respiratory health is a growing concern in the field of pulmonology. This presentation examines how African dust, particularly matter from conflict zones and industrial emissions, contribute to life-threatening pulmonary diseases. Air pollution is the most visible and best studied form of pollution. Which is the sources? The source of pollution, first is African dust. Dust, particularly from the Sahara Desert, can travel across continents and oceans, affecting air quality far from its source, including the Caribbean, South America, and even parts of North America and Europe. Also, we have the war-related pollutants, combustion products and destruction of infrastructure, the use of explosive weapons in conflicts, and the emissions from gunpowder can release harmful particles into the air, including lead, mercury, and other toxic substances. These particles can contaminate soil, water, and air, leading to long-term health problems for people living in affected areas. Also, we have the industrial particles, manufacturing emissions, factories release particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and heavy metals into the atmosphere. And finally, we have the urban pollution. We have elevated levels of pollutants from transportation and the industry. Particulate matter. Particulate matter is the industrial particles. Yet the major source of particulate matter is the combustion of fossil fuels from human activity, natural sources, and yellow dust. This suspended dust has a diameter of under 10 micrometer and can be inhaled by humans and deposited in the lungs, particularly in the alveoli. Particles with diameters of less than micrometers can be inhaled and deposited in the upper respiratory tract. Also, fine particles with diameters of under 2.5 micrometers can penetrate deeper into the lungs and even enter the bloodstream. And finally, we have the particles with less of 0.1 micrometers. They can penetrate cell membranes and enter the circulatory system, potentially causing systemic effects. Other industrial particulates are the metals, lead, cadmium, mercury, arsenic, chromium, copper, and other heavy metals from industrial processes, silica, and finally asbestos. African dust can carry organic matter, including bacteria, viruses, Streptococcus pneumonia, and fungal spores. Species like Aspergillus and Candida contributing to respiratory infection and allergic reaction. Many pathogens can survive on dust particles for extended periods, depending on environmental condition, temperature, and humidity, and can remain viable for days or even weeks. These dust particles can aerosolize pathogens, allowing them to remain suspended in the air. And we see the spores here of Aspergillus. The mechanisms for impact on the respiratory system are, first, we have the deposition and the penetration. Dust clouds can serve as bioaerosols where pathogens are carried along with particulate matter, increasing exposure during dust events. In the upper respiratory tract, larger particles tend to deposit in the nasal passage, throat, and upper bronchial tubes, causing irritation and inflammation. The root is in the lower respiratory tract, when smaller particles, PM2.5 and ultrafine particles, can reach the bronchioles and alveoli in the lungs, causing more severe health effects. The product of all of these are the cellular damage. Industrial particles can cause oxidative stress, leading to the production of reactive oxygen species, and this oxidative stress damages cellular structures and induces inflammation in the respiratory system. The dust can cause irritation of the airways, leading to bronchoconstriction, increased mucus production, and symptoms such as coughing and wheezing. Chronic exposure to industrial particles can lead to reduced lung function, characterized by decreased airflow and impaired gas exams. This is particularly harmful to individuals with pre-existing respiratory conditions. And finally, we have the immune response. Particulate matter can trigger an immune response and allergic reactions, leading to chronic inflammation and increased susceptibility to respiratory infections. This is the root. In the superior airways, we have the particles with diameter less than micrometer, pharynx and larynx. In the fine particles under less 2.5, we have in trachea, in bronchi, in bronchioles, and finally in alveoli. And ultrafine particles under 1 micrometer enter in the bloodstream. This is the cycle of all the particulate matter. Their pollutants leads first in attack the airway epithelium, pass the cell membrane, and produce macrophage activation, interleucin 6, interleucin 8, and TNF, reactive oxygen species, and finally, oxidative stress and inflammatory response. The mechanism of impact on the respiratory system, we know that lead and cadmium leads to vascular damage, endothelial dysfunction, and atherosclerosis by oxidative mechanism. Promoting Fendon reactions, interference with antioxidant responses, DNA damage, and inhibition of NO. Increases in nitrogen can often lead to condition of anoxia or hypoxia. The elements of Fendon reaction, such as hydrogen peroxide and other radical species, are highly toxic to living organisms. The toxicity of reactive oxygen species comes from their ability to oxidize a large number of cellular constituents. The health effects of specific respiratory disease are, first in asthma, there are increased symptoms. Exposure to PM can cause allergic sensitization and asthma exacerbation. In asthmatic patients, we have aggravation of the allergic inflammatory response, and the result is the bronchoconstriction. Moreover, asthmatic patients also show reduced lung volume or lung diffusion capacity. Particulate matter exposure has been reported to lead to increased hospital admissions for asthma during dust events, as symptoms including coughing, wheezing, and dyspnea worsen. For chronic obstructive pulmonary disease patients, we have exacerbation of symptoms. COPD symptoms can be exacerbated by inhalation of particulate matter, toxic gases, and may worsen symptoms, including shortness of breath and increase also hospital admissions. And the lung function decline, we have chronic exposure can lead to a more rapid decline in lung function. The specific respiratory conditions are increased incidence with particulate matter increased airway inflammation in the lungs, leading to increased levels of both inflammatory cytokines and neutrophils. Dust, debris, and overcrowded living conditions in conflict zones can lead to high rates of respiratory. And in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, in 2014, an international study of the relationship between air pollution and idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, reporting that concentration of ozone and nitrogen oxide were associated with acute exacerbation of IPF 6 weeks after initial exposure. This is a radiologic pattern of interstitial lung disease. We see the honeycombing. The health effects on a respiratory condition, on specific respiratory condition, is, and the lung cancer, we have many, many studies. The PM is a leading cause of cancer, and the fine particulate matter affects smokers' lung cancer development to a significantly greater degree relative to healthy people. It's estimated about 500,000 lung cancer deaths can be attributed to air pollution. Both PM10 and PM2.5 were reported to significantly increase the mortality rate in lung cancer patients in 2017 and in 2018. And also we have the pneumoconiosis, this group of lung diseases, including silicosis and asbestosis. The patients at risk are children, pregnant women, other adults, patients with chronic disease. The mortality in COPD is 40%, in lung cancer 90%, and lower respiratory infection 30%. Silicosis is a lung disease that we know by inhaling fine silica dust. And we have patchy consolidation and ground glass lesion in patients with acute silicosis. This is a ground glass and consolidations. This is an image of mesothelioma. More than 18% of mesothelioma cases are caused by exposure to asbestos. The greater the exposure, the greater the risk. And finally, we have the United States deployment, 3 million United States military personnel and contractors deployed to Southern Asia and Afghanistan. And during Operation Desert Storm, Iraqi troops burned Kuwaiti oil wells. A retrospective cohort study was conducted to investigate the association between deployment to Kabul, Afghanistan, and the health effects of United States military, who were exposed to high levels of PM from sandstorms, burn pit combustion products, chemical weapon exposure, improvised explosive devices, and diesel exhaust particles. After returning to the United States, many Gulf War veterans developed persistent respiratory symptoms, including asthma, rhinosinusitis, and bronchiolitis. This is an image of inhalation of sulfur mustard. We have bronchiectasis in war chemically injured patients. This is the bronchiectasis, and this is cystic bronchiectasis. The health impacts of air pollution exposure from 1990 to 2019 in 43 European countries shows severe impact in Europe. And the global estimation of mortality, disability, adjusted life years, and welfare costs from exposure to ambient air pollution, you can notice Asia, especially India. Conclusion. The interplay of African dust, war-related pollutants, and industrial emissions presents significant challenges to pulmonary health. Addressing these issues requires a multi-phased approach that includes public health initiatives, policy reform, and community engagement. By understanding the complexities of these environmental factors, pulmonologists and public health professionals can work together to mitigate their impacts on vulnerable populations. Thank you very much. Is there questions or
Dimitri, thank you so much for the thorough presentation on these environmental hot issues. Any questions at all? Okay, so I would like to ask a question, Dimitri. As far as you know, are there any limit regulations by the European Union about the PM10 and PM2.5 particles? Meaning that, as you said very well, actually, these are the main particles that affect the respiratory system, and especially for PM2.5.
The PM2.5 is a regulation under the European Community. In the last slide, Ursula von der Leyen, who is the European Commissioner, has announced many regulations for, especially from the industries, to adopt all the maximal regulations from the exposure of in this particular matter that affects the lung function.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's welcome Dr. Stamadoula Tsikrika. It's my pleasure to introduce Mata. She's a respiratory physician at Soteria Hospital of Athens. She's the president of the Union of Pulmonologists of Greece. She's a board member of the Mediterranean Institute for Study and Education in the Prevention and Treatment of Infections. And over the last 4 or 5 years, she's been serving as a secretary and chair of a European Tobacco Smoking Control and Health Education section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I'd like to thank Professor Patrikios, my chair, and actually all of you, the co-chairs and the co-mates, that you are here for this very productive morning. And my name is Stamadoula Tsikrika. Mata is my nickname. I'm working in Soteria Hospital. I am the chair of European Respiratory Society of the group 6.3 for smoke cessation. And today we're going to talk about, for the next 12 minutes, about a very critical issue, which is no other than public health threat, tobacco smoking and youth. This is the outline of my presentation, actually. I have to declare there is no at all conflict. You know that ERS has a very strict regulation about tobacco company and industry. And we will begin with a small introduction of smoking in adolescence. As we all know, smoking is still a core challenge for child and adolescent health. Adolescence is the critical period when the risk associated with substance use are particularly high. We must not forget the fact that smoking behavior is typically established during this period of life, and most smokers declare that they had their very first cigarette or were already addicted by the time they turn 18. Also, youth are more likely to use tobacco products if they see other people of their age to use them. Across European Union countries, there are 1 in 6 of minors that actually report in Eurometer that they have smoked cigarettes at least once in the past month. And also, e-cigarettes have been the most commonly used tobacco product among youth since 2014. We will now continue with the prevalence of smoking among the teen age. Across Europe, 37 million of children use tobacco products. The rate of e-cigarettes use among minors exceeds than the adults. And only in our region, 20%, and it's a huge percentage, of the minors and the teens actually they have been reporting that they use them. Vaping and e-cigarettes conclude that even if you are not a smoker and you are co-mates or you're gathering with a smoker who use them, you may have a higher likelihood of starting smoking. In addition, in approximately 123 countries, there is a smallest tobacco use among these ages of the 2 years period. On average, Almost 3% of adolescents in this age report current use of smokeless tobacco products. The same in the area of Eastern Mediterranean region and in Southeast Asia region. And likewise, tobacco industry spends on average the huge number of $23 million a day on marketing and on digital social media platforms to target the young minors. And if we want to focus on the consequences of teen smoking and the impact on their health, first of all, what the data tell us? The data tell us that nicotine addiction develops rapidly in young people, reporting some symptoms of dependence at even low levels of cigarette substitution. Lung development is altered by early tobacco use. Active smoking causes reduced lung function and impaired lung growth during childhood and the teenage. Adolescent smoking is associated with reduced FEV1 ratio. We know that, and increase actually the peripheral airway resistance. Active smoking is associated with an increased risk of developing asthma or for exacerbating the existing asthma. And don't forget, we have a new disease now named E-Valley that actually it is the impact of e-cigarette and vaping use in the lung injury. And if we continue, we have to understand that active smoking is associated with subclinical vascular damage, high density lipoprotein cholesterol decreasing in minors who had been smoking for less than 2 years. Smoking is a major cause of early abdominal aortic atherosclerosis in young adults. Furthermore, it is a major risk factor for poor periodontal health and oral cavity diseases that actually we don't give a lot of attention and we don't know a lot of them, but there is a lot of data about that. And of course, the evidence until now suggests that there is an association between the smoking and the rate of reduced taste sensitivity, sleep disorders, vocal dysfunction, altered brain development, and cognitive function. And last but not least, the gateway effect for other substance use. Moving on, we will outline the factors influencing smoking initiation, modeling behavior actually. First of all, peer influence, social pressure, the young people, they have the desire to fit in, lack of resistance skills, their perception of smoking as cool, characterized as cool and mature, modeling behavior, majorly developed by the parents and the teachers. Non-smokers who affiliate with smokers has been found to be a greater likelihood for transitional to tobacco use. And of course, who doesn't know social media, which is the major factor influencing smoking lately in our decade? Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, maybe you know more. And the exposure to the smoking-related content, the influence of social influencers that they actually sway the acts of the teens, social validation and norms, violent challenges. There are dangers, first of all, and trends after the COVID-19 pandemic era. Tobacco companies use a variety of well-sophisticated marketing techniques, especially aimed at attracting young people. Let's see, first of all, the brand packages design, a key strategy, very, very popular for the tobacco industry. Designing, packaging, and branding by using bright colors, trendy designs, slim, sleek packaging that can be easily hidden. Flavors, they offer flavors like vanilla, cherry, cool mint that actually often mask the harsh stain of tobacco and make the product to be more palatable for FaceTime user, you can see a lot of tactics there. Of course, they continue. They have strategic social media campaigns with all these platforms that actually we know my children spend a lot of time, significant of their time, and paid influencers make tobacco use to seem very, very attractive and fashionable. Social media actually emphasize the peer acceptance and the self-expressions and make it to be a superhero and an imaginary hero. Don't forget to top it off. They craft a brand image of rebellion, independence, and social acceptance. Tolerate campaigns to this specific group of populations, urban teens, hip-hop cultures, or rebellious alternative groups. Stores that they sell tobacco often placed at the A level, so the minors can have the highest visibility, and this is getting the nerves of me. So what we can do to prevent the strategy and make our own intervention? First of all, to increase the most effective measure and strategy is to increase the awareness of the evidence among the minors for the diseases related from tobacco. To encourage, we have to commend for tobacco control by encouraging the EU members to implement tobacco control for all tobacco products without exceptions, and to improve the tobacco cessation policies, to advocate for evidence-based methods and studies, independent studies from the tactics of the tobacco industry to support smoking cessation, to use the technology, the mobile apps, the online resources, and of course, to restrict the marketing and the advertising from the tobacco very well sophisticated techniques. What else? Moreover, we have to take the initiative to host school-based programs like here. I don't know what really happened to our university, and I would like you to tell me about it. The programs with interactive and education sessions that actually can teach students about the benefits of staying smoke-free. Media campaigns, TV ads, and posters with impactful messages that highlight the risk of smoking. Parental guidelines are actually mandatory. For example, talking to their children about the dangers of smoking and the model of non-smoking behavior. Community programs for them to improve the communication and actually to realize who is the real influencer, who is the one who is the role model. And of course, everything of that must be concluded in anti-smoking campaigns. What else? We have to expand smoke-free areas, especially in places where children, young people, and us, family, we are gathering together in schools, parks, and sports facilities. And to conclude, adolescent smoking represents a complex intersection that requires concerted efforts from policymakers, health professionals, educators, and communities to mitigate its adverse effects. By leveraging evidence-based intervention, we raise the awareness about the risk associated with smoking, with fostering supporting environments, and we can work all together towards a future where fewer young individuals succumb to the harms of tobacco use. And me, as the chair of the 6.3 ERS group, this is my reality and not the utopia. And please work with me, with all the health professionals, to have a smoke-free generation. And I believe you will be the one. Thank you very much.
Dr. Segregara, thank you for the excellent presentation. Any questions? Yes. Dr. Luis.
Congratulations for your excellent presentation. This is a huge problem. We have it in Cyprus and it's well described elsewhere.
do you work here in Cyprus?
Yes.
You work in university? Do you want to share with me your experience here? What actually, do you have an added smoking pleasure?
We have the problem in Cyprus, it's very serious, and I fully agree with you that we should all work in order to fight that. And a very good idea is the Australian example, where these products are forbidden to be distillation, has been applied since summer 24 in Australia. You cannot buy them. It's forbidden to put nice emballage, like very well described. So a very good idea we could promote in Europe, in Greece, in Cyprus, and elsewhere, to be able to buy these products only through pharmacies and by showing the ID. The Australians and the Irish, they tried also that they can get it only through medical prescription. They didn't succeed yet, but it's a good way to go forward. This is for the general, and congratulations for your... We should join forces because it's a huge problem.
Please.
I have one question that I would like
I
to...
have one question too for you then.
Yes.
I don't know, Professor Patrikios, I would like to ask, do you have in the curriculum of your studies some lecture for no smoking behavior? No, nothing. We have to do that then. We have to collaborate probably. We have to do that, yeah.
My question is specific about the EVALI syndrome. We know that it has been described in 1920 in the United States because of additions of vitamin E, etc., in these vapors. My question is, has it been described elsewhere in Europe? What is the situation today? Do we have EVALI appearing in Greece? In Cyprus, I don't know. I asked the question to the director of the Department of Pneumology at the Nicosia General Hospital. They didn't have any data, but do you have in Greece or elsewhere in Europe any recent developments about EVALI? Was it that an isolated event with 150 deaths that happened in the 1920s in the United States, or is it something that is evolving? Do you have any data about that?
Alexis, I think he is the expert. You can
So,
work.
Dr. Rezu is actually talking about the EVALI syndrome, is the e-vaping associated lung injury. I think most of the cases in the literature are mentioned in critical care units. So I'm sure if you ask an intensivist, they would know better. As far as I know, there's no case described in Cyprus. Definitely, there are many cases in USA, in United States. A lot of cases. If you look at the literature,
Cases are lost.
I'm not sure in
actually,
Greece, but
during
not
the
in
pandemic
Cyprus.
period. Yeah, during the pandemic period, a lot of cases were lost actually because they were being confused with COVID-19. And we do know that the e-cigarette rates increased in this period because even if we can go out, I don't know how was the quarantine period here. In Greece, we had some. Everyone actually ordered from internet, and we couldn't have any control of these products. And things have changed. And another question, in which age actually they can buy here? Is 28 or 21? Is 18 or 21? I don't know.
I know because I'm occupied a lot with this program in international efforts. In Cyprus, normally it's forbidden, but I made my own little research
Okay.
and asking the people who are in charge of this small periptera around, and they say, even if I don't sell it to children of the primary schools or young persons, their mother comes and buy them because it has been propagated that and believed that e-smoking, vaping is harmless because the tobacco industry has succeeded to promote the idea that vaping it's a harmless way to, or a good way, or a less harmful way to stop smoking, which is a myth because you cannot replace one bad habit with another bad habit. So this created the situation that people believe now that vaping is harmless, which is a disaster. So we have mothers buying vaping products for their children, which is very bad.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Andreas,
Thank you,
Alexis,
madam.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Dr. Dimitris Richter. Dr. Richter is the head of cardiac department at Euroclinic Hospital, Athens. He has special interest in lipids treatment, coronary artery disease prevention, and treatment and thrombosis management. He served from many elected positions, including president of Hellenic Lipidology Society, President of the Council of Clinical Practice of ESC, and member of Committee of Practice Guidelines of the ESC 2016 to 20. His lecture is about how the regulatory framework promotes the public health benefit concerning smoking. Dr. Richter.
Dear Chairman, dear Ioannis, thank you for the invitation once more time. And the fact that you see the ESC Congress in London, it's because 2 months ago I gave a very similar speech there, and it's the first time the European Society of Cardiology decides to discuss about this problem. Until now, it was just how bad smoking is. But we realized as European Society of Cardiology that we need to discuss about what the alternative is, because either we like it or not, it's here and probably gonna stay. So it's better to know risks, if there is any positive part, or what to do and how to avoid. At this point, I would like just to mention, Mr. President, that a valid disease has been officially recognized only in the USA, and it was a very big discussion why in the UK, which we have the biggest part of vapors, did not appear any case. And probably it's because UK is very regulated on the products that are there in commerce. Instead, in the USA, we had all this vitamin E story. Alternative products. Practically, we have vaping, electronic cigarettes, and we have the heat-not-burn devices. Are they bad? Yes. I think there is not a question if these products are healthy. They are not. The real question is if these products are less harmful than smoking. So the whole concept, we need to see it under this point of view, and that's the big question. What do we know until now? We know that as the temperature increases, we have more harmful chemicals. And as far as we speak for cardiology, we have various studies, and a lot of them are from Greece, showing that electronic cigarettes increase arterial stiffness and oxidative stress less than conventional cigarettes. A very nice study from Italy comparing normal cigarette, heat-not-burn product, and vaping found again that vaping and heat-not-burn were not the best, but were much better than a normal cigarette. And we see that in various ways, either biochemical, either by trying to measure the elasticity of the vessels, like FMD. You see here a meta-analysis from Ioachimidis. What it showed that it increases arterial stiffness and blood pressure, but less than what it does a normal cigarette. Do we know if these products are associated with less events? No, it's very soon. There's a country which has the biggest studies on that is South Korea, in which they have published 2 studies in circulation. One came out last week. This is an older one, 2-3 years ago, in which seems that those who stopped smoking and continued on an alternative product like vaping had much less events than smokers and more events than those who do not smoke. ACC 2018 mentions that doctors must know about e-cigarette. They can be used for smoking cessation, or they can be used as a non-preferable, but at the end of the day, sometimes necessary smoking alternative. At any case, our aim must always be to tell patients that if they use vaping to stop smoking, it's good as long as they continue to try to stop smoking. And we have 2 New England Journal of Medicine and 2 Cochrane analyses showing that e-cigarettes are more effective than NRT, nicotine replacement therapy, in smoking cessation. What about heat-not-burn? We do not arrive in the heat-not-burn products to burning, so practically we have much less chemical substances. As far as carcinogens are measured, it seems to be more than 90% reduction in the non-carcinogens with heat-not-burn when confronted to normal cigarettes. So yes, it's much less harmful, but yes, you continue to take carcinogens. So we have studies that show that in myocardial and vascular function, they are better than smoking, and we see that in less systolic blood pressure and heart rate increase. And what you heard from the previous speaker is the most important part. We need to ban the possibility of youths to buy them, because unfortunately we are creating a new generation in which 15-year-old people are vapers and non-smokers, and now it's not posh to be a smoker, but it's very posh to be a vapor, and that's something that will provoke practically the same dependence, so we need to take care of that. What happens in the rest of the world concerning alternative products? Snus. Snus in Sweden has not led to an increased tobacco use, has led to much less smoking and to much less cancers from smoking. And why don't we ever hear about snus in our countries? Because it's banned in the European Union. Since the decade of 80s, the European Union banned the sale of snus. The only country who kept it was Sweden, which vetoed about that. And we have it in UK, we have it in USA, we have it in Switzerland. And it's the only product that has got from the FDA the label that it reduces diseases. And at the same time, we have this
to know the effects of therapy and prevention. These two metrics of descriptive epidemiology, they have their own value. One, survival rates is more related to therapy effectiveness or mortality rate combines also the results of prevention. Just a small reminder, childhood cancer is not one disease entity, it's a spectrum of various diseases. There are 12 major categories with at least 100 subtypes. The most frequent types are acute leukemias, CNS tumors, lymphomas, germ cell tumors, thyroid cancer, embryonal tumors, and others. In Cyprus, we started studying epidemiologically childhood cancer from the 1990s, and we have been able to in the frame of this research, to create the Pediatric Oncology Registry of Cyprus in order to study the descriptive epidemiology metrics, first of all, because they are of capital importance in order to define the appropriate cancer management strategies in the country. So to determine the incidence rates, time trends, geographic distribution, survival rates, and mortality rates, compare with worldwide situation and establish hypotheses for the next step, which is the analytical epidemiology. It was imperative. So our first step was to create the Pediatric Oncology Registry and calculate this analysis that I mentioned before. So just to, in this brief introduction, to mention the basic findings, the first objective was, first of all, to create the Pediatric Oncology Registry, which has very good quality criteria with microscopically verified tumors, which is a valid indicator in the order of 95%. Death certificate only diagnosis again, another validity indicator of our Cyprus registry of 0%, and mortality to incidence ratio proportion, which is a completeness indicator of 22%. And I have to say that these criteria are among the highest in the world, and also to stress out that Cyprus is one of probably 9 countries in the world who have a high criteria pediatric oncology registry in the ages of 0 till 19 years old. Our second and third objectives were to assess the incidence and time trends of childhood cancer in Cyprus. Just brief overview, 42 new cases each year in the 0-19 years age group. The ASRW, the age standardized incidence rate according to the world SEGI population, 203 cases per million of children, which ranks Cyprus third highest in the world after Belgium and Italy. The percentage of childhood cancer out of the total is 1.5%. Here you see in this slide here, you see the 4 big groups, leukemias number 1, lymphomas 2, specified epithelial neoplasms that mostly are thyroid cancers, and CNS tumors. Together these 4 categories constitute more than almost 70%, and then we have embryonal tumors, germ cell tumors, and others. The geographic distribution was interesting because we saw that the distribution among the various districts of Cyprus was, although we had some environmental factors such as arsenic higher in Nicosia area, but not for radon. However, the distribution of cases among the districts was not significantly different, but we found that when we compare urban versus rural areas, we found significant differences. And in urban areas, the number of males with leukemia was higher than it was less than expected than in the urban areas, whether this is related to pollution, benzene from the cars exhaust or factories. This is still to be proved by analytical studies that we're planning to do. The fifth objective, and now after this brief introduction, I will show you the results of the survival. In this table is a summary of the findings. Overall, for the 20 years period, 98 to 2017, where we had the full population-based criteria that I mentioned before, we see that the overall is 81.7%, with 83% for leukemias, 93% for lymphomas, CNS tumor, and neuroblastoma, unfortunately, is low from 50 to 60, and this is not only for Cyprus, but worldwide because of the nature of these diseases. Retinoblastoma, renal tumors, very high, and please note that germ cell tumors and specified epithelial, mostly thyroid cancers, almost 100%. This figure shows in decreasing order what I mentioned before. Now, if we see the Kaplan-Meier curves, we see here the evolution through time for the 25 years follow-up that we have. Overall, as I mentioned before, in the order of 82% of the survival. No difference between male and females, which is different for Cyprus than in other countries. Also for leukemia, again, you see the high levels and the Kaplan-Meier evolution through the 25 years. For lymphomas also in the order of 95%. CNS tumor, unfortunately not good results with less than 60%. Same scenario for neuroblastoma. For renal tumors in the order of 80%. You see mostly after 5 years, the 5-year survival is equal to the 10 years and to the 25 years. So if somebody survives the 5 years, it's equivalent to cure. For bone tumors, again, in the order of 60%. For soft tissue sarcomas in the order of 70%. Germ cell tumors, mostly in the adolescents, again, close to 100%. Specified epithelial tumors, and here I will make a small parenthesis to mention that Cyprus, the only malignancy that we had a significant annual percentage change, it was for thyroid cancer, and we're probably the first country in the world with the highest incidence for thyroid cancer, mostly in the 15 to 19 years old, and which is very alarming. Most of them are metastatic cases, and we have an annual percentage change of 7.6%. So this will be the subject of our next analytical study. Now, an interesting finding is we compare the first decade to the second decade of our study, 98, 2007, and 2008, 2017, and we found that there was a statistically significant difference in survival and mortality between these 2 decades. Being the founder of pediatric oncology in Cyprus in '89 and knowing what happened, I know that during that transitional period, when the international organizations and protocols advised the use of innovative treatments such as liposomal liposomal amphotericin B, growth factors, broad-spectrum antibiotics, immunotherapy, and only the countries who could afford it, the rich countries, could apply this. Cyprus could do it. So, like other developed high-income countries, Cyprus witnessed this progress. Unfortunately, this is not the case everywhere, and we know that in most of the countries of the world, where more than 80% of childhood cancer cases appear, survival rates are less than 20%, like, for example, in the sub-Saharan countries of Africa. So important message here is that using appropriately innovative therapies can make the difference. If we see now in age groups, we see that the 0 till 14, it is the blue line, have a less good survival than 15-19, and this is due to the prevalence of lymphomas, germ cell tumors, and thyroid cancer in the 15 till 19. If we compare the other age groups, no significant difference. Conclusion from the survival study, almost 82% for all the groups together. A significant difference of the second decade to the first decade because of the reasons I mentioned before. A significant higher survival for the adolescents compared to the 0 till 14 years old. No significant difference between male and females overall, and this is something particular in Cyprus. In other countries, females have a better prognosis. Not in Cyprus, they have the same as males. Less good prognosis for brain tumors and neuroblastoma, better prognosis for leukemias, lymphoma, germ cell tumors, thyroid cancer, renal tumors, and retinoblastoma, just in other high-income countries. Also, another particularity of Cyprus, except the very important dimension about thyroid cancer, is that survival of infants with cancer in Cyprus is not significantly lower than in other age groups, or in other countries when we made our comparison, infants fare worse than other ages. The sixth objective was the mortality. It's very important. As I mentioned before, many people say, if you do survival, why do you do mortality? Because it's very close notions. We do it because they are complementary, both are necessary. Survival reflects the results of the therapy, or mortality reflects, of course, the results of therapy and treatment, but also reflects the strategies of prevention, primary and secondary prevention. This is a basic difference. Now, if we see per year, we see that overall we had 130 deaths during this time period, 72 males, 58 females. If we say the crude mortality rate, 2.9 for males, 2.5 for females per 100,000 individuals of this age group, overall 2.7. We divided here again. Here is the distribution per year, but what is important is that we divided again per 10 years period, and we see that for the first decade, the crude mortality rates, it was 1.8 individuals per 100,000 for both sexes, 2 and 1.6, or the decade afterwards, when we had that transitional period, it's for all the three categories here, 0.9, and in this summary table, we see the significant difference that between 98 and 2007 and 2008, 2017, the deaths were halved. This is very important. Now, if we take per group, the major groups, we see that in leukemias, there is not a statistically significant difference. The same for lymphomas, the same for CNS tumor, and always the mortality rates are low. Also true for thyroid cancer. When we made the joint point analysis, this was significantly with a low p-value, this difference I mentioned before. True also when we did it per calendar year, and true when we did it per 3 years. Conclusions from the mortality studies. In Cyprus, the mortality was quite low, 2.7, similar to other developed countries. This is notably low, underscoring the effectiveness of cancer management in the 0-19 years old in Cyprus. And finally, for conclusion, I show you here one of the most recent studies. We have other studies that they show the results of Cyprus, but the most recent was published in Lancet Oncology in December 22, the cure rate of children diagnosed with cancer in Cyprus from 2010 to 2014. And as you see from the from the table from this article in Lancet Oncology, out of 30 European countries, Cyprus ranked first in cure rates. Our team is not only from Cyprus. This work has been done from these people here. From Cyprus is myself, the excellent colleagues from the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Anna Dimitriou and Mrs. Maria Thanasiadou of the unit for the following of the evolution of health in Cyprus. From the United Kingdom, the members of our team is Professor Linda Sharp and Dr. Richard McNally, and from Germany, Professor Anne Borchardt and Dr. Friederike Erdmann, and the work I presented is the work of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Loizou, for all this useful data from your study. So here in Cyprus, do you believe we have to worry about our children regarding the prevalence of cancer in these group ages?
Yes.
Or we are well regarding the neighbor countries?
I will answer more generally. We have to be very much about our children for many reasons. Number one, obesity. Number two, vaping. Number three, increases in certain cancers like thyroid cancer. At least three that I can mention now. And we should take measures to fight obesity. Just to remind you that over the last 30 years, the subsequent 3 studies, COSI, COSI studies from the World Health Organization, constantly showed that Cyprus in children is number 1 out of 35 European countries in obesity and overweight. As we know, obesity and overweight is a cause of diseases and cause of at least 22 types of cancers in adults. And because it's part of our research, we gather more and more data that show that obesity and overweight can be a cause of cancer in childhood. So we have to wear. Number 2, vaping, like our excellent colleague mentioned before. In Cyprus, we are growing a generation of children who are going to be ill adults and probably will be the first generation who will have a life expectancy less than ours. So we have to be worried, we have to all act together because we have a huge problem. And this is just the most important points that I see now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is the end of the first session. Thank you very much. Thank you all of the speakers, and we move to the second one. Thank you.
We would now like to call upon the chairs for the session 1B, Dr. Violeta Rafai and Dr. Konstantinos Lapropoulos. The chairs are Dr. Violeta Rafai and Dr. Georgiou Georgiou. Sorry.
Okay, so we would like to call Dr. Georgia Kayafa, who is an associate professor of hematology and cardioembolic disease of Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, and is working in the first medical propedeutic department of internal medicine of AHEPA University Hospital. She specialized in hematology, receiving her specialist degree in hematology in 1996, and she continued to serve the medical school as an affiliated clinical and research associate in the first propedeutic department of internal medicine of AHEPA Hospital until her election as clinical lecturer in hematology in 2007. In the year 2005, she received her PhD in medical school, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. She's a member of the member in a multidisciplinary team of stroke unit in First Propedeutic Department of Internal Medicine of AHEPA Hospital. So the lecture title is Air Pollution as a Potential Cardiovascular Risk Factor.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation, especially Prof. Patrikios. Take my apologies for not being there. Air pollution is the presence in the atmosphere of pollutants. That means any kind of substances, but also noise, radiation, or other forms of energy in quantity, concentration, or duration, which can cause negative effects on health, living organisms, and ecosystems, and generally make the environment unsuitable for its intended uses. Air pollution has increased dangerously in recent years. It is a global health problem, more than 3 million premature deaths worldwide, and it is a major risk factor for mortality, mainly from cardiovascular causes. Air pollutants that are taken into account for the assessment and management of air quality are divided into two categories. The most important of them are nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and also particulate matters that are categorized according to their diameter, and the most important of them are particulate matters with less than 2.5 micromole that have a great ability to penetrate into the alveoli of the lungs. So, the anthropogenic pollution is divided into three categories. The social one, that means the external environmental pollution which the entire population suffers from. The professional, which is the pollution of the working environment, and the personal pollution with smoking, sprays, and others. The major anthropogenic sources are central heating, means of transport, burning and industrial processing, and energy production and transport. Fuel and industrial activities, including electricity generation, account for more than 90% of primary pollutant emissions. So thrombosis is the main pathogenetic mechanism by which air pollution induces cardiovascular events. Here you see 46 epidemiologic studies, 11 controlled exposure studies in humans, and 17 in vivo animal studies. The majority of them examined hemostatic changes following short-term, not more than 7 days exposure to air pollution, and they demonstrated that there was a fibrinogen increase to 2.4% from 3.1 grams, and variations, many variations, in the inhibitor of plasminogen activator and tissue plasminogen activator levels. In 2010, this publication demonstrated that suspended particles could strongly affect the mechanism of hemostasis, causing a pro-inflammatory and fibrinolytic state, inducing cardiovascular risk. Changes in hemostasis have dominant characteristics such as activation of a systemic inflammatory reaction and alteration in platelet function. So how is air pollution a cardiovascular risk factor? First of all, microparticles induce inflammatory reactions in the lungs, releasing mediators into the circulation with pro-inflammatory and oxidative effects. Second, there is activation of respiratory tract nerves, disrupting the balance of the autonomic nervous system. And third, there is direct entry of pollutants into the pulmonary and systemic circulation. Air pollution exposure induces coagulation and affects fibrinolysis, leading to disturbance of hemostatic factors, increasing thrombotic risk in vulnerable patients. So the possible mechanisms are platelet activation, oxidative stress, increase of clotting factors, decreased fibrinolysis, tissue factor and interleukin-6 interaction, epigenetic factors, but also genetic polymorphisms. It is interesting that in 2008, in the capital of China, in 125 healthy subjects, the reduction of particulate matters led to a reduction of 2 specific markers of hemostasis. In particular, there was a significant improvement of soluble P-selectin and von Willebrand factor. The association between particulate matters exposure and levels of P-selectin was observed only in coronary patients not receiving clopidogrel, and that demonstrated the important role of platelets and of antiplatelet agents. Also, the administration of chelating agents prevents the effect of air pollution on the hemostasis mechanism, and furthermore, exposure to air pollution affects biomarkers of oxidative stress both in vivo and in vitro. There is strong relation between particulate matters and hemostatic biomarkers in people with genetic predisposition to oxidative damage. Furthermore, exposure to environmental agents acts through epigenetic mechanisms, that means changes in gene expression without changing the DNA sequence. And at last, exposure to black carbon particles resulted in this publication in a reduction in DNA methylation of the tissue factor gene with a subsequent increase in fibrinogen expression. So here is a study in our clinic with regard to the predictive value of atmospheric pollution for the severity of stroke with epidemiological data of our city, Thessaloniki. As I have already said, air pollution induces inflammation, endothelial dysfunction, heart rate variability, and arrhythmias, and so it causes cardiovascular diseases. The purpose of our study was to investigate the correlation between the severity of the acute stroke and the levels of air pollution in the different areas of our city. 231 patients were registered finally in this study, and we had data with regard their age, gender, the stroke severity according to the NIH stroke scale, the patient's address, and the date the accident occurred. Also, we had data with regard the air pollutants and meteorological variables. After the statistical analysis, we had the epidemiological characteristics of the population and the comparison of pollutants in relation to stroke severity. So our conclusion was that it appears that air pollution plays a role in the occurrence of severe stroke, mainly through nitrogen dioxide levels and indirectly through wind speed data, which is compatible with existing publications and needs, of course, to be confirmed by larger studies. This study, was then announced in the European Congress of Atherosclerosis, and the same investigators wrote a chapter in a book with regard advances and new trends in environmental informatics with the possible associations between air pollution and diabetes mellitus in our city. Models were developed for describing key diabetes mellitus parameters and for identifying environmental influences to patient status. 193 consecutive type 2 diabetic mellitus patients were studied with several laboratory and clinical characteristics, as well as their home address for each patient, and also air quality data. So, atmosphere quality parameters like ozone seemed to have a positive effect on GFR which is a diabetes mellitus dependent parameter, while other atmosphere quality parameters, such as carbon monoxide, seemed to have a negative effect on glycosylated hemoglobin. Whether air pollution can cause childhood obesity is still under investigation. Here we have publications with regard near roadway air pollution associated with obesity or increased body mass index trajectory. We can see the BMI association with traffic density and the BMI association with prenatal polyaromatic hydrocarbon exposure. The potential mechanisms are the inhibition by polyaromatic hydrocarbons of catecholamine-induced lipolysis, also the mitochondrial damage from early life urban particle exposure, estrogenic effects of urban particles, and increased visceral adipose tissue and adipose tissue inflammation. This is a publication with regard ambient air pollution which exaggerated adipose inflammation and insulin resistance in a mouse model of diet-induced obesity, and as we can see, particulate matters induced larger adipocytes, macrophage infiltration, and insulin resistance. Open questions whether air pollution can cause obesity and by which mechanisms still under debate. We have many publications also with regard to air pollution and diabetes risk. Based on 3 available longitudinal studies on exposure to fine particulate matters, here the authors estimated a 10% increased risk of type 2 diabetes per 10 milligram per square meter increase in exposure. For nitrogen dioxide, there were 2 longitudinal and 2 cross-sectional studies available, which suggested an 8% increase in type 2 diabetes per 10 milligram per square meter increase in exposure. Maybe subclinical inflammation was the major driving force for the incidence of diabetes in this and many other trials, as you can see. Here is a study from the Harvard School from 1,131 mothers who were exposed in the 3rd trimester to black carbon and to a lesser extent to fine particulate matter, and they gave birth to babies with increase in systolic blood pressure. Air pollution is also connected with dementia. Here we have many trials that pollutants examined included particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, nitrous oxides, and carbon monoxide and ozone, which demonstrated that greater exposure to airborne pollutant is associated with an increased risk of dementia, and the same result here in this publication also. So, my conclusion is that finding a treatment to prevent thrombotic complications in vulnerable individuals, such as patients with a previous history of ischemic stroke or coronary artery disease, who are unavoidably exposed to increased levels of air pollution, will be our future goal in order to earn and give life to our vulnerable patients. I will end with the tree of life, which expresses the interconnection of every form of life with the universe in every country and every civilization. So we have to protect our forests to get oxygen and earn life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kayafa. Do we have questions? So if there are no questions, I would like to thank you very much once again by highlighting all important elements in terms of air pollution, how it can act as a risk, as a potential risk for cardiovascular system. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
So I have the privilege to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Konstantinos Makris. He's a full professor of environmental health and supervises the water and health laboratory of the Cyprus International Institute of Environmental and Public Health within the School of Health Sciences at the Cyprus University of Technology. He was an adjunct assistant professor of environmental health at the Department of Environmental Health at the Harvard University in US. And his research team aims to reduce population health risks attributed to environmental stressors, chemical and physical, found in drinking water and other environmental media. Dr. Makris.
Kalimera, good morning, everybody. Thank you, the chairman, and the organizing committee, Professor Patrikios, for the kind invitation. I'm very happy to be here and see some friends and also some new faces. So I would like to talk to you today about the application of a novel methodological framework, that's of the human exposome on children's health and environment studies. Okay, that works. I have no COI, no conflict of interest. It doesn't move. Okay. So my presentation is going to focus on children, just like Professor Loizou before talked about the new initiative for Cyprus, establishing such a pediatric cancer registry in Cyprus is very innovative and something that was missing from the country. I'm going to share with you also some parallel initiative that our team and our colleagues have actually initiated. So I see here a very good collaborator of our observatory, Professor Deltas. So I'm going to continue with the human exposome. I will describe what this cohort observatory for Cyprus, for Cypriot children is, the children first, and the progress we have made on that front, and finish with synthesis. So I'm going to start with some unique characteristics of childhood. So according to, you probably know the hypothesis of Professor Barker, that during early life and childhood, the organism is really plastic or sensitive to various external threats and stimuli. And these stimuli, during development, could actually induce changes that could remain throughout the life, and potentially these childhood exposures to various stressors could dictate and predict a lot the risk of various chronic diseases later during adult life. And during childhood, you probably know also that children have increased susceptibility to various environmental exposures because of the rapid growth and because of the not well matured metabolic systems to metabolize or deactivate any external stressor that enters the human body. And also, many of the children, because they live with their parents, they may be passively exposed to different environmental exposures. And if we consider the primary school children, this is to the right, you can see here this graph that shows how the risk of obesity increases during the life of children. So you can see, for example, initially, there is some small increase in the risk of obesity up to 5 years of age. But then during primary school, that risk really shows a very steep change. And then in adolescence, let's say you have a stabilization, and then young adulthood, you see again the risk of obesity rises. And already has been discussed before that obesity, childhood obesity, is a major societal issue for Cyprus, Greece, and other countries in the globe. So just to confirm what already has been said, these are the WHO childhood obesity prevalence percentages. You can see Cyprus and Greece, unfortunately, are on top of the list. and Greece is actually moving forward to establish a childhood obesity program. Cyprus is lagging behind a little bit on that. Hopefully this will also happen soon. And this obesity multifactorial disease is accompanied by several habits, behaviors, lifestyle that parents and children usually engage to. And you can see some characteristic trends: low fruit and vegetable consumption, as you can see here for the particular age group that we are interested. Physical activity is also up to the optimum levels that we would like to see. And also, what about school exposures? I mean, what kind of environmental exposures our children at the school, also here at the university, for example, are being exposed? A recent research we did in primary schools, we found that during May and June, 85% of the school time usually have indoor air temperatures in classrooms more than 27 degrees Celsius. And about 1/3 of the indoor PM 2.5 levels actually exceed the threshold of 15 micrograms per cubic meter. To add to that, also the Mediterranean region, Cyprus, Greece, and other countries are actually a living lab for climate change research. And you can see here some probabilistic density distribution changes for different Mediterranean cities. You can see, for example, the Nicosia here, where you see how the data maximum temperatures by decade shift to higher air temperatures. And this is something that is also accompanied by higher intensity and higher frequency of these climatic events. What is the effect of these climatic manifestations on children's health? We have literally no data. So this is a very good, bright soil for all you young scientists to start thinking of how you can contribute to this kind of societal problems. And what do we do in schools? I mean, what kind of services do we offer? The ministries in Cyprus, in Greece, they have specific school health services that they offer specific services. For example, you can see here, this is for Greece. I was in a public health meeting last week in Greece. That's why I have the Greek data here, but we also have similar data for Cyprus. And you can see here that they do offer some screening tests for respiratory system, for anthropometrics, skin examination, etc. So this accompanies like a medical record for each child that enters school. We have also something similar here in Cyprus. One issue that emerges is that, for example, other types of everyday life, other types of environmental exposures are not documented, and this may be only documented after specific recommendation by the pediatrician of that particular child. And this is something that we would like to pay attention to and give focus. Another limitation of that is that these data are survey data. They are not prospectively. We don't follow the same children from one year to another. And this is what we also lack if we want to give to the authorities good quality data in order to establish primary and secondary prevention programs for different childhood-related morbidity and mortality burden of disease. So, to this extent, because I already talked about different risk factors, so what are we going to do? Are we going to study one by one of these exposures with a particular outcome, let's say childhood obesity or neurodevelopmental diseases? How are we going to approach this? So there is this new methodological framework, the human exposome concept, that tries to holistically, comprehensively characterize all exposures that relate to the environment. And talking about the environment, we talk about all the non-genetic exposures of the individual behaviors, lifestyle, the air we breathe, the water we drink, of course, the food we eat, etc. And how we can integrate all this information, both from the external environment with the internal biochemistry, with the internal, let's say, morphology and characteristics. And if we can combine these exposomic results with a genotype characterization, then ideally we would come closer to the human phenotype traits like obesity, for example. So, To this extent, we decided 3 years ago to establish the Children First International Cohort Observatory for Children. So this is about healthy children, and it's an international network that operates in Cyprus, Greece, Israel, Albania, and Spain. And we try to systematically investigate multiple exposures to environmental factors for elementary school children and their relationship with a suite of chronic diseases. Our vision is to establish a research infrastructure, this cohort infrastructure, that specializes in the application of personalized medicine and personalized prevention models towards, first, improved disease prevention and also improved disease prediction. And to this extent, we would like also to apply, as I said before, the human exposome methodological framework and the tools in order to better characterize the environment and how the environment of the children will shape their future disease risk. So the Childhood Observatory on Health and Environment, the Children First, actually comprised of annual environment and health evaluations at school and home. And this is combined with 3 major health outcome groups. One is cardiometabolic, neurodevelopment, and respiratory. And we are going to combine these exposures with the outcomes to assess epidemiological trends and associations over time and over space. This is the QR code if you want to hit on it and get more information about the initiative. So these are the different sample and data we are collecting annually. As you can see here, we cover different exposomic domains, components, and variables. I don't think we have enough time, so I'm going to go quickly through that. And we do offer several benefits for participating to the families and the child. We offer them personalized reports for different environment and health tests that our team, our disciplinary
policy to be the same for the European countries.
If I may add, Dr. Georgiou, what you said is, you're absolutely right. In theory, we say that prevention is a very important component of every European nation's general health system, but I don't think we actually apply this to the fullest. So I agree with you 100%. Maybe we should intensify our efforts in presenting to the ministries, together with the help of the young scientists in particular, that prevention is a very important component and how to be actually effectively applied in the general health system to prevent and reduce the burden of disease for Cyprus and also other countries.
So we all agree, I think, that we should have a dedicated European cardiovascular health plan, and with this we can invest EU funds to deploy this plan, because I see also here in Cyprus, and I'm sure in other countries, maybe in Greece as well, individual societies or teams, they try to alert the general population, but this is not being done continuously and planned. It's just sporadically. For example, a few days ago, end of September, we had the World Heart Day, which again, the Cyprus Society of Cardiology tried to remind and to address the problem, but this is being done sporadically. So I think the problem is it should be a political strategy in order to be implemented in our societies, of course. Mm-hmm. And of course, as you told, to establish a European cardiovascular health knowledge center with physicians that experts that they are dealing with this type of cardiovascular factors, whether these are environmental, behavioral, or modifiable, like blood pressure, diabetes, hyperlipidemia. So these were my thoughts, and I wanted to share it actually with you with this night's session, which I personally enjoyed it despite not being a primary physician. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please join us for welcoming the chairs for the next section, Medical Genetics and Bioinformatics as a Tool for New Therapies, Dr. Anastasis Stefano and Dr. Charalambos Michailidis.
So once again, I'd like to thank Professor Patrikios for putting this event, one of the best annual events in Cyprus. I'd also like to thank the students that have also been involved in this to make sure this session runs smoothly. So I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Carsten Lederer, who received his PhD at the University of East Anglia, Norwich in the UK. He now holds the position of scientist at the Molecular Genetics Thalassemia Department of the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics, where he heads the gene therapy and genome editing unit. Dr. Lederer is an associate professor and course coordinator at the Cyprus School of Molecular Medicine. Currently associated research activities also include the model development for hemopoietic disorders and investigating the role of microRNA in erythropoiesis. Dr. Lederer is author of over 46 peer-reviewed articles with over 2,000 citations. And the title of his talk is New Developments in Genome Editing for Research Therapy.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you to Patrikios and the other organizers for having me here. I see there's lots of students, at least young folk in the audience, so maybe what I'm presenting is a bit different to other presentations because I don't give you clinical data, for instance, but if you're engaged in any research projects, then what I tell you might be extremely interesting because many labs in Cyprus still don't use editing technology, and maybe they should. Oh well. And either the pointer or the keys are right. Ah, gosh. Okay, it's going. That's fine. Okay, so tools in a nutshell, very briefly. Then some great news about editing and about how things are improved within the editing landscape to perform experiments and to perform therapy. Then one slide just on concerns, and then I finish off with some of the data that we have in our laboratory. And within the margin of 12 minutes, there's very little I can present, but I hope I'll be informative. So there's 3 introductory slides for gene editing. Apologies to those who are already aficionados of CRISPR-Cas, TALEN, and zinc fingers. Those who are not will use this, so I take them along with me. There's 3 main platforms being used for DNA editing. So for the modification of genomic material, either for experimentation to devise, for example, what different genes do, or in order to create therapies. The zinc finger nucleases, they're based on protein DNA binding. They're somewhat difficult to design and to clone. So until TALENs came along in 2012, there were very few engaging in DNA editing. TALENs are easier to design because there's a clear repeat variable dye residue binding to DNA, but they're still difficult to clone because they're highly repetitive sequences. That's why when CRISPR-Cas came around and was adopted for human use in 2012, 2013 in mammalian cells, this made a huge difference, and suddenly there were dozens and now hundreds of laboratories working on therapy development, and probably not exaggerated, more than 1,000 laboratories worldwide that engage in using CRISPR-Cas for research purposes. Here RNA determines what is edited, what is bound, so it's easy to design, almost as easy as primers. There's one part of RNA that binds the target, but there's a protein part that performs the cleavage or other functions. And that protein part also encodes what is called a PAM, a protospatial adjacent motif, and that also contributes to the target recognition. So that is, in a way, a limitation, but there have been ways of getting around this and really reaching everywhere in the genome, despite the PAM being part of the protein that's not so easily modified. Importantly, for the first generation of editors, is that they were based on double-strand breaks. So there were nucleases cutting in the genome, and then that cut was repaired by mainly two different mechanisms. One is disruption-based induction of indels, so by non-homologous end joining. That's great to disrupt things, to switch off sequences or to delete sequences. It's not great for precision repair. And if you want to repair a mutation in a reading frame, then normally you want to be precise. And for this, homology-directed repair, HDR, is required, which is, however, far less efficient in particular in stem cells. So there's a challenge in developing therapies or in introducing precision edits for research purposes. Now, luckily, for my particular field of thalassemia, we can create therapy by just disrupting something. So that's why in my field, but also in other fields, disruption-based therapies have moved ahead and have now reached not only clinical trials, but in the case of thalassemia, also products that are used as advanced therapy medicinal products also in the European Union. Now, this is biology, not mathematics, so there's limitation in the precision here because there's off-target binding and recognition of similar DNA sequences. There's always a side product of indels by non-homologous end joining. And of course, if you have double-strand breaks in the genome, as those of you who have a medical background will know, then of course there's a chance of insertion mutagenesis, of carcinogenesis as well. So there's always a danger involved in using editors. At the same time, editors sometimes, and base editors in particular, can also have non-sequence-specific action and off-target effects. Now, there's epigenetic editors which work as transcription factors. There's also RNA editors, they're not so interesting for me. What we've been using were editors, and that it says here PAM be damned, so where we use editors that have almost PAM-free action, so we can really freely design where we want to cut or where we want to base edit in the genome. Base editors are, let's do it like this, that shows, okay, good. Base editors are fantastic because they're small, they're precision edits, and they're highly efficient, but they have the downside generally of just mediating positions. So purine to purine and pyrimidine to pyrimidine. Prime editors are also precision editors, but they're limited in their use because they are complex to design and to apply because they're larger molecules. They're based on reverse transcription instead of chemical modification as the base editors are. And then there's more developments which we'll look at in the next couple of slides, which are that the editors are getting smaller for better in vivo delivery by small viral vectors. They become more precise and they get higher efficiency and they become more flexible. Also for transversion editing with base editors. So let's watch this space. So every time I open up PubMed, I'm kind of scared what they might have published that we're already working on, or I'm interested in what is already happening because there's so many groups now working on this. So you can optimize DNA, RNA, or ribonucleoprotein, RNP delivery for editors, for research or for therapy. So there's different pathways because DNA first has to be transcribed, or RNA first has to be translated to then be assembled. RNPs work fastest and are also most transient, so they're the most shortest in circulation. They're therefore also safest because here inadvertent binding and cleavage elsewhere is less prevalent. You can use lipid nanoparticles, and they've been used for different organ systems to reach cells specifically, and they would carry a cargo, for example, of RNPs. And if they're associated with antibodies that detect specific receptors, they can be cell-specific as well. The problem here is off-target binding to other cells, for example, germline cells, which so far has not been a real problem, it seems, and then, of course, efficiency in vivo. One company, Sana Biotechnology, they are now in financial trouble because everything costs a lot of money, and you need to get the products first. But they've been developing these fusogene in vivo editing, and they've reached up to 20% of hematopoietic stem cell editing in vivo by double application. That's also already therapeutic for many diseases. So in vivo, and I can't go into this, that will really change how these advanced therapies are applied. It's really progressing, and is really impressive. We're getting more flexible, and there's many papers on transversion editors and how they're applied now. So it's basically association of this Cas molecule with additional enzymatic moieties that allow chemical modification. And if you add additional moieties, then you can do a two-step conversion that then takes you from a purine to a pyrimidine, and vice versa. Okay? So that now we have this complete cross where we can edit any base to any other base by different types of base editors. Now, if you combine base editors in cells, if you do this based on RNA, then once the protein is transcribed for the Cas, it can associate with any of the RNAs that are present. So you might then have a mixture of reactions. And what researchers have done is they've used aptamers to actually detect specific gRNAs, and that specific gRNA is then associated, for example, with a cytosine deaminase or with an adenosine deaminase. And this way, instead of having a combination of different editing events by cross hybridization of these components, we then get a very specific editing of one editor just one side and the other editor editing the other side. This is not so super significant in its own right, but the concept of using aptamers for association of these editors with enzymatic function is really important now, because that's what's going into clinical trials for additional safety features. I'll show you this in a couple of slides. So precision is really important, so you don't cut elsewhere in the genome, and for this there's many different strategies to make the enzyme safer, so that we only cut at the on-target site. For example, positive charge can be reduced to avoid unspecific DNA interaction. We can remove a mismatch binding stabilizing loop that has been detected by crystallography of Cas enzymes. We can use Cas enzymes that have bigger PAM sites, so they're more specific then for those specific PAMs. We can use nicases, or in this case here we can use talents, so those are dimers, and if we design them so that a dimer has to be a heterodimer to work, then we avoid any homodimer cleavage, for example. We can modify the recognition domain by mismatches, by different types of modifications, or we can control exposure, and that is really a major point. If you have an adenovirus that brings an editor into circulation, that adenovirus might be editing for the next 6 months, and if you just use an RNP, for example, that will just be editing for the next 2 hours. There's different mechanisms here, for example, chemical mechanisms that have been used to then, with the chemical applied, to create a functional editing enzyme, and that is only present once you apply the chemical inducer. Now, the advanced application, the most advanced so far that I've come across, is the transformer-based editors. They sound quite sci-fi, but they're not. So there's many components coming together to allow C to T base editing, which can normally also edit elsewhere in the genome, sequence unspecifically, to only edit at the very specific site. And this is done by splitting the base editor into 2 components, by also having an inhibitor of the enzyme function that is cleavable by a tobacco edge virus protease. That tobacco edge virus protease is then associated with the 2 different binding sites by aptamers, and only when all of these components come together, and these are all the components that are required, only when all of these components come together for co-localization activation, then base editing takes place. So it seems to me a nightmare, having tried these things in the lab, to get this optimized, but of course it's fantastically safe, and it's probably the way forward in clinical trials as well, and in products. For this, although there's many components, it has been demonstrated that splitting these into adeno-associated viruses, it can also be applied in vivo. Okay, I better get on with my concerns, main concern being time at the moment. So what with Ariel and Pandora? So there's efficiency concerns. Ariel being the new product that is always better, and if you're a patient, you can't wait for the next 5 years. You want treatment now. So we have to go with what we have now. So one of the things is efficiency that is being optimized at the moment by many different publications. There's safety. I just presented these transformer-based editors to you, which are fantastically evolved as editing molecules. The problem is, of course, it's like Pandora's box. Once you open it, once you edit, it's permanent. So it heals for life, but it also mars for life. So there's a problem here. And if you open the floodgates in society, then also it might be a small step to go from survival to cosmetics editing. There's many unknowns. And looking back at the things we thought were safe and great 20 years ago, we now look really stupid. And probably 20 years down the line, if I live to see the day, I'll probably think I'm stupid today as well. So we never know enough. And the problem is, at the moment, in translation of these methods into the clinic, because people are being laid off by companies that don't make money. Okay. There's many things that we're doing in the department, and I think I have to cut this short. Basma's publication just came out this year. This is base editing in a sequence-specific fashion. Which is fantastically efficient, and we've shown that if we edit a certain bystander base, a certain context base, we actually make the phenotype worse. But if we edit other bases, shown in mustard here, then this is as efficient or more efficient than actually editing the mutation itself. Nicoletta's paper is currently under review with genome biology, fingers crossed, and she's been using duplex base editing, so 2 targets at the same time, to enhance expression of gamma globin in beta hemoglobinopathies, because gamma globin can take the role of beta globin. We did extensive analyses here with CastSec to look at on-target deletions, which for normal double-strand base editing looks terrible, but for base editors looks really great and safe and clean. And rearrangements in the genome, which again for base editors looks much better, and this was extremely efficient. Remains for me to point you to other work that will be presented at the conference. There's Dilem and Petros' poster on FAIR data development, so it's harmonization of databases and registries, which clicks in with our EuroBloodNet registry development as well. Dakshina and Banayot have a poster on model development for congenital dyserythropoietic anemia, which shows the typical phenotype you would expect in the disease. Xavier and Marius, and we'll never know what Xavier did here to Marius. They've been screening for inducers of gamma globin, and Mohamed Azam has been working his socks off to create mutation-specific disease models in UDEP2 cells, also again by editors. On Saturday morning, those were all posters. There's a presentation by Petros Batsali at 8:45. I know he likes a challenge, so he'll have a challenge of getting you all in at 8:45 in the morning. But it's on his at the most advanced experimentation at the moment in our lab, which is translation of editing for a typical CYPID mutation of thalassemia into the clinic, and this is in long-term repopulating cells in mice. So these are transplanted mice. And very advanced data. So it remains for me to thank our sponsors and collaborators and you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lederer, for a very interesting presentation. Any questions from the audience? Just one quick question, Doctor. Have there been any FDA approval for genome editing for disease?
Yeah, so what has been now approved, because we went historically from double-strand editors to non-double-strand break-based editors, what is now approved by FDA and by EMA is Casgevy. So that is the first therapy based on CRISPR molecules that has been approved for a rare disease, and that is exactly for sickle cell disease and for beta thalassemia. It's a disruption-based therapy that destroys a modifier, and this destruction then allows high expression of gamma globin. It looked extremely promising in the clinical trials. It's now being marketed, but pricing is another challenge there, which is about $2 million per pop. But that means if you apply that therapy, someone will be healed for life afterwards. Okay. The downside being that at the moment, then this cannot really be be paid for by the health system, so it might be reserved for people who are rich.
Okay. Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Our next presenter for this session is Professor George Spirou from the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics. Professor Spirou is the Bioinformatics European Research Area Chairholder and the head of the Bioinformatics Department of the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics. He has worked for almost 15 years at the Biomedical Research Foundation of the Academy of Athens. Since 2017, Dr. Spirou is the Bioinformatics Course Coordinator at the Cyprus School of Molecular Medicine, where he has been elected as full professor in 2019. Up to now, he has authored or co-authored over 200 scientific publications in peer-reviewed journals and international conference proceedings. His lecture title is Bioinformatics Approaches to Characterize the Progression of Multiple Myeloma. Thank you.
Thank you, Tassos. Good morning. I'm very glad to be here with you. Thank you, Professor Patrikios, for the kind invitation. I will present to you our efforts regarding our collaboration in a Horizon Cancer program that is related to the progression of multiple myeloma. But before, a few words about data and bioinformatics. I would like to share with you that actually, in order to understand our world, we need to sample every layer we can, from genome, proteome, metabolome, structural information, electrophysiological signals and imaging, data from electronic patient records and questionnaires, etc., plus the exposome that we have, to integrate them and understand what is happening with our health and how we can serve in visions like the precision personalized vision that medicine has, and also to try to serve also to the vision that computer science has, the roadmap from data to information and then to knowledge and probably to wisdom. So bioinformatics has a place in this roadmap, not only trying to analyze the data, but also to generate new questions. And if we understand that this is a crucial thing, then we can push our colleagues to ask more and more in continuous mode. Now, ELMAMI. The ELMAMI project, elucidation of risk factors and health determinants associated with progression of monoclonal gammopathies to multiple myeloma, is a Horizon Cancer project that is coordinated by the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, Professor Dimopoulos, and the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics, and especially the Bioinformatics Department, leads the work package that drives the data analytics, the data integration, and AI. Multiple myeloma is a chronic malignancy that is characterized by slow progression. Actually, there is no effective cure, and we have annotated stages, MGAS, monoclonal gammopathies of undetermined significance, smoldering myeloma, and active multiple myeloma. We would like to understand what is happening during this progression, and perhaps also to apply systems medicine approaches and bioinformatics to highlight better biomarkers, to find possible candidate drugs or repurposed drugs, and even more to contribute to the understanding of this progression. So in this project, we are going to collect omics, transcriptomics, and proteomics from the 3 stages, from patients at each stage. And also, there is a collection of urine samples to perform peptidomics. And there is another layer that is performed from a lab in France, epitranscriptomics. So we have 4 layers, along with the clinical data to integrate and understand what is happening. Also, there is another component, experiments with animals, trying to experimentate with drugs to find new or better candidate drugs for this disease. Our focus is the data integration of omics, and also we would like to highlight biomarkers, to highlight possible drugs, and also to contribute to the understanding of this progression, and at the end, to generate AI-ready data in order to contribute to the better staging or the better highlighting of the progressors. So we will host here in Cyprus the database of this project, having anonymized data and pre-processed. So we think that at the end of this project, we will have a very nice repository around multiple myeloma that will contain also metadata and meta-calculations that will be open to the society and to the research community for further exploitation. Now I will briefly present our initial works that they deal with publicly available data as we are waiting for the transcriptomics data to be completed from the ELMAMI. So Grigoris Georgiou has developed several methodologies in order to try to find monotonically expressed genes, building signatures through this analytics. So what we are looking for across the stages, whether we have not only differentially expressed genes, but genes that are monotonically expressed. So they are fold chains, their differential expression goes steadily up or down. So they have a constant trend. And we don't stay there. We collect the monotonically expressed genes, and then we apply a new technique that we have devised in our lab to find ratios of genes. So we have other objects, not genes, but combinations of genes, ratios of genes that can act as better biomarkers instead of having groups of genes. We experimentate with these ratios, and we achieve good accuracy and other calculations of classification. This work is under review. Actually, it's with the editor at this time. It's submitted. And we have also the opportunity to highlight a few candidate genes through these ratios to find pathways that are related to each stage, and to find also drugs, as we will see later on. So we highlight groups of regulatory pathways, regulation of blood circulation, positive and negative regulation, and other interesting pathways that they are highlighted by our biomarkers, actually by our candidate biomarkers. And then I am highlighting the second work from our lab, from Kyriaki Sava, that Kyriaki collected the existing datasets, transcriptomics profiles that have the 3 stages of myeloma, and through a combination score and an analysis on the computational drug repurposing field, she managed to generate the landscape of the candidate repurposed drugs working on bulk RNA-seq. So on bulk, not in single-cell omics. So this is a work that is going to be submitted for publication soon. We have some candidate drugs per stage. Some of them, they will be tested with our colleagues in Athens to see whether we can have some hits there. Again, through these drugs, we are able to find, through their targets, the pathways, either through KEGG, reactor gene ontology, the pathways that are related per stage to these drugs. And through the pathways, we are able to understand functional stories. So we are able to connect pathways with each other to generate clusters of pathways and then see what is the umbrella mechanism that is there. Trying to go further and deeper, Grigoris worked on single-cell transcriptomic profiling and drug repurposing. So we analyzed a few because there are not many single-cell analytics on multiple myeloma having all the stages. So at our lab, we are able to analyze single-cell omics, and from each cell type, we generate lists of candidate repurposed drugs, and then we have devised a score, a methodology that builds together with penalties and credits at each drug, depending on what they are doing in each cell type, in order to be able to highlight single-cell-wise and stage-specific drugs. Of course, all these are computational calculations, and the only they can do is to move forward and to push our lab colleagues to check them further. In a nutshell, I would like also to highlight the work from Eleni Nicolaidou, that based on single-cell omics again, we try to upgrade our view, and instead of working on protein-protein interaction networks and gene regulatory networks, now we are working on cell-to-cell communication networks. And then we are able to highlight cell-to-cell communication networks at each stage, at healthy, MGUS, and smoldering myeloma and multiple myeloma, and then we can find the rewiring between these networks. So we are looking not only for genes, not only for cell types, but for relationships as biomarkers, and now we are looking at relationships between cell types. These relationships are in detail between ligands and receptors, and of course, they have downstream effect to the gene profile of each cell type. So it is very interesting if we understand what is happening in this cell-to-cell communication rewiring to find also better ways to highlight candidate repurposed drugs. Last but not least, we are also focusing on AI and machine learning projects on multiple myeloma with the work from Nestoras Karathanasis, where our initial objectives are to be able, with our models, to predict the stage of multiple myeloma, to predict the progressor. So if we have the transcriptomic profile, if we are able to predict who is going to progress and who is not. And at the end, we are building a model to highlight in single-cell level which cell belongs to each category in order to be able to utilize further the single-cell omics and AI for better computer-aided diagnostics. I will stop here. I will try to transfer to you that we are a department that we love computational analytics and systemic analytics. So we try to integrate data, to see them in a network mode, to try to model them, and then apply AI to contribute to the computer-aided diagnostics and precision medicine vision. Currently, we are funded from ELMAMI, but also we are funded from other European projects like the Comfort Age, dealing with dementia and frailty. And we are participating also to a European project having the effort to design better recommendations from the European electronic patient record. We are part of the Digital Innovation Hub of Cyprus. We are part of the steering committee of Elixir in Cyprus. Elixir is the bioinformatics infrastructure in Europe. And last but not least, again, we have a small component in the lab. We're participating also in the new infrastructure in Cyprus, that is the Cyprus Space Research Organization, and we're performing astrobioinformatics, trying to analyze transcriptomics and other omics in conditions related to gravity, microgravity, radiation, and space weather. I'm grateful to my colleagues. These are the researchers in the department, and also I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, due to time limits, because we're running a bit behind, I won't take any questions for this presentation. But I'm sure anyone can approach Professor Spiro after the session.
Thank you very much.
So we're moving on to the next one. Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure to invite our next speaker, Professor Konstantinos Deltas. Professor Deltas studied pharmacy at the National University of Athens and received his PhD in biomedical sciences at Rutgers University, the State University of New Jersey. In 1991, he returned back to Cyprus, where he joined the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics in Nicosia. He then joined the University of Cyprus in 2002, where he set up the Medical Molecular Genetics Department. He has an interest in several genetic inherited diseases, including kidney disorders. 10 years ago, he established the Cyprus Biobank unit. And so he's going to give us an update on this, and the title of his talk is The Biobank of Cyprus and the Cyprus Human Genome Project. Professor Deltas.
Well, good morning, everybody. I guess I messed up, and I don't know how my slides moved all the way. Let me go to the beginning. Somebody help me here. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you very much for this kind invitation. My friend Yannis Patrigios, who is organizing this excellent meeting every year, and we have the opportunity to communicate with this excellent audience. What I am going to present you today is, I guess, the second or the third time that I am presenting something about the Biobank of Cyprus. And the new thing I am going to present today, compared to last year or the year before, is for the first time big data relating to the population of Cyprus. So, what is a biobank? A biobank is a very well-organized, searchable collection of samples, high-quality samples, but also data. There's no point to have a DNA sample or serum or urine if it is not associated, if it is not accompanied with clinical and personal data for that person. And this is what a biobank is all about. And for the first time, we built up our biobank in Cyprus. The biobank already was created back in 2010. And by the way, biobanks is one of the new ideas, let's say, which are changing the world according to the cover of Time back in 2009. So it's a bank where we store data and not money, and there's no risk for bankruptcy. And what we are getting as a benefit is new data, new discoveries, better drugs, better diagnosis. So everything started back in 2011 when we first got funding for the first biobank in Cyprus with approval by the National Bioethics Committee. And then 5 years ago, 2019, we got a big grant from the European Commission, which provided funding for the next 15 or 16 years. There's two advanced partners from the University of Graz, the Medical University of Graz in Austria, and also the BMRI ERIC, which is it's a consortium of biobanks all over Europe. So we partnered with experts in biobanking so that we could build up and upgrade our biobank with a better quality. And then we also have another partner in Cyprus, RTD Talos, a small enterprise which is helping us with the development and the administration of this biobank. By the way, the biobank is part of another larger entity, which is the Biobank.cy Center of Excellence in Biobanking and Biomedical Research. So in a way, we have built up already, we are in our sixth year, we built up a new medical research infrastructure. In the heart of it, it is the biobank, but around the biobank, we have other departments. Our vision is to build up a cutting-edge biomedical research infrastructure. We aspire to create new knowledge for improving human health and contribute to the prevention, diagnosis, and prognosis of therapy and diseases. And the mission is to collect, analyze, and preserve biological sample and data, big data, to better life. Our motto actually is we are investing in the biobank, we are investing in a healthier Cyprus. As I said, there are 5 departments. Number 1 is the biobank. Then we have the Molecular Medicine Research Center, which is the research arm of the center, a diagnostics lab, the innovation hub, and the education hub. Let me not go into more details on that. We care about transparency, we care about uniqueness, and we care about perfection. We know we may never achieve perfection, but we are pursuing it. No need to go into great detail, just to show you that we are located at the Medical School of the University of Cyprus, the very well-known Chagolion Center, Chagolion building. We have rooms for enrolling patients, consenting them, and drawing blood and urine, a dedicated biobank laboratory. We store samples in -80 degrees Celsius freezers. We have a satellite at the Kennedy Avenue in Nicosia, offices, equipment, state-of-the-art equipment for imaging, confocal microscopy, and of course DNA sequencing, next-generation sequencing. And the procedure for becoming a volunteer, a participant to the biobank is very simple. You just communicate through phone or through email or through our website with the secretary at the biobank. You fix an appointment. You will be interviewed by a trained research nurse, and then clinical data, biometrics data, and samples will be collected, processed, coded, and stored in -80 degrees Celsius freezers, and then used for subsequent research. We routinely store DNA, plasma, serum, and urine for every volunteer to the biobank. For every volunteer, we do this very good, useful checkup, biochemistry, urine analysis, and everything. We are interested in inviting every Cypriot citizen to participate as a citizen scientist and share with us their concerns and suggestions. We know that without research there is no progress. The CyPROM, for the first time, is the Cypriot reference genome, and we are expanding this number to a few more thousands of Cypriots to sequence. And of course, I'm inviting you to become a volunteer in this biobank. We invest in biobank, we invest in a healthier Cyprus and in a healthier world. We thank the sponsors for funding our research, and especially the European Commission through this CY Biobank project we got. And of course, I would like to thank my many colleagues and you for listening to my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Deltas. Due to time, there won't be any questions, but if there are any questions, you could always ask or get in contact with Professor Deltas. So I wish you all the best with this biobank project. That's it. One comment, sorry, Professor Deltas, just one comment from...
I would like, I enjoyed very much your presentation. I would like to ask you a very practical question. You say Cyprus, okay? How do you define a Cypriot? I mean, in such, in a polyphysmic world.
Yeah. Well, we combined Cyprus and genome and we made CyPROM. But to answer your question, for this data that we presented today, we sequence people who are Cypriots because they report so, and they live in Cyprus for, let's say, their parents are Cypriots. Of course, in the biobank, we have many volunteers who do not have a Cypriot origin. As you probably know, and many people can appreciate nowadays, many Cypriots marry to non-Cypriots, okay? And this is more and more frequent. And therefore, there's a significant part of gene flow from other populations. In other words, the Cypriot genome is not clean anymore. I mean, there's no Cypriot genome. Although this is something that's going to come out of our research, we are interested in finding more or less what is a Cypriot genome. In other words, can we identify a signature, a DNA signature, which identifies somebody who is more or less more Cypriot than others? But in any case, your point is very valid because after a few years, there's no point to say Cypriot genome or Greek genome or whatever, although there's always going to be a value and a bulk of the genome of a certain population. Now, why is this important? It's very important, and this is one additional reason that we wanted to do at last the Cypriot genome as a reference genome, because every time you investigate a patient, you're going to find many, many variants. And one simple question is, okay, I found these 2 variants. How frequent are they in the general population? Well, you always resort to using the NOMAD, the EXACT, the Middle East, and other genomes. But the question is, how frequent is it in our genome? Because our experience shows, and the experience of others, that there are many, many variants which have very different frequencies if you compare them to other populations. Therefore, it's imperative that we build up our own reference genome. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for all our speakers in this session. We'll continue for the next session.
We would now like to invite the chairs for the session, Dr. Dimitris Gracios and Dr. Stamachoula Tsikrika.
Good morning, everybody. We have a presentation of Dr. Avera Zachariadis. With no comment of the presentation, he's a pulmonologist and sleep disorder specialist. He's a friend, he's a pulmonologist and ex-president of the Cypriot community of pulmonologists. He became the first ever Cypriot doctor that received the SCRS certifications from the European Sleep Research Society. Doctor he has elected as president of Cyprus Respiratory Society in 2015 and served as the youngest ever president elected until 2017. Currently he is the vice president of the National Patient Association of Pulmonary Diseases. He participated in many clinical studies and he has given various lectures regarding his specialty. Since 2013, he has been practicing medicine at the Nicosia Lung Cancer, being also the medical director of the center, while for the last 8 consecutive years, he is a scientific collaborator for respiratory medicine at the School of Medicine of the European University of Cyprus. Thank you very much. The lecture title is The Inspired Therapy, Sleep Apnea Treatment Without Mask. A very interesting topic, yes.
Many thanks for the kind words, and thank you, Professor Patrikios, for the kind invitation. It's my pleasure to show you one novel treatment regarding sleep apnea syndrome. So as we know, one patient that has sleep apnea, we usually give him or her this mask, and it's time to think out of the box and start thinking of novel treatments. Here in this slide, you see a newer treatment. It's called Inspired, and you only see a remote control that is holding the patient. But first of all, let's remember what is sleep apnea. To say somebody that has sleep apnea syndrome, we perform a sleep study. The sleep study will demonstrate that this patient stops breathing at least 5 times per hour and has some symptoms. The symptoms are usually that the patient is sleepy, there is fatigue during the day, the partner tells us that he stops breathing as he sleeps, or there are any of these comorbidities that you see here, like hypertension, and depression, coronary artery disease, etc. So we perform a sleep study, 5 or more apneas or hypopneas per hour, and we tell that this patient has sleep apnea syndrome. But even if the patient does not have all these things, and we still proceed to a sleep study, and the sleep study shows more than 15 per hour, episodes per hour, then again we say that this patient has sleep apnea syndrome. And then we classify this disease, which can be very severe and may have a lot of complications for our health, to mild, moderate, and severe, according to how many times the patient stops breathing as he sleeps. A simple mechanism to understand what is going on is you see here in this image that there is the tongue and the soft palate that relax during sleep and they block the airflow. And it's very indifferent for someone to stop breathing for a few seconds. And it's very indifferent if he stops breathing for, let's say, 86 seconds consecutively, because you see the detrimental effect in the oxygenation. It's very frequent, sleep apnea syndrome. We know roughly that around 4% of women and 9% of men suffer. But the most important is that almost 90% of general population, they do not know that they have sleep apnea. The main symptoms, as we discussed previously, it's snoring, witness apneas, nocturia, agitated sleep, restless sleep. The patient can move a lot during the sleep. Daytime symptoms that the patient will tell us that, you know, I am not refreshed upon awakening. I have morning headaches. I have memory loss. I cannot remember a lot of things. I feel sleepy even while watching TV, even while reading, or even while driving. It can be very dangerous. But bear in mind that all these symptoms will be found, fortunately or unfortunately, only in 50%, in half of them. Moreover, the patient may suffer from confusion upon awakening, from reflux, hypertension, depression, and many, many other problems. If we can classify the consequences in 2 categories, you see on the right side of the slide the cardiovascular consequences, and on the left side, the non-cardiovascular. Cardiovascular, that means that this disease, if it is left untreated or undiagnosed, can lead someone to have increased blood pressure, to develop pulmonary hypertension, congestive heart failure. It predisposes to atrial fibrillation, to diabetes, even to stroke. And on the left side, you see that the patient has the non-cardiovascular consequences, which is reduced quality of life, memory loss, depression, anxiety, and there are some also studies, newer ones, that show a correlation with cancer. So we all understand the importance of this disease. So up to now, we will tell somebody that, you know, if you have sleep apnea, you are going to be given a small, let's say small machine. It's like the example here that is connected with a hose, and there is an interface, a mask, that the patient wears during the night that keeps the airway open. But what is the problem? That some people, and it's logical, they cannot accept this treatment and they cannot acclimate. And how many are these people? Almost half, 46%. We know globally that they will not be adherent, they will not use the machine. So the first line is the machine, is the mask. Not all people adhere, so we as doctors, we should propose a second line treatment, because if left untreated, they will have all these complications that I show you. And what are the second line treatments? First of all, it's the Inspire device that I'm going to discuss now. Here you see the remote control and the device. But there are also some other treatments, like the mandibular advancement device that protrudes the jaw to the front. And there are some surgical techniques. So regarding the Inspire treatment, which is the newer one, first of all, you have to screen the patient. This is the timeline of the patient. You have to screen and see if the patient is a good candidate, because not all people will respond to this treatment. So to see if he is a good candidate, we are going to perform a sleep study. The sleep study must show that the patient suffers at least 15 episodes per hour. That means moderate severity up to severe. So it is 15 to 65 episodes per hour of stop of breathing. Additionally, it's a prerequisite that the patient has tried the machine and cannot use. Not significantly obese. Now we accept people that have BMI up to 35. Before a few years, it was up to 32. So now we know from more studies that are ongoing that even people up to 35 BMI will respond, and of course adults. Here I'm going to show you a video of the drug-induced sleep endoscopy, which is a special procedure that we perform that will show if someone is a good candidate. Here you see the anteroposterior collapse at the level of palate, and the patient that is not a good candidate, this patient will not suggest him to have this device. Here you see typical, a complete concentric collapse at the level of palate. So this is not a good candidate, because you know that the device will not work for him. Contraindications, as I told you, this concentric collapse. If the sleep study shows that we have at least 25% of central events, pregnancy, of course, inability to operate the remote, and if there is compromised neurologic control of upper airway. Next step, after we screen the patient, we perform the DICE, the drug-induced sleep endoscopy, the sleep study. We have to make the procedure. The procedure is being performed by ENTs, specialized ENTs, small incisions, 2 in total number. Bear in mind that the battery of the device lasts around 11 years. It's fully compatible with MRI, and there is a fast recovery. We are talking about a small procedure around 1 to 2 hours, and it's a daycare. Here you see a real patient. It is 60 days after the implantation of the device. We see 2 incisions, one on neck and one under the clavicle. After 1 month that the device is inserted, the patient comes to the office, and we give the remote control in order to start using the device, and we make some initial settings. Afterwards, after, let's say, 4 months approximately, the patient will have another one sleep study to fine-tune the device, so we are completely sure that it works and that there are no any apneas anymore. And I'm going to show you another video that will show the device without stimulation here in the base of tongue, you see the total obstruction. Here in the level of palate, again the obstruction, and then we turn on the remote control. The same patient, and you see how different the airway is at the base of tongue and at the level of palate, and you understand how open is the airway now. So, here you see a typical sleep study before and after the turning on of the remote control. You see these apneas that happen here with the drop of oxygen is very, very severe disease. And after the device is turned on, this patient sleeps like a normal individual. We keep follow up the patients as we do with the first line of treatment, that is CPAP, that we make the adjustments. There is electronic health record that we can follow up by distance, all the data. And some important studies have proved that this device works, and works not only after a few days, but even we have data, the first data from the STAR trial that was performed in 2014, and it got the FDA approval. These patients were followed up for at least 5 years, and you see that the first apnea-hypopnea index was 29 per hour, the mean, and it dropped 5 years after the implantation. It's still low, it's 6, which is very, very good. And here we see the Epworth Sleepiness Scale. This shows how sleepy is the patient. That 11 shows that is sleepy, and 6 shows that he's not sleepy anymore. So we have increased quality of life. An ongoing registry is called ADHERE. Here we input all the patients that have the device. The most important meta-analysis was published in 2022 in the Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine, around 2,000 people. And again, we have the same results. That means that the average before the implantation was 33 per hour apneas, hypopneas, and after the device was turned on, 1 year after, this index is very low, it's 10 per hour, and the same is the sleepiness. The results are identical with the STAR trial. The good thing is that the patients like it. They use it around 5.7 hours per night, which is very good. And in order for someone to get the device, he should have consultation with ENT, with sleep medicine doctor. Then there is the DICE. Then we have the sleep study, the implantation, turn on the device, again sleep study, and then we keep following up the patient. So what started to be a novel treatment, now that we are talking, we have globally 75,000 people that have the device. We have more than 250 peer-reviewed publications. The most important one were the ones that I show you. In the States, it's already covered by the most of the private insurances and by Medicare system. And to sum up, we still believe that CPAP is the gold standard, but we have an alternative, the hypoglossal nerve stimulation with the major representative Inspire device. It's minimally invasive. It has proved that it will improve the apnea-hypopnea index and will improve the sleepiness and the symptoms of the patients. People that are adults, that have apnea-hypopnea index 15 to 65 per hour, BMI less than 35, and that could not tolerate CPAP, should be encouraged to get into this treatment and enter the registry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Do we have another question for the professor? No. Okay. Thank you very much. It was an up-to-date speech, very interesting. And I noticed in the last capnogram that it was only, except of obstructive apnea. It was hypopneas, many hypopneas in this slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and we are continuing. Yes, of course. Clap your hands together, why not? And we'll continue with our next speaker. She's not here with us. I think she's from Thessaloniki. She is with a hybrid mode in this exceptional until now Congress with amazing presentation. And I would like to call to the podium Dr. Eleftheria Elmina Lefkou. Dr. Eleftheria Lefkou, she is a doctor, graduated and received her PhD from the Medical School of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and her Master in Public Health Care Services Administration from Neapolis University, Paphos, here, Cyprus. She is a consultant hematologist and specialized in hemostasis, thrombosis, and obstetric hematology at Guy and St. Thomas Hospital, London, King's College. She is the founder of Perigenesis Institute of Obstetric Hematology, Thessaloniki, Greece, with clinical practice in Athens and Thessaloniki. She's going to talk about the future is here, patient-centered health systems and health-related quality of life. Thank you so much, Dr. Lefkou. The podium is yours.
Thank you very much. I do not know if you can hear me because the
unfortunately, we cannot hear
okay.
you. Do you have a problem with the microphone?
No, sorry.
Always there is some technical.
Can you hear me now?
Issues. Oh, Eleftheria, can you
Could you
please speak louder?
Louder, please.
Yes. It's okay now? Can you hear me
but
now?
Please, you know, it's a lot of distance from Thessaloniki to Cyprus. Please, give a little volume to your voice.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the chairs, and also Professor Patrikis for the honor to be part in this Congress. Unfortunately, I cannot be there because we have the Panhellenic Hematology Congress at the same time. And now, can you see, sorry, to share my screen? Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation, but please, it must be in the PowerPoint, mode, so it will run.
On the right, go down on the right.
Is it okay now?
Yeah,
okay.
Now it's perfect.
Sometimes often felt himself like a real god. But now we are in a new era where doctor-centered healthcare systems worldwide are giving the way to patient-centered health system. The patient is now at the center of the whole healthcare chain. The ever-increasing demands of modern society have led healthcare leaders worldwide to shift the ideology, culture, and the politics of healthcare services from treating the patient as a passive recipient of services to the patient as a co-producer and correspondent of his own healthcare. This patient-centered approach is an important success factor for all healthcare management today, and it's one of the strategic planning of healthcare organization. Patient-centered healthcare promotes patient involvement, shared decision-making, and patient participation, and also the integration of patient preferences in healthcare delivery with the aim of engaging engagement and improving health-related quality of care. But it's not everything for the good of the patient, because we are good people and now we decide that patients will be in the center. Everything begins from economics, as in everywhere. So there is this part of modern economics, so-called behavioral economics, that they try to interpret consumers' economic thinking, how they do think and how they feel when and why they are making certain choices. So consumer preference and decision, now we do know that are significantly influenced by the environment, but also we do make choices when they are nicely presented to us, or based in our knowledge, our emotions that we do experience where we have a decision or we do buy something. And of course, there is sometimes the risk, the uncertainty, and social condition attitudes that do impair with our decisions. So how can we combine behavioral economics with health economics? Very easily. Now behavioral economics are applicable to almost any social science, as psychology, sociology, but also to health. They are based on empirical research, experimentation, and aim at real-world evidence. So now at health, we do have clinical endpoints evidence with not only the objective criteria that we do use up until now, but also the subjective criteria, the utilities evidence, so-called quality of life, preference, and patient expectation. So it's still the choice of the best treatment and the use of technology is a matter of doctors. And we do use some efficacy effectiveness analysis for that. However, there are some other studies where different uses and doctor decision sometimes we can understand that are different from patients' subjective preferences. And nowadays, various health organizations worldwide are obliged to include patient preference in their evaluation, in their decision making, for example, in Germany or in NICE in the UK. And also, several health organizations, international medical societies, include now patient representatives on their boards of directors. So, system for the production and evaluation of new health technologies now will include and evaluate and select it on the basis of patient preferences. By taking patients' preference into account, it is possible to have improvement in the use of health technologies, better patients' compliance, this is very important with treatment, improved relationship communication between doctor and patient, best possible clinical outcome, and of course, best economical outcome. So what is quality of life? Who defined quality of life as the subjective perception that people have of life, which is based on the cultural characteristic and value system on every society in which they do live, but also to their personal goals, aspirations, standards, and concerns. What is health-related quality of life? Is a happy patient. So that is quality of life. Gaia defined HRQL, health-related quality of life, as a concept that attempts to measure an individual's subjective view of his health in physical, psychological, and social dimensions. The main aim of HRQL is to illustrate the multifunctional burden borne by the condition the patient is and the feelings that the patient has. It focuses on monitoring the patient's co-feelings, such as fear, pain, depression, and in addition to the objective clinical symptomatology, resulting from the disease itself, but also that by the emotion the patient feels when he is sick or she is sick. There are several benefits of HRQL, with the most important that it helps in making decisions on the choice of an appropriate intervention among alternatives, and also checks the effectiveness of treatments based on the patient's subjective view. This is very important. HRQL tries to measure not only the objective functional of the individual, but also the subjective well-being through tools, instruments, scales, and also some indices, general and more specific. There are several general indices of HRQL from WHO and all, the European Eurocode that we do use more often in medical studies. For example, we have a patient and we do say to the patient that to help you tell us how good or bad your health is today, we do a scale like a thermometer, and in which the best condition you can imagine has a rating of 100, and the worst condition you can imagine has a rating of 0. And we do ask the patient to draw a line from the square to any point of the scale, indicating how good or bad the patient feels that his health situation is today. And sometimes we do take some good number the scale, but often we do take numbers -0 in a patient that a doctor believes that he has a good treatment and the health is better. So the objective view of the patient is not the same with the doctors. There are several health questionnaires that we can give to our patients regarding his mobility, self-care, if he can have his ordinary activities, how about the pain, the discomfort, that the disease itself or the treatment produced to the patient, and also the psychological anxiety, depression. Up until now, we do use some general mortality index such as life expectancy. We still going to use those indexes, but also now we do know that the benefit the patient derives not only from from a particular healthcare intervention can be defined according to physical dimension, not only the quantity of life, but also the quality of life. HRQL uses cost-utility analysis as a measure of the value of the outcome of each project. They use quality of life indicator, such as quality adjusted life years, the QALYs, or the disability adjusted life years, the DALYs, and some others, which are key tools of welfare economics and the new modern patient-centered approach to health systems. So, what is cost-utility analysis? It's similar to cost-effectiveness analysis that we were using up until now, but the costs are measured in money, in monetary terms, while effectiveness is measured by indexes. We already talk about those QALYs, DALYs, and those indexes weight the prolongation of lifespan of the health status of patient against the quality of life. They combine mortality and morbidity indexes into one unit of measurements and include both quantitative and qualitative health assessment parameters. For example, QALYs measure both quantity years of life gain and quality of life. And for the quality of life component, a scale of 0 to 1 is used. The DALYs is a tool that counts both the components of year lost due to premature mortality, but also the disability parameter in terms of years of life lost due to mortality. So we have some, so DALYs represent the health gap. They measure the extent to which the population deviates from the target. The goal is for all individuals to live the average life expectancy in full health. So here we have also a scale from 0 to 1. If we do have economical evaluation of health technology, some studies regarding economical evaluation, we do use the QALYs. If we have studies of burden of illness, we do use DALYs. Let's have another example. This is very interesting, I found. In the diagram, we have two patients with the same disease, but with different treatment. The first patient survives 5 years, which corresponds to a quality of life score 0.8. So the patient has 5 years of 80% excellent health. The second patient with the same disease with a different treatment survives 10 years with a lower quality of life at 0.5. And if we count the QALYs, the first patient that lived 5 years less has a quality of 4, and the other patient has a quality of 5. It's one only different quality, the 5 years of life. So the important thing is that now we should see the treatments and the disease and the patients not only based on the gain in quantity of lives, but also in quality of lives. This is very important for our patients also. There are several other newer indexes that we're gonna use, but in the near future, now, not in the future, we should give a patient the opportunity to choose. So doctors should have a diagram like that, for example, in a patient, so we can ask the patient, we can explain the patient that he has he can decide between one treatment, for example, that if you have this therapy, there is a probability P to have the full health. But also, with this treatment, there is a probability 1 minus P to die from this treatment. So you can choose to have the treatment, or otherwise you can stay without treatment, and you can stay in the existing health status or worsen because of the disease itself. So patient-centered healthcare should become the main objective of health leaders, and in all our healthcare organizations, we should take really concern of the patients. We can use several tools as DALS, POLIS, and several NILES, and the adoption of patient-centered healthcare policies and strategies with a health engagement and shared decision-making is imperative, as it is the only tactic that can be harmonized and aligned with the rapid technological developments in healthcare in a modern era that promotes personalization and respect for human specificities and preference as key principles. Thank you very much.
Eleftheria, thank you so much for this very good and very well organized presentation. I know next time you will be here with Bugatti. You know, we're waiting for you. And I know that it's the time, I know what everyone now is hungry, but do you have the time for one question? Do you want someone to comment, or can I ask something? No, of course. One in one. One comment. Eleftheria, please comment on potential barriers to a patient-centered health system regarding our health system in Greece. Actually, what do we do wrong in everyday clinical practice?
Thank you very much, Professor. The thing is that in Greece, we still feel like gods, but also the system is organized like the doctor-centered systems. So I think that we should start from the beginning, and we should plan our health systems differently. It's very difficult with already existing healthcare systems to go directly to a patient-centered. But again, Professor Tsakriga, there are several patients that, organization of patients that even in Greece, that do take part in several, not only congresses, but in hospitals and things like that. So I think that in the very near future, patients will be in the center not only of the health, but also of our hospitals and all the health organizations. But we need to change the mentality. It's difficult that not only the practices, but the mentality, our mentality.
Actually, we have to change our culture, how we deal with the patient. Thank you very much, Eleftheria. Kisses to Thessaloniki from Nicosia. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. And now please join us for a lunch buffet at the foyer and the poster session. The Congress proceeding will resume at 12:50 with the session 3. Thank you.
Γιατί αυτός απότανε.
Dr. Georgios Moustras, and Dr. Thevos Simeonidis. The coordinator for the session is Spiridon Papaionou, the founder and chairman of the organizing committee of the Sports Cardiology Fanphelic Congress. And now I'm kindly asked Dr. Spiridon Papaionou to come to the podium to introduce satellite session by Sports Cardiology Congress.
All right.
Good morning. Dear colleagues, dear professors, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here in Cyprus to the Satellite Symposium of Sports Cardiology. Sports Cardiology Congress was an inspiration I had a few years ago, which came through with the help of Professor Ioannis Patrikios and the support of Professor Philippos Triposkiadis and Michael Papadakis, who are co-presidents of the Organizing and Scientific Committee and honor us with their presence today among us. Sports cardiology is a new field of cardiology which aims to describe the benefits of regular exercise and physical activity and the prevention, the treatment of cardiology diseases of athletes. With these few thoughts, I shall open the Satellite Symposium, which for sure will be both successful and enjoyable. Thank you very much.
We would like to welcome you to this third session of our Congress. The topic of the session is sports cardiology. We have two very distinguished guests. Our first speaker is Professor Philippos Triposkiadis. I think that the professor does not need any references. He's very well known here in Cyprus. And he will tell us about exercise and the heart. How much? Pan metron aristou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your kind words. I would like to express my sincere thanks to my very close friend, Professor Patrikios, for the kind invitation. And I'm very glad to be here with you today, together with very good friends, Dr. Papaionou and Dr. Michalis Papadakis, who honor our countries in Europe. Well, I'm going to start with this slide. It's a group of, I would say, young guys jogging by the seaside during the sunset. And I would like to ask you something. Is it healthy or unhealthy, what they are doing? Is it healthy? Of course. Okay. It is definitely healthy, okay, because moderate exercise, okay, improves the cardiovascular risk factors, improves inflammation and autonomic function, and also the vascular function and the cardiac function. And the result is 35 degrees in major ischemic cardiovascular events and the 40% decrease in cardiovascular mortality, and also a lifetime decrease in the risk of heart failure. Now, the next question. You see these two guys? They also exercise. They are marathon runners. What they do is healthy or unhealthy? How do they look to you? They are both exhausted. So when we are talking about exercise, we have to get to also to discuss about the volume of exercise, okay? And every kind of exercise has two components. The one component is static and the other is dynamic. And there are some types of exercise, like this one here, cycling, canoeing, and decathlon and stuff like that, in which both components, both the static component and the dynamic component, reach their maximum, okay? It is in these athletes that you see this change in the heart thickness and dimensions. You see that the heart is dilated, and you see that the wall of the heart is a little bit thick. Now, we call it athlete's heart in most of the time, of the cases. But I'm going to show you to you that there are overlaps. And there is also an inter-individual variance to what happens to the heart. You see, we have 3 cases here. All of them are endurance athletes. And you see that the first one, who is, okay, the first one, a triathlete, okay, has a normal thickness of the IVS, the interventricular septum, and the dimension, the volume of the left ventricle is normal. And here we have a competitive cyclist with the same thickness of the septum, but the dimension of the left ventricle is greater. And then we have another one, cyclist, has a more thick interventricular septum, and the left ventricle is more dilated. What does that mean? It means that what we call inter-individual variabilities have to do with genes. And we know very well that genes regulate the remodeling of the heart, the metabolism, and most of the functions of the heart and the body. You see here, okay, autonomous nervous system, salt and water retention, myocardial subset, and everything regulated by the genes. Okay. And now it comes to the main focus of today's lecture. And you see these curves here, what it shows. It's a curve. On the x-axis, we see the volume of exercise, and on the y-axis, as the risk is depicted. And you see a Y-shaped curve, this one here. And up to this point, we have a decrease in risk. But from here on, as exercise increases, the risk increases. And this is a hypothesis that when we endeavor with extreme sports, then the risk may increase. This is a hypothesis. Now, do we have some evidence that this may be true? We definitely know that everything, almost everything in life is controlled by the environment and genetics. And the same is true here in exercise. The response of the cardiovascular system is controlled by the environment and the genetics. And sometimes it shifts towards physiological, but sometimes it shifts towards pathological. Okay? And let's check these triathletes. These are 40 years old, as I see here, okay? And in 83 asymptomatic triathletes exercising, as you see here, okay? More than training hours per week, that out of 9 of them, 14%, have fibrosis in the heart. And this fibrosis, okay, it spends only the subendocardium, which is something that occurs with fibrosis, which is due to ischemia. So I don't believe that there is someone here that believes fibrosis, that's a good thing, And let me show you something. In cardiomyopathies, in all cardiomyopathies, dilated hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, in all cardiomyopathies, when fibrosis is present, then the risk of deterioration of cardiac function and malignant arrhythmias dramatically increases. So by no means one may consider fibrosis a good thing. In itself, in my opinion, fibrosis is a complication. And so which are the reasons? And now you can see the reasons here of the right ventricular insertion point fibrosis, which is considered normal. And the reason for this fibrosis is that during exercise, the systolic stress of the right ventricle may increase by 30 times, okay? And another reason for fibrosis is, in some patients, is subendocardial fibrosis, which is due to ischemia, and the fibrosis which spurs the subendocardium and usually is present, it's subepicardium, and sometimes a mid-wall is due to myocarditis. So this is found in triathletes. And now I'm going to show you something that is related with genes. This has nothing to do with exercise, but it is an introduction to the next study that I'm going to present to you. This is a polygenic risk score that predicts the risk to develop dilated cardiomyopathy. It is called the left ventricular and systolic volume index polygenic score. And as you see, as it increases, and this occurs in 10% of the patient, the risk of developing dilated cardiomyopathy increases. And so you are going to say, why are we talking about this score and dilated cardiomyopathy? And now, because I would like to show to you this very recent study in which the investigators determined the ejection fraction in almost 300 elite young endurance athletes. So you see, some of them, okay, most of them had a normal ejection fraction. You can see that here, these guys here, almost 84%. But there were some guys who reduced right or left ventricular ejection fraction, or both left ventricular ejection fraction. You see it here. So in these guys, what they did is they correlated the ejection fraction with global left ventricular strain, which is a better measure of systolic function and contractility than the left ventricular ejection fraction. And as you may see here, it is decreased in those with depressed ejection fraction. Now, what happens during exercise, you see that ejection exercise increased both with those with decreased and those with increased ejection fraction. It increased during exercise, but it still remains lower during exercise than in those with normal ejection fraction. The difference is that it increases more in those with reduced ejection fraction. And you are going to ask me, why do I have to see this? This is supposed to be normal. And if you see the characteristics of athletes, you are going to see normal or slightly reduced ejection fraction, because this is the first study that correlates the findings of ventricular function with the polygenic risk score, and those with the reduced ejection fraction had the highest polygenic risk score, meaning that they had the higher risk to develop dilated cardiomyopathy. Now, if you interpret these patients as normal, as patients having normal athletic heart, or that this is maybe they are at risk for something, and you cannot tell them normal. This is a matter of debate. Now, another problem with athletes is arrhythmias. And what I would like to tell you is, if the heart is normal and you find some ectopy, that's normal. If you have problems with the right ventricle measured by strain and ventricular arrhythmias, the risk is higher. And the highest risk, you find it here when the athlete has, problems with the left ventricle. And you see here that there is a scar in an athlete with ventricular tachycardia. So remember, the worst ventricular arrhythmias are related to the right ventricle. They are dangerous and very dangerous when there are structural abnormalities of the left ventricle. And now something, and I believe that, Michael, you were involved in this study, right? Okay. A very important meta-analysis that demonstrated what this one here, that in endurance and athletes have a higher risk of atrial fibrillation than non-athletes by 2.46% for several reasons, especially younger athletes. And last but not least, those that exercise, that in those that the volume of exercise is high and they do it regularly, what they get after some years is plaques in the coronary arteries and coronary artery calcification, which was demonstrated in this study. And there are several reasons. And the cardiovascular risk factors that may be present. And also remember that during exercise, and especially when in marathon runners, cyclists, the blood pressure is steadily increased. And also there is a pro-inflammatory state and parathormone is elevated. So with exercise, depending of the volume of exercise, we have adaptations that are normal, okay? Let's say left ventricular thickness, dilated cardiac chambers, all the chambers, and the increased peak oxygen consumption. But at the same time, you cannot say that myocardial fibrosis is a good thing, that increased calcium score is a good thing, or the development atrial fibrillation, one of the most difficult to treat arrhythmias, is a normal adaptation of exercise. And something that we forget is when we discuss about exercise, and unfortunately, when we discuss about clinical trials, we don't mention sex differences, and there are sex differences in men and women, and as you are going to see here, as always, women have a better remodeling than men. The sudden death, acute coronary events, and atrial fibrillations occur less frequently in women. And also, this has to do with differences in baseline electrocardiogram. So, to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, definitely moderate exercise confers healthy benefits. We have to know that there is an overlap between extreme exercise and cardiological cardiomyopathies. We have to remember that there are sex differences in exercise cardiac remodeling, and now I believe that we have proved that myocardial fibrosis, atrial fibrillation, dysfunction, and coronary arteriosclerosis are present in the risk to be present in endurance athletes and higher. And this is by itself abnormal. In my opinion, that's a personal opinion, I don't need any further data. So this is my last slide that could replace the whole presentation. Please read the first line. For both excessive and insufficient exercise destroy one's strength, and both eating and drinking too much or too little destroy health, whereas the right quantity produces, increases, and preserves it. Αυτό ισχύει για όλα συμπεριλαμβανομένης της άσκησης. It applies for everything, including exercise. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Professor Triposkiadis, for the excellent speech. And we'll continue to the second speaker, a well-known professor, Dr. Papadakis, who is a professor in cardiology in City St. George University of London.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the European University of Cyprus and Professor Patrikos for the very kind invitation. So you heard about people who do exercise and may potentially have disease. Now I will discuss people who actually have a diagnosis of heart disease, and in particular heart muscle disease. These are my conflicts of interest. So I'll start with a case, which is always a good start to put it into practice. So we've got a 27-year-old IT consultant who plays semi-professional football, and he trains on a weekly basis. He plays weekly games. He goes to extra gym sessions. He never had any symptoms or any medical history, but he comes to you to be screened because his brother has now been diagnosed with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which we know it's an inherited cardiac condition. So he comes to you, and this is his ECG, and this is his transthoracic echocardiogram, okay? So I have not given you a subtle case. For those of you who are good at interpreting ECG, you will see that there are very widespread repolarization anomalies in the form of T-wave inversions that affect his lateral and anterior leads, with associated ST segment depression, T-wave inversion, and pathological Q waves in the inferior leads. And then if you look at the echocardiogram, this is your long axis view, this is your short axis view, and there is significant hypertrophy at the anteroseptum, which is about 21 millimeters. So Professor Triposkiadis showed you some athletes that may have 13, 14, 15 millimeters, but 21 millimeters, and particularly asymmetric hypertrophy is definitely pathological. So there is no doubt that this individual has also inherited the gene and has expressed the gene for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So the question is, how do you go about prescribing exercise? Can he continue with his football? Would you recommend something else? So we go back to basic principles, and the sports cardiology guidelines published in 2022 is a very useful document. So how do we go about assessing his individual risk? The first thing is go back to basics. You learn in your medical school to take a very comprehensive history. You need to know if he's got symptoms. You need to know the exact family history. Very important to know how much exercise he's currently doing, right? This guy who's already playing football all his life is different compared to someone who wants to take up exercise and has been previously sedentary. Then we'll perform the necessary evaluation and explain what I mean. Then we will optimize the treatment as a general principle, and then we aspire to provide them with as individualized exercise prescription as possible, in the same way that you would provide a prescription for a beta blocker, for any medication. So these are the guidelines I referred to before. If you haven't read the document, go and have a look at it. It's a very useful document. It is a lot of pages, as they usually see guidelines, but if you want to focus on hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, it's going to be a couple of pages with very succinct tables. And the nice thing about it is that it's moved from a very conservative and restrictive approach that we had before to a very liberal approach, acknowledging that we don't have many data that suggest that exercise and high-intensity exercise is detrimental for people with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And what are the studies that we currently have? In terms of recreational exercise, this is a very nice study by Sarah Saberi, where she split HCM patients to an exercise group and to a control group. They had a very specific exercise program at home. They were very closely monitored for arrhythmias, And at the end of the program, what they identified is that they can improve their fitness level, they can improve their quality of life scores, and they didn't see any evidence of malignant arrhythmias in the exercise compared to the control group. Remember, the question you're being asked, whether if I exercise, do I increase my risk beyond my baseline risk as a patient with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Now, this is a study that we've done, and hopefully it will be published in the European Heart Journal very soon. And we did something similar, but because we do a lot of screening and we identify younger people who are potentially at lower risk, we decide to go for younger individuals between the age of 16 and 60. And we also decide to go from moderate to high-intensity exercise, defined as a target of 85% of heart rate reserve. Again, we randomized individuals to a group of essentially an exercise, like a cardiac rehabilitation program, and a regular treatment by the National Health System in the United Kingdom. We had very good participation. As you can see, almost 80% completed our program as well, which is roughly what you expect for cardiac rehab programs. The encouraging thing was that we didn't see any increased arrhythmia comparing the exercise group to the control group. And the other encouraging thing was that we saw an improvement of their exercise capacity and their overall fitness, an improvement of the cardiovascular risk factors such as blood pressure, cholesterol, and BMI, which is particularly important if you've got a 20-year-old that has potentially another 60 years of life in front of him, and an improvement in the anxiety depression score. So even for high intensity, the message is very similar to what we saw with the Sudbury study in terms of recreational exercise. And finally, the latest study we've got from 2023, this is an observational study. This is the only way that you're gonna get almost 1,700 HCM patients, okay? You have to do an observational registry, essentially. Important to note that vigorous intensity exercise is very well represented in this particular cohort. And the point that they try to make is that in the short term, about 3 years of follow-up, there was essentially no difference in terms of events, and they had very good, very solid outcomes in terms of cardiac arrest, ICD shock, sudden cardiac death, okay? And they didn't see any difference between the high intensity versus the more sedentary individuals with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So I will argue that in terms of recreational exercise, at the very least, you should recommend the WHO recommendations in terms of moderate intensity exercise of 150 minutes, supplemented by weight training, and also don't forget to advise your patients to reduce their sedentary time, okay? So ideally, if you were in a sports cardiology conference, you will not be sitting in your chairs. We'll have you all standing up and listening to Professor Triposkiadis and myself. Do we have any data in actual competitive athletes? And we do have some data. So this is the Pelliccia study. He took 90 athletes with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, who after the diagnosis, 60 of them chose to stop competitive sport and 30 continue with competitive sport. And on a follow-up of about 7 years, what they identified is that there was no difference between the two groups. There were 2 cardiac arrests in the people who stopped exercising and not related to exercise. But for me, the most positive message in terms of competitive athletes is this study by Rachel Lampert, where they looked at 440 athletes who had an ICD. This is an athletes with ICD, with defibrillator study. So by definition, we're talking about the highest risk group. Now, who were the people who got more appropriate and inappropriate shocks? It was patients who had arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. It was not the well-treated hypertrophic cardiomyopathy patients or patients with long QT syndrome, which is one of the ion channelopathies. So again, very encouraging news. However, it is worth remembering that we're talking about relatively small numbers, and we do get it wrong, and we're bound to get it wrong, and that's why it's important that shared decision-making model, that you communicate the certainties and the uncertainties that we've got in your athlete. This is a study that we published in New England Journal of Medicine of more than 11,000 adolescent football players, so all of them were around the age of 16, okay? They were screened. After screening, there were 8 deaths, out of which 3 were with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, and those included 2 individuals who were thought to be low-risk hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but unfortunately experienced a cardiac arrest while playing football at a later stage. So a word of caution there. So how do we go about it? 1, perform your comprehensive evaluation. That will include your history and physical examination. An echocardiogram is absolutely necessary. An exercise test, and ideally I like to do a cardiopulmonary exercise test, which gives you a much more comprehensive assessment of the athlete. ECG monitor, and now we've got those patches. We don't need to have halters that you've got the wires hanging. So people can take it and use it during a training session, because you cannot reproduce in your office the training or the game of a football match. There is no way you're able to do that. And potentially a cardiac MRI looking for fibrosis or ischemia. Then you can input your data in that freely available ESC calculator, which essentially will give you the risk of sudden cardiac arrest or sudden cardiac arrest, death, over the next 5 years for your athlete, okay? It's not aimed at athletic individuals, that's aimed at the general population, but that's the best tool we've got available. And then, as I said, you can have a discussion with your athletes about the risks versus benefits, and that can be very different. So if you've got a 22-year-old whose whole life depends on his football career, it's a bit different compared to the IT consultant that I've got here who pays semi-professional football player, and that may affect how that shared decision-making model works. What are the recommendations in terms of the European Society of Cardiology? As I said, a bit more liberal, so people who don't have any high-risk features, such as significant symptoms or family history, elevated TSE score, significant gradients across the left ventricular outflow tract, abnormal blood pressure response to exercise or arrhythmias during exercise, they could potentially continue with participation in competitive sports, while individuals who have high-risk features, they are advised to do more recreational, moderate intensity sport. In terms of those who are genotype positive, but they have not expressed the phenotype, we treat them as relatively low-risk individuals. Then give that exercise prescription. That's the sort of thing that you need to use, okay? Exactly as you will do for your beta blocker. What sport, how often, how long should be each session, okay? And when are we going to review our prescription again? In 3, in 6 months, so on and so forth. And please try and be as specific as possible. And that's why the ESC guidelines are very useful, because they've given you lots of ways to communicate intensity and sporting activity to that particular individual. And then don't forget that once you've done that, the job is not done. Ensure that appropriate monitoring and review of the athlete to reassess the risk, as well as the appropriate emergency response planning, and that's why sometimes it's much better for someone to play football in an organized activity, whether that's in the university, the school, or a team, rather at the back alley of his house, okay? And inform them about symptoms that should make them stop and come back to you for reassessment, such as palpitations, syncope, chest pain. Word of caution, make sure you get the diagnosis right. Athletes get hypertrophy, as Professor Triposkiadis said. Not all hypertrophy is hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Make sure you don't mislabel someone. Be aware of increased risk in the younger individuals and those start-stop sport, like the football that our player is playing, and question what you're trying to achieve, as competitive sport does not equate exercise for health. And just before I finish, I would like to say that the one cardiomyopathy that we're still a bit more conservative is the arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, and that's because here we've got reasonable evidence that suggests that high intensity and duration of exercise may have a detrimental effect in terms of the progression of the condition and causing malignant arrhythmias and sudden cardiac arrest. So to finish off, cardiomyopathy and exercise, everyone should definitely be exercising, but competitive sports should be viewed on an individualized basis. And if you're interested in sports cardiology, we run an excellent MSc program at St. George's University of London. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Professor Papadakis, for the excellent presentation. We have time just for one question. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the lady.
Dr. Trifonos, I'm a clinical exercise physiologist. Thank you both for the excellent presentations. I just have one question. What about, I was impressed with the increased risk for coronary atherosclerosis in patients, with the athlete actually. What could be the mechanism for that?
Sorry, go again. So the question is about coronary atherosclerosis?
Yes, that we just heard that the athletes might have higher risk for coronary atherosclerosis. And I was just a bit, given the so many benefits that we have of exercise in atherosclerosis, I was just wondering what could be the potential mechanism for that?
Yes, so the data we've got say that obviously exercise is good in terms of cardiovascular disease prevention, including atherosclerosis. We do have some evidence, and that's what Professor Triposkiadis was trying to communicate, that athletes get more plaques, and they're not necessarily, as we probably thought initially, the stable calcified plaques. Now, that, I mean, a plaque is pathological, as Professor Triposkiadis said. However, again, the important thing to note is, because what we're interested in outcomes, right? What does that mean? Are you going to get more heart attacks? Are you get more arrhythmias? And the evidence that we've got currently is that probably that increased prevalence of plaque and atherosclerosis is counterbalanced by the increased fitness levels. So there are some population studies that have separated people by the level of exercise and the fitness levels, and you'll see that the curve goes something like that. So people who are fitter with the same sort of plaque or calcium score tend to have less events.
Thank you very much.
Professor, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Let's say we have a young athlete who is 20 years old. He suffers from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And he comes to our office, to our office, and he asks,
can we fix the microphone?
And he asks for if he suitable for competitive exercise. Let's say football twice a week, okay, 3 times per week football. And according to what you told us, okay, there is not increased risk comparing to the non-competitive sports for a young athlete with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. My question is about the follow-up of this patient. How many times per year, months, should we follow up him? And with what should we see?
So,
2 years, let's say, every 3 years, when magnetic resonance imaging. So how many times should we perform ultrasound? Every 6 months, if he's a competitive athlete and he suffers from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy?
So to answer your question, there are several parameters that come into it, and age is a very important one. A 16-year-old with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a much more concerning case than a 46-year-old who plays recreational football, okay? So I'll be much more worried about the 16-year-old. Usually the way I go about it is I have that discussion with them. What's beneficial in terms of physical activity and exercise? And if possible, I will probably try to get them away from that start-stop thing that football has, okay? However, if he wants to continue with that, then we'll have that discussion. He may well continue with that if he's perceived to be at low risk. And then again, how often we see him will depend on his age and his initial feature. Sorry? Yeah, so for someone like that, usually what I'll do if he plays competitive football, I'll do the full evaluation at 0.0. I'll see them again in 6 months. I won't repeat the MRI and everything. I'll do an ECG, I'll do an echo, and I'll do an exercise test and an ECG monitor, okay? It's the arrhythmia that concerns me most. And then I will probably go to annual follow-ups for that particular individual with a request, if he develops symptoms, to come back to us. Yes, but you'll do the MRI at time 0, and then you don't need to do the MRI every 6 months or every year, okay? So you can do it potentially every couple of years, or if you see that something has changed now in terms of either your echocardiogram or the arrhythmia burden that you're seeing on your exercise test or your Holter monitor. But that thing that people do MRI every 6 months and they hope that it's going to give them an answer, it's unlikely, it's highly unlikely.
Professor Triposchiadis and Professor Papadakis, thank you very much for excellent presentations.
For the next part of this session, extraordinary participation, heart failure, we'd like to invite chairs, Dr. Theodoros Christodoulidis and Dr. Vasilis Barberis to the podium, please.
So good afternoon, everybody, dear colleagues, friends, and students. My name is Vasilis Barberis, and on behalf also of my co-chair, Theodoros Christodoulidis, I welcome you to this session, which, of course, the Congress is in general of high level, but for us in the field of heart failure, this is indeed a special contribution. And that is because we have as guest speakers not just a couple of heart failure experts. We have some of the most influential doctors in the field globally. So without further delay.
Good afternoon from me as well. I totally agree with Vasilis what has just said. We have some very important speakers right now. And I have the honor to present the first one, which is Dr. Stavros Dragos, who is the medical director of a cardiac mechanical support artificial heart program and co-chief for heart failure and transplant and director of research for cardiology division. He holds the chair Edna Benning presidential chair, and his research interests are focused on myocardial recovery in chronic heart failure and in the acute setting as well. And Dr. Dragos' team is utilizing clinical and biological information derived from studies in humans and small or large animal heart failure models to understand and enhance myocardial recovery, which is exactly the topic he's going to talk to us about right now. So I invite Dr. Dragos.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clear.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to the organizing committee and Dr. Patrikios. And also thank you to Dr. Barberis and Christodoulidis for the introduction. It's early, it's 4:20 in the morning here in Salt Lake City, Utah. It looks about as you see here in the picture. We are moving from in the middle of the fall now. The colors are changing in the mountains right behind us. And of course, I would have rather been in my home country, Cyprus, today. But I hope that next time we will do a good job today, and next time Dr. Patrikios and the committee will invite us again. Of course, I didn't disclose to my family in Cyprus that I am doing this today online and not there with them, which I would love to, but unfortunately I cannot. And so we will talk today about heart recovery, what we have learned, and what are the future directions that we are and others following in this field. Here we can see in this table several of the etiologies that they cause the heart to fail. You can see them in this red box there. And the purpose of this is not to go through all of these details. It's a busy table. It's just to make the point that the therapies we are using in these patients, the response rates that you see in the other column, the timing to response and the durability of this response are all variable. And this is a good reminder that the disease we are dealing with, which is an epidemic as we know, is a heterogeneous disease. We get reminded about this more frequently in HFpEF because of the lack of therapies. We just got one that showed significant outcome benefits, the SGLT2 inhibitors. The fact that we got a few therapies that they work in HFrEF earlier maybe has made us forget that HFrEF, which is the other 50% of heart failure patients, is also a very heterogeneous disease. And we will come back to this point. Here, in this image, you can see in the outer ring all of the mechanisms here that they are responsible for the forward process of cardiac remodeling and heart failure. And in the inner ring, you can see all of the things that we do on our daily practice in our hospitals and clinics to reverse remodel the heart. You can just, as you go around and look at these abbreviations, remind ourselves that the failing heart can get better when we do cardiac resynchronization therapy, when we fix the aortic or the mitral valve, when we do pharmacological interventions with beta blockers or RAS blockade or ARNI, when we control the tachycardia in tachy-induced cardiomyopathy, and all these other things that you see listed here. So which of those interventions and models could be used as an investigational model to help us derive more clinical and mechanistic insights in order to understand better how the heart can get reverse remodeling and recovery and improve the outcomes of this devastating epidemic, chronic heart failure? And I'll submit to you that the cardiac assist devices or left ventricular assist devices is one of these ways. And when we're talking about this, we need to remind ourselves of the classic model where the increased load on the heart is central to the process of forward remodeling. And you can see how the concept was generated here, the hypothesis that by removing a significant part of this load with the left ventricular assist devices, the concept is simple, right? The LVADs get the blood from the apex to the pump and from there with a graft to the aorta. So they remove a significant load, part of this load from the heart. The issue is whether we can see reverse remodeling and heart recovery. Now, On top of removing a significant part of the load, these devices, of course, also improve the systemic perfusion and the neurohormonal milieu, which is the neurohormonal milieu is what we really target in our therapies as we try to improve these patients. This is an example of one of our patients where you can see here in the 4-chamber view how the heart was very weak when we put in the left ventricular assist device. In this case, was implanted as a bridge to heart transplantation until we find a donor in these advanced heart failure patients. That's one of the major ways we use these left ventricular assist devices in our heart failure programs. And you can see here how a few months later, the heart in the 4-chamber view is beating so much better. We call this patient responder. And here you see another example of another patient with similar heart failure etiology, idiopathic dilated cardiomyopathy, similar duration of disease, about 2 years, and similar duration of the intervention where the heart didn't really improve. And when we began in our center and elsewhere, and we started this work from the time I was at the University of Athens working with Sir Magdi Yacoub and the late Professor John Nanas, we were really stricken by these responses, these differential responses. And of course, trying to understand why these two hearts responded differently is one of the things that we will discuss today, and as you can imagine, has far-reaching clinical implications. So the program we put together when I was recruited back to the University of Utah, I did here part of my training between 2001 and 3. Then I went back to Greece to start the LVAD and the artificial heart program there. And then 7 years later, Utah recruited me back to start the Utah Cardio Recovery Program, which has a clinical and a scientific component, which is a wonderful collaboration between many centers in the US and Europe and beyond. And so I'm going to try to present today some of the data that we have related to heart recovery and reverse remodeling. And I'm going to start with the summary of the data that I'm just going to show a little bit of them, but the summary I'm going to start with, these are our past research fellows and mentees who most of them now are faculty either in the United States or Europe, including Greece. Hopefully we will have one and send back to Cyprus as well soon. These colleagues who now finished or are still working with us as a junior faculty part of their research, one of the things that they identified with our team is that this phenomenon of reverse remodeling is not like pregnancy or death. It's not an all or none. It's a continuous spectrum like most biological phenomena. These are the percentages that you expect to see of patients that they respond or they have partial response or they don't respond when we do these studies and we unload their hearts. And another thing that I'm going to show you a little bit of data is the sustainability after you remove the LVAD. How durable is this reverse remodeling and recovery? And it's exceptional. And how consistently is reproducible this in single and multi-center studies and registries, which is very well reproduced. And of course, the predictors before the intervention, so you can do the patient selection when you're dealing with them. This is the Restage study, which was a multi-center study that was published about 3 years ago. We did it with the institutions that you see listed here. And these were the inclusion criteria in this study. I just went fast forward there. We don't have time to go through everything and all of the single center studies that led to this study. And in this study, we included patients with less than 60 years old, non-ischemic cardiomyopathy, weak hearts and dilated, and with chronic heart failure duration less than 5 years. These were the baseline, some of the baseline characteristics reflecting this inclusion criteria, as you can see here. And this is what it takes in order to have a recovery program. It's not rocket science. We just need to do what we're supposed to do on all of the HFrEF patients. We're supposed to do the 4-pillar GD&T, like the guidelines tell us, and we're also supposed to take a look at the heart every few months while these patients are all the LVAD. It's a practical and simple way. Sometimes people hear all these things and they think that we're talking about science fiction and very complicated stuff. This is just simple stuff. After you put in the device, You just need to follow and monitor the heart and do full GDMT per guidelines. And as you follow these patients, when you see the echo reaching more than 45%, as we know, these patients usually they have very low ejection fractions. When you see that, then you can go to do the weaning evaluation, which is also not very complicated. You just need to turn down the pump to the minimum support and load the heart to see what the heart can do when it's loaded. And you do that with an echo, you do it with a right heart cath, and you can also do a cardiopulmonary exercise test. These are the criteria that were used in this trial, the restage trial, and most of the centers are using. You need to normalize the dimensions of the heart during these weaning studies, and you need to see the echo staying more than 45% EF. And of course, the hemodynamics to normalize. A new thing that we're doing now, instead of just turning it down for half an hour or 1 hour, we let the patients in the ICU with a Swan Ganz catheter, and we just follow them for 1 day with the pump there turned down to the minimum to see that these results hold. And if this happens, then we take the pump out. This is the trial and how the echoes improve. This is the ejection fraction over time. Some patients improved, some patients did not. The core lab was in New York. And here is the dimensions of the heart, and systolic and diastolic, and how these also improved over time. And what happened with the patients that they met these criteria in this study, almost 1 in 2, almost 50% met the criteria, and we removed the LVADs for recovery, and we left their patients with their native heart. And so the question comes, what happens, of course, after you remove the heart? And I'll share with you some of these data. But before I go to the durability question, before I go to the durability and how durable is this recovery after you remove the LVAD, right? I would like to address one more question, which is relevant in the field. This study and most of the studies that preceded were studies that they were in selected patients, younger, non-ischemic cardiomyopathy, and with duration of heart failure usually less than 5 years. And the question in the field, of course, is how about all comers? How about all of the patients that we evaluate in our programs for advanced heart failure therapies like transplants and LVADs and all these things, including the ischemic cardiomyopathy patients? So this is a study from the National Registry in the United States called INTERMAX, where when we did it, this is one of our prior fellows who is now faculty, and Omar Weaver Pinzon. When we did that study, we looked at the 15,000 patients. Now we have more than 25 in the registry. And on those, in this study, as we know, most centers at that point in time, this was new, it was not in the guidelines yet, they were doing only 1% of the patients where the pumps removed for recovery. So we focused on the other patients in the registry from all over the country, and we saw that at least 7,000 of those, they had follow-up data, follow-up echoes uploaded there. And so what we found in these, when we looked at the echoes they were uploading there, was that there was another 12.6% that they improved more than 40%, and that's the total, which is very significant. And of course, we also found another 30% of the patients that they had partial improvement, and they had a median change in the EF of 9% and a range of 6 to 14%. And again, these were echoes that were performed, read, and reports were uploaded in INTERMAX by all of the programs in the country. And that's the answer to the question, what are the rates you expect in advanced heart failure, all comers? The Columbia group got the same data from the registry a little bit later, and they did the same analysis, and they found the same results, of course. And this was published as well. Now, how to define recovery, which is related to the question I'm about to address, the durability of the response question, right? So I had the honor and the privilege a few years ago to get 35 of our colleagues, clinicians and investigators in the NIH in order to address this. And one of the things we addressed in this working group was how to define this recovery. And we all agreed that on top of just seeing the heart getting better, the structure and the function of the heart, we should also prove and investigate and show sustained remission from recurrent heart failure events. And the recommendations of this working group and the conclusions were published in the flagship journals that you see there of the relevant cardiovascular societies of surgeons, cardiologists, basic science, and bioengineering. Now, The durability question. If you're going to do that and do all this work and then remove the pumps and heart failure comes back within 6 months or 1 year, it's not worth it, right? And this is one of the first studies that were done. This is my mentor, Sir Yacoub, and this is Emma Burks, who was a fellow. I was a fellow as well when we started working on it. And what they did here is took 40 patients that they removed the pumps and they compared them with 52 patients that the pumps were bridged the patients to transplant, and they compare their outcomes, and you can see here that they are comparable. And that was an early study. Other single center studies showed similar findings. We presented at the last International Society of Heart and Lung Transplant and ESC several projects that we're doing now, part of this registry. We have working groups that they are focused in each part of the process, how to wean the patients, how to treat them after you wean them, how the surgical approach should be, and the genetics and how these affect the durability. This is one of the projects we presented in ESC, which was looking, we talked earlier at the beginning of the talk about how heterogeneous is this disease. You can see here the heterogeneity, right? And we wanted to see how this will affect the outcomes over time. And we didn't find any changes in the outcomes, regardless of the etiology of heart failure. And here is the ejection fraction, how it evolved over time. How to remove the pump, explant, or decommission. That's another question that you can see here. It's about the same. And it's more simple instead of removing the pump surgically to just decommission it. Now, the exercise capacity is also an important question in the quality of life. And in this study from England, you can see how with blue are the healthy volunteers, and the ones that they explanted with orange, they had similar exercise capacity as those. And the durability of this exercise capacity, as you can see here, is a very good, excellent over the years. Now, how to put all this together when we're dealing with our heart failure patients? Dr. Barberis, Dr. Christodoulidis, they see heart failure patients all the time. They get them to their office or to their hospital, to their clinic, and we don't have a transplant program in Cyprus, as you know. And we trained, as you saw, Dr. Koyopoulou, Dr. Bonios earlier. Now they are in Onassis Center. Dr. Kapelios, he's also in Onassis now that we train here, and we help them return back to help our only heart transplant program. And Dr. Barberis and Dr. Christodoulidis will send these patients to this advanced heart failure program, the only one we have in Greece and Cyprus, to be evaluated for advanced therapies, right? That's what we do when the patients are end stage. And so the working group of the NIH, we reconvened a year ago in order to put everything together. And one of the opportunities that was identified, Dr. Stevenson, Dr. Morris Pagani, and Renee Wong, and another 30 of us were there, where we identified, as you see here with green, the opportunity to use MCS, stands for mechanical circulatory support, use the LVADs in order to, as a complement or alternative to transplant, and identify the patients that they have the increased possibility. So, and delay or obviate the heart transplant in them and send them to these advanced centers like the Onassis Center in Greece from Cyprus and be evaluated for both there. And essentially what this is saying is that if patient has high chance of recovery, may not be a good strategy to go straight to transplant. And maybe you could consider first the VAD optimization of GDMT, and only if this recovery does not happen, then proceed to transplant. And this is especially attractive in young and middle-aged patients. And why this is attractive in young and middle-aged patients? Because now we know, we have 50, 60-year-old data from the registry that we know that the long-term outcomes of heart transplantation, including retransplantation, this is it. If you are 18 to 39 years old, you're going to get 13 years. And if you are 40 to 59, you're going to get 11. That's not your dream. If you're 20, you don't want to die when you're 40 or when you're 35. You want to live longer. And that's why this is now being discussed more and more. It's a win-win situation. You can avoid and postpone the serious complications of immunosuppression in young and middle-aged patients and undergo transplant if the heart failure recurs, may not. Then these donors are going to be used for somebody else. They're not going to be wasted. We have all these people waiting and dying on the waiting list. So everybody wins. It's going to reduce the wait list mortality. And of course, help maximize the beneficial impact of both heart transplantation and LVAD. And the concept is not to get one versus the other, of course, but to maximize the benefit both for the patient you have in front of you and the ones that you have listed. So the question in the working group, and maybe you are wondering the same, can we identify this patient? Can we identify the probability they have to recover when they come to see Dr. Barberis and Dr. Christodoulidis or Dr. Simeonidis that I saw in the chairing a few minutes earlier, who was my roommate at the University of Athens when we were in the medical school. When they see these patients, can they estimate the probability? Or when they send them to Onassis, can they estimate it there and identify the patients and select them? So this is Dr. Bonios, who is now back in Onassis. When he was with us, he tried to select and find ways to select these patients. Rotational mechanics is one way, but this is complicated, right? Not everybody is doing rotational mechanics to see who are these people that they can improve after we put in an LVAD. We also try to do this with inflammatory burden studies. We started from the tissue, then we went to the serum, we identified TNF-alpha and interferon gamma, that they can also predict this response. But still, when you are dealing with your patients in your office, you need a more practical and precise way to do that, a simple way to do that. And so that's why we did this predictor calculator that you see here. You see the sites, almost 900 patients, a multi-center calculator. And what this does, when you get the patient, you just put these four things there: the etiology, the gender, the heart failure duration, and the LV and diastolic diameter. And this calculates for you the probability. It's an example of a woman that she has an LVDD of 6.1, and she was sick with heart failure. You see the duration there, about 11 months, and the probability is 40%. This is another example, 44 months out, LVDD of 6.5, more dilated, 30%. And it's another patient who is more recent onset, only 6 months. The LVDD is not dilated yet, and the personalized probability is 50%. Now we're trying to put also the tissue findings we have in order to get the derived personalized prediction. And the guidelines have recognized these, and I had the honor to participate in the guidelines committee, and they now tell us how to select and how to optimize these patients, and of course, how to evaluate them for recovery. The audience is primarily clinical, so I'm just going to spend only a minute on the scientific component and what are the drivers of this reverse remodeling. We're doing a lot of work with many others. Here is Dr. Tseyu, one of my mentees, who is now junior faculty with us, and her NIH grant is focused on this as well. And this is a summary we did with many other investigators that we collaborate from all over the world, an invited review paper where we summarize all of the biological changes during this process. And what we really do in order to understand the mechanisms is that we take the tissue when the LVAD goes in, the inflow cannula goes in, so the apex goes out, and then when we transplant or recover the patients, we take a second piece. We see what are the changes in the responders and the non-responders, and then we go in the lab. We do screening of this tissue there to see where the changes come from, which pathways they come from, and then we go do the mechanistic studies in small and large, in vitro and in small animals, and later in large animals, in order to find these drivers, these molecular pathways that can lead us to new therapies. We've done this now 2 or 3 times, and I'll share with you a couple of targets. We don't have time to go into the details, of course. We talked about the heterogeneity of the disease. We get additional heterogeneity in adults, and that's why we are focused also on pediatrics and animal models where the heterogeneity is less. These are some of the targets we identified over the years and we have published with Dr. Dorsatos, who is going to be the next speaker. We also work, he's going to talk about one of the targets we identified in collaboration with them in our patients, and Kruppel-like factor 5, and how we are putting everything together in order to identify. It's an example, and it ties well with this talk, because you're going to see how we move to the mechanistic studies in order to identify these and others that we identified here with other collaborators as reverse remodeling and heart recovery targets. If you want to read more about this, these are the 2 invited papers, the clinical one and the biological one that we just published with colleagues from all over the world. We also do a symposium every year, and this year you can join online or visit us. And we usually have more than 900 people attending online or in person. In summary, we talked about predictors. We don't have time, of course, to analyze everything. I'm listing there a couple of more that we identified. We talked about the phenomenon which is continuous. We talk about the reproducibility. We talked about the sustainability. We talk about the biological targets that we are identifying in order to push it forward and identify new therapeutics for HFrEF. And of course, we would like to thank all of our collaborators at our institution and throughout the world for the work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Dragos, for this very interesting talk. Actually, this therapy with LVAD is becoming frequent all done these days, and we have several patients in Cyprus as well. So these are topics that interest us. I'm really sorry that I'm not allowed to do any questions because of they are pressing us here for the program. I have a lot to ask you personally, but anyway, we have to thank you. We are very proud of your work, and we hope we have you in person in next year.
Thank you as well. And next year, I promise I will be there in person.
We hope. Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you, Stavros. Okay, we're a little bit late, so we have to proceed to the next speaker, and that is Dr. Konstantinos Drosatos, who is a professor of pharmacology and systems physiology in the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine, and he will speak to us regarding an innovative subject, which is Kruppel-like factor V, a novel myocardial element of heart failure. Good afternoon. Hello, Dr. Drosatos. Do you hear me? Can you? Yes, can you? Okay.
I could start complaining that it's 7 o'clock in the morning, but I cannot do that because it's 5 o'clock in the morning in Utah, and it's actually a great pleasure to be here today, even remotely, and share our work about what we call our favorite protein, Kruppel-like factor V. Dr. Dragos, as usually, did a great job in presenting the translational aspects of their work. I will drag you more to the dark side, to the preclinical work that we do in the lab. So, in my lab, we work with energy, which I'm sure we all agree that is an important aspect in life for different reasons. And when we discuss about energy, we need always to think of the first law of thermodynamics, which more or less says that there is not de novo production of energy, but there is a certain amount of energy in the universe that converts from one form to the other. And we are all aware of how the plants use solar energy to produce nutrients and their energy for their functions. Animals, including humans, use energy from food that we convert to heat that maintains our body temperature, as well as to mechanical energy for doing all the body functions. So the main sources for making energy in the body are carbohydrates that provide glucose, triglycerides that provide fatty acids, and in some extreme cases, even proteins that provide amino acids. And all these nutrients are used in order to make ATP. And why I'm telling this? Because the heart is a major consumer of energy, producer and consumer of energy in the body. It has been estimated that the heart produces about 5 to 6 kilograms of ATP in order to pump more than 7,000 liters of blood per day. And if 5 to 6 kilograms of ATP does not impress you, I can tell that the equivalent amount of energy that gas fuel can produce requires consumption of about 25 to 27 liters of gas fuel per day. So if we had to go to the gas station to fuel our heart, we would need more than 25 liters of gas per day. So the energy production machinery has several steps of regulation. It's actually a continuous flow of metabolites, nutrients, gases that eventually end up to the formation of an important molecule called acetyl-CoA, which will be channeled to the Krebs cycle. I hope you all remember from biochemistry the Krebs cycle that provides the electrons that fuel the electron transport chain that ends up to the formation of biosynthesis of ATP. So I already mentioned that there are several layers of regulation of this process. One of these steps that I will focus on has to do with how the cardiac cells obtain either glucose or fatty acids that are the most important fuels for making ATP. So when we have a meal, blood glucose goes up, and of course it can be stored in the liver in the form of glycogen, but at the same time it stimulates the pancreas, which produces insulin that orchestrates glucose uptake by several organs, including the heart. In case when we sleep, blood glucose goes down, and in that case, again, the pancreas is stimulated to produce another kind of hormone, which is called glucagon, that will stimulate glycogenolysis and gluconeogenesis in the liver that will release blood glucose again to be used by the organs. So the lipids, which is the predominant macromolecule that the heart uses in order to make ATP, 70% of the ATP that is produced in the heart comes from oxidation of lipids. So the lipids come from three main sources in the body. One is the intestine that provides chylomicrons and triglycerides that are included in the chylomicrons. Similarly, the liver packages triglycerides in very low density lipoproteins, and also the adipose tissue contributes a significant portion of the lipids that are used in the heart in the form of free fatty acids that circulate in the blood bound in albumin. So if we get closer to cardiomyocytes, this is how the acids that come either from the hydrolysis of triglycerides that are carried by lipoproteins, chylomicrons, and VLDL, or free fatty acids that come from the adipose tissue, cross the endothelial cell barrier through a fatty acid transporter, and then they get to the cardiomyocyte vicinity. This is again CD30 free fatty acids in the cardiomyocytes. They can be stored in the form of triglycerides and then re-released as free fatty acids that are used in mitochondria for beta oxidation. So you saw in my title the name of the protein called Krupa-like factor 5. About 10 years ago, we started working with this protein, and we identified that this protein regulates the expression of another protein which is very important for the transcription of a number of genes that end up to the production of proteins that are important for fatty acid oxidation. So PPR alpha is considered a central regulator of fatty acid oxidation in the heart, and we found that KLF5 stimulates the expression of PPR alpha. So it's a regulator of the regulator. Krupa-like factor 5 is a member of a 17-member protein family, and there are all kinds of flavors in Krupa-like factors. They can be either transcriptional activators or transcriptional repressors. It's a typical transcriptional factor, so it has a domain that binds on DNA. It has a domain that interacts with RNA polymerase, which is important for the induction of transcription. And through work primarily in colon cancer, because KLF5 is considered an oncogene for colon cancer, there have been several post-translational modifications of the protein that actually regulate its activity. When we started working with this protein, not much was known about what it does in the heart. It had been shown that it's important for adipogenesis, promoting adipocyte differentiation. It was important for storage of lipids in the liver, also for regulating fatty acid oxidation in the skeletal muscle, but nothing was known about what it does in the heart, and particularly in cardiomyocytes. So after showing that KLF5 is important for regulating fatty acid oxidation and PPR alpha, we started thinking, since in heart failure, the energy production machinery is significantly affected, and it is mostly suppressed. So in heart failure, the heart cannot produce energy. So we said, if KLF5 is a regulator of the regulator of fatty acid oxidation and eventually ATP production, energy production, can it be associated with any type of heart failure. So we started working on diabetic cardiomyopathy. And we did that because 20 years ago, Dan Kelly had published a paper showing that this protein, PPR alpha, which as I said is the central regulator of the energy production system in the heart, is increased in a mouse model of type 1 diabetes. And this increase was associated with accumulation of lipids in the heart, increased lipid uptake, lower glucose uptake, and eventually cardiac dysfunction, which more or less imitates what happens in diabetic cardiomyopathy. So our first question was whether KLF5 is affected in human hearts of people with diabetes. So with the help of our collaborator, George Kararigas, who is now at the University of Iceland, we obtained cardiomyocytes from hearts of patients that were subjected to aortic stenosis surgery. And we separated those samples depending on whether the patients had or did not have diabetes. So we found that in these patients, when they had diabetes, KLF5 was more than threefold higher in their cardiomyocytes. So in diabetes, KLF5 was increased. So we are a preclinical research group. So we work a lot with mice, and we started working in mice to see if KLF5 is involved in diabetic cardiomyopathy, and primarily if it has a causative role for diabetic cardiomyopathy. So we induce either type 1 or type 2 diabetes in mice, and we do that for type 1 by injecting mice with streptozotocin that destroys the pancreas, so these mice cannot produce insulin, or we induce type 2 diabetes by subjecting the mice to high-fat diet. And by doing that, when we do the type 1 diabetes, within 1 to 2 weeks, we see significant increase of blood glucose. It takes a bit longer for the type 2 diabetes. It takes about 4 months to see hyperglycemia. And within 3 to 4 weeks or 2 to 4 months in the two models, we can see cardiac dysfunction. So in both cases, when we had hyperglycemia, this is the type 1 diabetes model, we observed cardiomyopathy, and importantly, we observed significant increase of KLF5 in the heart. Same in the type 2 diabetes model. So in both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, we see that KLF5 is stimulated, which resembles what happens in humans. So this is how we started building this pathway. So in diabetes, we see upregulation of KLF5, and we see that this is associated with cardiac dysfunction. Question number 1, how is KLF5 regulated? Why does diabetes induce KLF5 expression? And question number 2, is the upregulation of KLF5 important for causing cardiac dysfunction in diabetes, or it's just a serendipitous change that has nothing to do with the induction of cardiomyopathy? So we are a molecular biology lab, so we work a lot with the regulation of genes. One way to do that is to test the promoter of a gene, which is the regulatory sequence that controls the proteins that will activate the expression of the RNA of the gene. We found several binding sites, potential binding sites for various proteins, depending on the sequence. But our attention is drawn particularly to 4 binding sites for a family called FOX. And the reason that we were interested in that is because when we have insulin signaling, and AKT, which is a protein that is activated with insulin, is phosphorylated, this protein stimulates phosphorylation of FOXO1, which is the transcriptional factor, and keeps FOXO1 in the cytoplasm. However, in diabetes, when insulin signaling is not working, AKT is not phosphorylated, and this leads to dephosphorylation of FOXO1, and this is when this transcriptional factor goes to the nucleus and can activate gene expression. So we want to test if FOXO1 is associated with KLF5 expression. And we confirmed by doing several in vitro experiments that activation of FOXO1 leads to upregulation of KLF5. And we checked that FOXO1 actually binds on on 2 of the binding sites we had predicted with our in silico analysis. So then we said, okay, if FOXO1 and KLF5 are part of the sequence of causing diabetic cardiomyopathy, what happens if we inhibit FOXO1? So we generated mice that do not express FOXO1 cardiomyocytes, and we induced diabetes in these mice. So in these mice, we'll show lower KLA5 expression compared to the diabetic mice. And importantly, we did not see cardiac dysfunction, either systolic or diastolic. So the next question was whether the inhibition of FOXO1 is protective because it affects KLA5 or because it does a number of other things. So we followed three different approaches to explore that. One was to reintroduce KLA5 expression in the mice that do not express FOXO1 and are protected from diabetic cardiomyopathy. And we observed that by doing that, those mice are not protected anymore. So by re-establishing KLA5 expression in these mice, we see that the protection by FOXO1 deletion is lost. We also did the same in healthy mice, and we observed again that those mice develop cardiomyopathy when they overexpress KLA5 in cardiomyocytes. And also we generated a transgenic mouse line that just expresses KLA5 in cardiomyocytes at high levels, and these mice also develop cardiomyopathy. So the next obvious question was whether inhibition of KLA5 could be protective for a diabetic cardiomyopathy. To do this, we followed two different approaches. One was to generate mice that do not express KLA5 in cardiomyocytes, and the other to treat diabetic mice with a KLA5 inhibitor. In both cases, we observed significant improvement of cardiac function. Actually, cardiac function was not affected when we inhibited KLA5 expression in diabetes. And the next question was, okay, how does KLA5 induce cardiomyopathy? So there are several studies showing that one of the pathological components of diabetic cardiomyopathy is oxidative stress. And oxidative stress has to do with the creation of toxic molecules called reactive oxygen species. And these have been associated with damage of mitochondria and a number of toxic consequences for cells. So we checked that in diabetic mice, we do have oxidative stress. This is a stain that stains for reactive oxygen species. We see that in mice that overexpress KLA5, we do see oxidative stress. But when we inhibited KLA5, oxidative stress is gone. And we did that either with genetic models or pharmacological models. Oxidative stress is a very complicated balance of different proteins that contribute to the formation of reactive oxygen species. We checked for all of them, for the expression of all of them, and to make the long story short, we found that two pro-oxidant proteins are activated when KLA5 is active, and three antioxidant proteins are suppressed when KLA5 is active. And this is now published, so I will not spend much time on that. But we saw that KLA5 actually induces oxidative stress through activation of the protein called NADPH oxidase 4 or NOX4. However, when we treated our mice, the diabetic mice, with an antioxidant, we did not see complete restoration of cardiac function, which led us to the conclusion that something else is also happening when KLA5 is activated. So we're a lipid metabolism lab, so we did lipidomic analysis in the hearts of mice that either overexpress KLA5 or have diabetes and KLA5 is inhibited. And to make the long story short, we saw that overexpression of KLA5 results in the increase of the formation of ceramide species, which is a lipid species. And ceramides can be formed through different pathways, and there are three different enzymes that contribute to ceramide formation. We confirmed that actually KLA5 induces ceramide formation by activating the de novo ceramide synthesis pathway called SPT. And this observation led us to another project that we actually pursued along with the Stavros Drakos group, which is whether has to do with whether KLA5 is associated with cardiotoxicity, heart failure induced by myocardial ischemia. So Stavros Drakos provided samples from patients that he already described with ischemic cardiomyopathy. We observed that these patients have increased KLA5 expression in the hearts. We checked our mouse models, both in whole hearts and in cardiomyocytes. With ischemia, KLA5 is increased. Again, the obvious question, is KLA5 inhibition protective in ischemic heart failure? So we treated either mice with KLA5 inhibitor, or we use mice that do not express KLA5. In all cases, we saw significant improvement of cardiac function, and importantly, we saw significant improvement in survival. Stavros already made a nice introduction about patients with myocardial recovery, and we collaborated with Stavros' group And we observe that the patients who have lower probability to recover from after LVAD treatment have higher KLA5 expression in the heart. I will go very quickly through the other two projects that we also test the role of KLA5. One is ischemia reperfusion injury. A lot of cardiologists are in the audience, so you know that a significant part of the damage that happens in the heart with myocardial infarction is when the artery is reopened, and because of oxidative stress, there is significant damage. We did the same thing in mice. 30 minutes of ischemia followed by 2 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours of reperfusion. And we had an interesting observation that during ischemia, KLA5 is going down, which was sort of expected, but during reperfusion, KLA5 starts going up 2 hours after reperfusion, 12 hours after reperfusion, but by 24 hours, KLA5 is again back to normal. So we inhibited KLA5 with genetic mouse models, and we observed that we have significant lower damage in the heart. Same when we treated mice with the KLA5 inhibitor just 5 minutes before we reopened the artery, we see significant lowering of myocardial damage, improvement in cardiac function. We followed these mice for 4 weeks to see if by targeting KLA5 just once prior to the opening of the artery, if we can improve, if we can alleviate cardiac remodeling. And this is what we see: improvement in cardiac function, less fibrosis in those hearts. And finally, we are now working on the role of KLA5 in myocardial aging. And we have shown that in aged mice, which have mostly diastolic dysfunction, this is a HFpEF model, we see increase of KLA5 in the heart as well as in isolated cardiomyocytes. And when we inhibited KLA5 either genetically or pharmacologically, we see significant improvement in cardiac function and also improvement in oxidative stress. So I hope that I convince you that KLA5 is an important transcriptional factor for different types of cardiomyopathy. And my lab is still working on that, and we are now exploring ways to inhibit KLA5 also in large animals and see if by blocking KLA5 we can alleviate heart failure. So of course, a lot of thanks to the people who have contributed in our studies. Many people who have worked in my lab, either work now or have worked in the past, and of course our group of collaborators. And thank you for this kind invitation and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Drosatos, for sharing your innovative research. Unfortunately, we don't have time to discuss, but I thank you indeed, because as our main audience here are students, you illustrated very nicely how from basic knowledge of biochemistry and physiology, one can at some point proceed to very innovative research, basic science research, and help at some point in the understanding and maybe the treatment of clinical syndromes like heart failure. So the message to the students is stick to your classes and your study in order to build for the future and do these admirable studies that Professor Drosatos has done. Thank you very much.
And please, if I may add something for the students, please be patient. It takes years for the preclinical studies to translate to clinical application.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And now I have the honor to invite our last speaker, Professor Gerasimos Philippatos, who is very well known in heart failure. I think it's enough to say that he is the past president of the Heart Failure Association of the European Society of Cardiology and the past dean of the Medical School of the University of Cyprus. Professor Philippatos, sorry for the delay, the program is a bit delayed, but we are ready to hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christodoulidis. Thank you, Theodore. Thank you, the organizers, for the great honor, and especially the chair of the Congress, Professor Patrikios. And it's also a great honor that
I have as chairs do really European leaders in heart failure and very good friends. So I'm jealous because I have to discuss about heart failure update, but it was clear from Dr. Drosatos that we have the future, and also from Dr. Drakos that we have the future in the heart failure management. But still, I think there is a need to discuss the current status of heart failure management in 2024. And as I've seen in the program, there will be other opportunities to discuss heart failure, and I think this is great for the physicians and the cardiologists in Cyprus and in Greece. These are my disclosures. I will cover the update in definition, medical therapy devices, and the prevention of heart failure. As you know, the current classification of heart failure includes 4 groups: heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, with mildly reduced ejection fraction, with preserved, and heart failure with improved ejection fraction. I think this add of heart failure with improved ejection fraction help us understand better what Dr. Drakos presented in the beginning, but the other 3 groups, I think that they create confusion. Why? Even in the hands of a real expert like Dr. Barberis and Dr. Christodoulidis, the intra and inter-observer variability of the echocardiogram is more than 5%. So for the clinician, it's also difficult to understand why 38, the management in a patient with an ejection fraction with 38, should be different from a patient with an ejection fraction of 42 or 43. Moreover, from the registries, it is clear that at least 1/4 of patients, they move from the one group to the other. So I think that, and we'll discuss it more during the management, during the drug therapy, the advanced drug therapy, I think that in the future, the classification will go to 3 groups, but 3 different groups. All the patients with heart failure from ejection fraction today from 30 to 65, they will receive the same therapy. And then we need to identify the patients with advanced heart failure that should be referred to a specialist center. And also we need to identify the patients that they have heart failure with normal ejection fraction. And in this group, probably more advanced, more exhaustive workup is necessary to identify if there is another underlying disease like amyloidosis, etc. We know that it's not always easy to identify these patients with advanced heart failure, but I think that we have markers. The acronym that is being used by Marisa Crespo-Leiro and other experts is this: I need help. And we can identify these patients because they need inotropes. They cannot uptitrate or need to decrease or stop the ACE inhibitors, the beta blockers, and the ARNIs. They have repeated hospitalizations, and this should be referred to the specialist advanced heart failure center. And for this reason, it's always useful a network, and this is available in Greece, even if it's at its early stages in some other European countries. I think that in the future, the heart failure clinics network will be an indispensable part of the management of these patients. What about medical therapy? It is always easier to identify the patients with heart failure and start treatment during their hospitalization. The main problem is that these patients, 40-50%, they have a preserved ejection fraction, 1/3 of them, 30-40%, they have atrial fibrillation, 40% of them, they have diabetes, 1/3 of them, they have chronic kidney disease, and COPD. These are complex patients, and this is usually the reason, or this is the excuse that we use to explain why these patients with heart failure are not on optimal medical treatment. What historically we were doing is we started these patients on ACE inhibitors and beta blockers, then we edit MRI, then we replace the ACE inhibitors by ARNI, and recently we edit SGLT2. One of the main problem of this strategy was that at 3 to 6 months, most patients were lost to follow-up. They were not only 15-20% of the patients were on 3 or 4 drugs, and also were in suboptimal doses. Recently, we have one more reason to start treatment early, both in the EMPEROR reduced, but also in the DAPA heart failure trial, where epagliflozin and dapagliflozin have been tested in patients with heart failure reduced ejection fraction. It was clear that the benefit, the statistically significant benefit, started within the first 2 to 4 weeks. But is it safe to start all these drugs and uptitrate early? This has been tested in the strong heart failure trials. The usual care has been compared to the high intensity care, where all these patients should be uptitrated to the maximum tolerated dose very soon, under close monitoring and with support with the help of biomarkers. And strong heart failure, as you know, stop prematurely because of the increase in readmissions for heart failure and all-cause death in those patients treated in the usual care. And this has been accompanied by an improvement in the quality of life in this patient. What about HFpEF? This is from the European Register. And as you can see, what we do in patients with heart failure, preserve ejection fraction, we follow exactly the same treatment strategy. We give beta blockers, we give ACE inhibitors, we give MRAs, we give diuretics. And also, in the strong heart failure, there was a large percentage of patients with ejection fraction, left ventricular ejection fraction above 40, and the benefit of the high-intensity care was also present in these patients. And there is a recent meta-analysis of all trials by Greek authors showing that the more therapies we give in these patients with heart failure and preserve ejection fraction, this is from the group of Dr. Giannakoulas, the larger the benefit in these patients. How fast should we start treatment in these patients? It is not clear. Probably we need more data, but in the EMPEROR preserved, as you can see, the result, the benefit was statistically significant within the first 18 days. What about devices? I think that management of heart failure becomes more and more difficult and complex. We have left ventricular assist device. We have also, and I hope that we'll have in the future, not only the artificial heart and expensive left ventricular assist devices specific for patients with congenital heart disease or with other problems like the BiVACOR, but also cheaper devices like the PULVAD, invented by the late Professor Nanas, that is undergoing clinical trials. We have devices, as you can see in the left part of this slide, approved by FDA for the management of central sleep apnea, with phrenic nerve stimulation and many others. I think that not only cardiologists, but I think other internal medicine specialists should become familiar with these devices in the future, because we'll see these devices more and more often. Something that is very useful if we want to prevent heart failure decompensation is the measurement of hemodynamics, continuous measure of hemodynamics in these patients with heart failure. Of course, we advise our patients to measure weight, but as we can see here, weight change arrives very late during the course of the disease, in the course of the compensation, is just a few days before hospitalization. What it changed earlier is the filling pressure, the increase in filling pressures. And this is easy to measure, and this has benefit, this pulmonary artery hemodynamic monitor. There has been shown benefit in patients with reduced, but also in patients with preserved ejection fraction. One of the problems is that you need a system, it should be part of the national health system, the monitoring of these patients with these devices. There should be a system of follow-up that should react to the changes in this pulmonary artery hemodynamic monitoring, and this has not started yet in our health system, but I hope that this will start soon. Something that was always important in heart failure, but we start more and more to discuss about it, is are the patient's reported outcome, how the patient feels. In most trials, usually we measure all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, heart failure hospitalization, repeated heart failure hospitalization, but recently we start to discuss and try to evaluate objectively how patient feels. Of course, the patients want to feel better and live longer, but you know, these are very old trials where Lynn Warren Stevenson and several other advanced heart failure experts, they ask their patients if they are willing to change a percentage of the rest of their lives just to feel better, have better quality of life. And 1/4 of these patients with advanced heart failure admit that they wanted to have, they prefer to have better quality of life. This is the reason that we start evaluating the heart-related quality of life with some objective measurements. I don't think that we still have the ideal measurement, but this is the right way to go, because Carl Swedberg and Inger Ekman many years ago, 20 years ago, identified this problem for the first time. As you can see here, they ask the cardiologist to assess the patients and try to objectively present the status of the patients, you can see, and then ask the patients to assess objectively their clinical status, and you can see that there was a difference in the assessment between the cardiologist and how the patient feels. Last but not least is the heart failure prevention. These patients, there are patients at risk for heart failure, and these are the patients with hypertension, with a history of cardiovascular disease, with diabetes, patients with known exposure to cardiotoxic drugs, and also the patients with chronic kidney disease. And in my opinion, patients with chronic kidney disease and diabetes are not stage A, but are stage B. And what we try to do some years ago is to treat these patients, trying to improve cardiovascular and kidney outcomes. I'll present only the cardiovascular outcomes. These were patients that have been where a non-steroidal MRA has been compared to placebo, and in more than 13,000 patients, it has been shown that there was an improvement in cardiovascular events, mainly driven by approximately 30% relative risk reduction in heart failure hospitalizations. And as you know, this led to Class 1A recommendation for the prevention of heart failure in patients with type 2 diabetes of the non-steroidal MRAs. What I think is important, what I've learned by the interaction with nephrologists and diabetologists during this trial is that in these patients, 65% of these patients, they had chronic kidney disease with GFR above 60, preserved GFR. And to identify the problem in these patients, it is necessary to measure urine albumin, which is something that we don't usually do in everyday clinical practice. 45% of these patients, of these 13,000 patients in this trial, they had a history of cardiovascular disease. 65% of these patients, they have preserved GFR. So these are patients usually seen by cardiologists. So I think it's important when we see a patient with type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease to measure GFR, but also screen the patients for albuminuria. And this will help prevent the episodes of heart failure. I think that I've learned a lot from this session by Dr. Drakos and Dr. Drosatos, and I see that the future is in the devices, not only left ventricular assist devices, but other devices that we use in the management of heart failure. But for the majority of patients, dear Vasilis, dear Thodor, dear colleagues, I think medical therapy is what we use, and this is the first step if we want to improve outcome in the management of prevention of heart failure. Thank you very much for the invitation and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Philippados, and congratulations for your presentation. We've seen some very important messages, and
I cannot hear you, Father.
I said thank you for your presentation and congratulations. Can you hear me now or not?
Βασίλη Θόδωρα, δεν σας ακούω.
Can you hear us now? Okay, I think we should move to our next talker then, and I'll inform Dr. Philippados that you have been listening to him, and so you can go on.
Now we'll proceed with session 4, a cardiology interactive workshop. Commentators will include Dr. Thivos Semionadis, Dr. Ivagoras Ekonomaitis, Dr. Kyriakos Kypreos, and Dr. Dimitris Richter. This session will feature 3 presenters, followed by a short interactive roundtable discussion where we encourage audience questions. At this time, we invite chairs Dr. Georgios Multidous and Dr. Theodoros Christodolidis to lead the session.
Hello, everyone. We're going now to proceed to the next The first speech is going to be by Professor Philip Galter, and it's a topic of pleiotropic effects of omega-3 purified fatty acids. Dr. Philip Galter is Professor of Nutritional Immunology in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Southampton, UK. He's an internationally recognized researcher on nutritional immunology, the metabolism and functionality of fatty acids, with an emphasis on the roles of omega-3 fatty acids. His research has both life course and translational perspectives. He was president of the International Society of the Study of Fatty Acids and Lipids, chair of the Scientific Committee of the European Society of Clinical Nutrition and Metabolism, president of the Nutrition, president of the European branch of the International Life Science Institute, and president of the Federation of European Nutrition. So, Professor Philip, it's very nice to have you with us, and we are waiting for your speech. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at this meeting again. I think it's the third time I've been here, and it's always a very enjoyable conference, so thanks so much. So I've chosen to focus on my passion, which is omega-3 fatty acids. Of course, other types of fatty acids also have roles in determining cardiovascular risk, both positive and negative effects. And the omega-3 fatty acids of most importance, the most bioactive omega-3s, are the two shown here: EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, and DHA, docosahexaenoic acid. These are very long-chain, highly unsaturated fatty acids. So you'll see they have 20 and 22 carbons in their chain length, and they have 5 or 6 double bonds within the carbon chain. So these are quite unusual properties. You're probably more familiar with saturated fatty acids, which are shorter without any double bonds. Monounsaturated fatty acids like oleic acid, very important component of the Mediterranean diet, 18 carbons with a single double bond. So these are quite unusual in their structure. That structure gives them particular physical properties. They're very fluid. They freeze at a very low temperature. So they have unusual and unique physical properties. But those physical properties also give them unique biological properties. So there's a link between the structural properties, the physical properties, and the biological properties. And this is very important when those fatty acids are incorporated into cell membranes. Because when EPA and DHA are incorporated into cell membranes, these could be cardiomyocytes, they could be hepatocytes, they could be macrophages, whatever. When they're incorporated into cell membranes, because of their unusual physical structure, they give those membranes a completely different physical property. And you'll be maybe familiar with the concept of membrane fluidity. That's the physical nature of the membrane. So membranes enriched in EPA and DHA are more fluid. Obviously, the chemical composition of the membrane has changed because it's enriched in those fatty acids. But also, the phospholipids of the membrane, where those fatty acids are incorporated, create the environment in which membrane proteins function. Proteins like transporters, ion channels, receptors, and so on. And it turns out that the function of many proteins in the membrane is enhanced when the membrane is enriched in EPA and DHA. And of course, the membrane is the place that generates the signals that allow the cell machinery to communicate with the external environment. So Gene expression is altered, protein production is altered, cellular responses are altered. And as I mentioned, these could be heart cells, liver cells, brain cells, inflammatory cells, and so on. So their functionality is altered when their membrane is enriched in these fatty acids. So just drilling down in a little bit more detail, I've mentioned these fatty acids are incorporated into phospholipids. This changes the fluidity. Those fatty acids within the phospholipids are also the substrates for the production of second messengers, like eicosanoids and other bioactive oxidized fatty acids. The phospholipids also create the environment where proteins move in the membrane, and there are structures called rafts, which are proteins that assemble together to form signaling platforms. Just coincidentally, there are also some G-protein coupled receptors that omega-3 fatty acids are ligands for. So this is just some detail of how the signals generated by the membrane are altered when the membrane is enriched in EPA and DHA. And these signals, of course, affect cellular responses. I mentioned some of those impacting on physiology and pathophysiology. So through these mechanisms, EPA and DHA influence visual and cognitive function, metabolism, immunity and inflammation, oxidative stress, blood coagulation, function of the liver, the heart, the lung, the muscle, the brain, wound healing, and many, many other things. Now, we know that most people don't consume enough of these fatty acids in their diet. They come from particular types of fish particularly, and if people are not eating those fish, they have very low dietary intakes. And if the intake of EPA and DHA is low, the amounts of those fatty acids in people's blood, in their cells, and in their tissues are low. So the question is, what happens if people consume more EPA and DHA? And of course, they could do that by eating more of those fish, things like sardines, salmon, mackerel, herring, and so on, or by taking omega-3 supplements. And there are standard omega-3 supplements, fish oils, algal oils, and so on, but there are also highly concentrated pharmaceutical-grade preparations that can be prescribed for particular pathologies like hypertriglyceridemia, for example. So we know that if people either eat more fish, use more of those supplements, they have more EPA and DHA in their blood cells like red cells, white cells, platelets, and in tissues like heart, liver, and so on. We know the more EPA and DHA that's consumed, the more that accumulates, but we also know that this takes a period of time. A couple of caveats at the bottom here, that if people stop taking in EPA and DHA, so they stop taking their supplements, for example, they stop eating so much fish, those fatty acids will disappear over time. This is a hypothetical relationship between time and dose and the amounts of EPA and DHA that might be present, for example, in red blood cells, in platelets, or indeed in heart tissue. So what I'm showing is over time, with increasing dose, so this could be eating more fish, it could be taking more supplements, you get incorporation of these fatty acids, which plateaus at a level according to dose. So there's a dose-response relationship, and this takes a particular period of time, and this plateau will be reached at different times in different locations. For example, the plateau is reached more quickly in platelets than in red blood cells. So this is sort of hypothetical. This is actually a study showing incorporation of EPA at the top, DHA at the bottom into platelets over 1 year of supplementation according to different doses. So this is one of our studies we did in 210 healthy volunteers who were taking placebo. So there's no change over 1 year in the amounts of EPA and DHA if you don't change intake. And then there are 3 different doses of both EPA and DHA. So you see a new plateau is reached according to dose, and there's a particular time course of reaching this plateau. There's some other interesting details around that, but I don't really have time to go into that right now. So you can imagine in blood lipids, triglycerides, phospholipids, cholesterol esters, blood cells like platelets, red cells, white cells, you can get this incorporation. But what about tissues? So this is a study done by Bill Harris in the US, where he looked at the EPA and DHA contents of human hearts that were going to be transplanted. So to start with, there's a very low amount of EPA. There's more DHA, that's a characteristic. There's always more DHA than EPA. This is contribution to total fatty acids in the heart. These hearts were then transplanted, and the recipients consumed 1 gram of EPA plus DHA every day for 6 months through supplements. And then after 6 months, those transplanted hearts were biopsied again. And what this shows is 6 months of daily supplementation with EPA and DHA increases the amounts of EPA and DHA in the human heart. So this incorporation of these fatty acids happens in tissues as well. This is one of the few demonstrations that it happens in vivo in the human heart, but this has also been demonstrated through biopsies in skeletal muscle, in liver, in gut tissue, and in adipose tissue in humans. So the reason this is important is this relationship between the amount of fatty acids taken in, the amount in cells and tissues, and the health outcome. So this is data from the Nurses' Health Study, a big epidemiological study in the US, relating intake of EPA and DHA by quintile when these women were healthy at study entry to incident coronary heart disease, fatal coronary heart disease, and non-fatal MI over the follow-up period, of course with all the statistical adjustments. And essentially there's a dose-response relationship between higher intake of these fatty acids and lower risk of coronary heart disease outcomes. This is similar data from the Physicians' Health Study, this time looking at blood levels of these fatty acids. So the previous study was dietary intake. These are blood levels by quartile. And the outcome here is risk of sudden death in the follow-up period. So you see the higher the amount of these fatty acids in blood, the lower the risk of sudden death with all of the statistical adjustments. So there's a lot of these epidemiological studies relating dietary intake of EPA and DHA, or blood or cell levels of EPA and DHA, and coronary outcomes in follow-up periods. This is now almost, well, it is 10 years old. It's a systematic review and meta-analysis of those trials. So these are the aggregated data in that meta-analysis for dietary intake of different types of fatty acids and risk of coronary outcomes during the follow-up period. This is EPA and DHA within the box here. There are other types of fatty acids shown on here. So you'll see for omega-3s, there were 16 studies involving over 400,000 participants and 9,000 coronary events, with a 13% reduction in risk for those consuming the highest amount of EPA and DHA compared to those consuming the lowest amount. So the upper figure is dietary intake, the lower figure is circulating levels of those fatty acids, which are related to dietary intake, again now individually for EPA, for DHA, for the combination of EPA and DHA, and then for the intermediate in the metabolic pathway between EPA and DHA, which is DPA. Again, a lot of studies, 13 studies, 20-odd thousand people, 4,000 events, showing a risk reduction of somewhere between 20 and 25% in those with the highest level of EPA and DHA in their blood compared to those with the lowest level. As I mentioned, that meta-analysis was 10 years ago. There have been many more of these sorts of studies in the meantime. So this is a trial looking at total and cause-specific mortality in over 400,000 individuals, showing 15% lower cardiovascular disease mortality in those with the highest compared to the lowest quartile of intake. This is a pooling study of 19 different cohort studies looking at levels of omega-3 fatty acids in blood or in tissues and coronary heart disease outcomes in the follow-up period. So it's presented like a meta-analysis forest plot. It's a pooling study of relative risk of fatal coronary heart disease per 1 standard deviation increase in the levels of EPA in blood or adipose tissue. And essentially it shows that for every 1 standard deviation increase in EPA, there's a 9% lower risk of coronary heart disease in the follow-up period, and this is independent of all other factors that were adjusted for, including DHA. So there's a 9% reduction independently for EPA, and there's also a 10% reduction independently for DHA. So I was asked what a 1 standard deviation increase might be when I wrote a commentary about that particular paper and another paper published at the time. So using our own in-house data, I tried to work out what intake of EPA and DHA would be needed to get a 1 standard deviation increase in EPA in plasma phospholipids and in DHA in plasma phospholipids. So I estimated you would need an intake of around about 200 milligrams per day of EPA and an intake of about 400 milligrams per day of DHA. So if you put the two together, you would need about 600 milligrams per day of EPA and DHA for that 1 standard deviation increase, which might give you a 20% reduction in risk if you add the independent risks together. Now that's a little bit above most of the dietary recommendations, but it's not too far away from the dietary recommendations. Of course, in the meantime, there have been even more studies. This is one published in Nature Communications in 2021, again showing lower risk of cardiovascular disease mortality for those with higher compared with lower levels of either EPA alone, DPA alone, DHA alone, or the combination of EPA and DHA. So if you're interested, students perhaps, in reading more about this, this is a review now a little bit, 4 years ago we wrote, accumulating all of the data on EPA and DHA and cardiovascular health, but I think a lot of other risk factors beneficially. And in fact, in Europe, health claims can be made on foods that contain EPA and DHA. These are approved health claims based actually on randomized controlled trials looking at risk factors that EPA and DHA contribute to maintenance of normal blood pressure, maintenance of normal blood triglycerides, and the normal function of the heart. So a food manufacturer can put those claims on their foods if they contain a particular amount of EPA and DHA. And remember, these are highly regulated claims based solely on randomized controlled trial evidence. So I think taking all that together, there's no doubt at all that EPA and DHA act to optimize cell and tissue function and improve the cardiovascular risk factor profile, resulting in reduced risk of disease. So they have a very important role in prevention. I think there's no doubt about that, and that underpins the dietary recommendations and the health claims. The question is whether they have a role as a treatment for people who are already at high risk, so as secondary prevention, for example. And that still is much debated and is unclear and would take more than 15 or 20 minutes to try to sort out for you. So just to finish up, what I've told you is that EPA and DHA have to be consumed in the diet. We don't produce them very well ourselves. I didn't actually say that, but it's an important point. They're usually consumed in low amounts, and almost everybody in Western countries and many people in non-Western countries consumes less than the recommended amount. But if we increase their intake That's reflected in higher levels in blood, in cells and tissues, and I showed you a very interesting example of the human heart that demonstrates that. They act through multiple mechanisms to improve cell and tissue function. Some of that is relevant to cardiovascular disease, so they improve the risk factor profile and reduce the risk. And so they have a role in prevention, but whether high-dose EPA and DHA can be used to treat people as a secondary preventative intervention is unclear due to inconsistencies in the literature. Just to the last point, cardioprotective effects are the basis of all dietary recommendations around EPA and DHA and these European approved claims. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor T. So we will not take questions right now. We'll have a discussion in the end of the session. Now I will invite our next speaker, who is Professor Kyriakos Kypreos from University of Patras Medical School, who has a research interest in the pharmacology of metabolic syndrome, and he will talk to us about the interconnection between obesity and lipoproteins. Professor Kypreos.
Thank you very much. I have to say that I am super excited to be part of this fantastic congress one more year. I want to thank my dear friend Ioannis Patrikios for giving me the opportunity to be here today and deliver this lecture, mainly to the students of European University Cyprus. I have to say that just a few lectures ago, you saw Dr. Drosatos. He happened to be my very first student while I was a junior faculty at Boston University School of Medicine in the United States. And there is nothing more fulfilling for a professor to see his students really advancing and occupying positions, etc. So I hope that same is going to happen to the students of the European University Cyprus in the future. So indeed, today, I'm going to discuss some experimental pharmacology data that we have that prove a nice and very not so, let's say, intuitive connection between the lipid and lipoprotein transport system and obesity. Obesity is a health problem. It's a health problem because it is associated with many different diseases. And not only that, but we know that unfortunately it is associated with over approximately 13 different cancer types, and also with cardiovascular mortality. So obesity is not just an aesthetic problem, it's not the problem of how we look, but also it's a health problem because it impacts the quality of our life and the overall, the all-cause mortality, which seems to be also associated with increased BMI. For the longest time, I had been puzzled by the fact that in metabolic syndrome, which we research, obesity coexists with a special type of dyslipidemia. We have elevated triglycerides, reduced HDL cholesterol levels. Rarely we have increased LDL cholesterol, but most of the times we have elevated triglyceride-rich lipoproteins associated with subjects with metabolic syndrome. So I was always concerned whether this is just a random association or this has something more mechanistic in the background. So here, I would like to just remind everybody that the lipid and lipoprotein transport system is a very complex system. We have many different lipoproteins in circulation that carry many different lipids, and they all interact with each other. So if I have to explain this slide, I'm going to need a whole lecture today just to explain how these different lipoproteins interact with each other. I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to focus on one apolipoprotein, one protein that is found in these lipoproteins, and this is apolipoprotein E. The reason I'm focusing on this apolipoprotein is that it is found in many different lipoproteins, and also it is the natural ligand for the LDL receptor. If anybody tells you that triglyceride-rich lipoproteins, ApoB lipoproteins, are cleared through ApoB, this is a mistake. It is apolipoprotein E, which is bound to the ApoB-containing lipoproteins, to the triglyceride-rich lipoproteins, which will interact with the LDL receptor and mediate the clearance and the removal of triglycerides and other lipids from circulation. So this is a very important apolipoprotein that plays a very important role in modulating plasma triglyceride levels. And we know that if we don't have this apolipoprotein, then all of a sudden our ApoB-containing lipoproteins are increased. We have very high levels of ApoB lipoproteins, LDL, VLDL, IDL, and at the same time, we have an increase in atherosclerosis propensity. So we have a lot of atherosclerotic plaques forming, which usually they are highly calcified. So we know that this is a very important protein in modulating these ApoB-containing lipoproteins. In human, we have 3 different types. So we have 3 different isoforms, as we say, ApoE2, ApoE3, and ApoE4, which all differ at positions 112 and 158. And now we know that if we have mutations in this apolipoprotein, we have type 3 hyperlipoproteinemia, but also we have heterozygote familial hyperlipidemia. So ApoE plays a very important role, not only in the regulation of lipids, but also in the development of atherosclerosis itself. So everything started when we were conducting, I'm a lipidologist, so we were conducting some basic research studies on atherosclerosis. So we happened to feed ApoE deficient mice and other mice with a Western type diet, high-fat diet. And guess what? I mean, if this was a class, it's not a class, it's just a lecture, but if I was in class, I would ask students to identify the ApoE deficient mouse. The ApoE deficient mouse is the one in the middle, the one which obviously, you see, does not get obese. So this was a very first evidence that if you don't have ApoE, you do not get obesity. Whereas if you have ApoE, then all mice will start becoming obese, and if you have different types of ApoE, this type of obesity may be even more pronounced. So we wanted to know precisely how this is happening. So, of course, after this observation, many other groups also presented similar information stating that apolipoprotein E appears to be important in the development of central obesity, of visceral obesity, as we say, which is also associated with other comorbidities like diabetes, etc. So at this point, we started searching our books. We went back into like basic, let's say, anatomy, just to start understanding how things are. We remember about white adipose tissue, about brown adipose tissue. So we know that white adipose tissue is a storing tissue, is a tissue which is made to store lipids. Brown adipose tissue is a burning tissue, is a tissue which is made to burn lipids. And the difference between the two is mitochondria. So brown adipose tissue have a lot of mitochondria, and these mitochondria mediate oxidative phosphorylation and the burning of lipids for the production of ATP and heat. Whereas white adipose tissue doesn't have mitochondria or has a few mitochondria, and as a result, it stores the lipids, it doesn't burn the lipids. And obviously, we know that many different diseases are rooted in mitochondrial dysfunction. So we know that if mitochondria doesn't work very well, then we start having important, let's say, dysfunctions, which eventually are going to lead to different types of diseases, including cardiovascular disease, like heart failure is one of these diseases that we heard before, cancer, diabetes. So we see that mitochondria is also crucial, not only for energy metabolism, but also for a disease state. And we know that we have strategies, there are strategies to convert white adipose tissue into brown adipose tissue. In other words, you can stimulate a fat-storing tissue to start burning lipids by increasing the number of mitochondria that are accumulated into this tissue. So just by thinking all this, and we started performing some studies just to give an answer of how this is happening. Of course, the obvious answer that everybody thought was taking place was that obviously ApoE binds to lipoproteins. Lipoproteins are bound now to the LDL receptor, and through this interaction, you may have this type of charging of adipose tissue with lipids, and as a result, you get obesity. But the answer is no. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because we know that if you don't have the LDL receptor, you still get obesity. So it's not an interaction as simple as the one that we just thought. And as a matter of fact, this study that we published in JLR became an editorial in ASBMB Today, an American journal, because indeed it was a paradigm shift. It was a paradigm shift because everybody thought that there is a certain way, but we saw that maybe there is another way. And this is something that was very, we take proud of this because we led the way into something which is very different. So we started investigating different cases in experimental mouse models. Let's say mice that don't have ApoE, mice that express ApoE, mice that express ApoE only in the periphery, or mice that express ApoE only in the brain, because we wanted to know if there is somehow some tissue-specific effect on on adipose tissue metabolic activation. And we were very surprised to find out that if you express ApoE in the brain, then mouse becomes obese. So that was the very first evidence that something may be happening which is tissue-specific. Now, if you express the same protein in the periphery, and this is something that we could do, for instance, with an adeno-associated adenovirus gene transfer strategies, we were no longer getting an obese mouse. So if you express ApoE in the periphery, the mouse doesn't get obese. If you express it in the brain, the mouse gets obese. And now we know that if we express different sites and different tissues, then we have a different type of effect, which I'm not going to discuss because, of course, I have very limited time for this presentation. But this gave us an idea. It gave us an idea that if we engineer a protein, an ApoE protein, we may be able to administer it in the periphery. Luckily, ApoE doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, so if you inject it into periphery, it stays in periphery, it doesn't go to the brain, so it's not going to stimulate mechanisms associated with obesity, and it's going also to help the prevention of atherosclerosis. So by administering one protein, you may hit two different targets. So I want to tell you that many years back in around 2005 or 2006, I had engineered, while I was in Boston, a recombinant form of ApoE, by a technologically modified form of ApoE, which at the time we were thinking of using for the treatment of atherosclerosis. And we know that this ApoE is very potent in clearing plasma cholesterol, so it lowers the levels of LDL cholesterol and ApoB-containing cholesterol. And it has a special property. It does not trigger hypertriglyceridemia. The reason is that wild-type ApoE stimulates secretion of ApoB lipoprotein, stimulates secretion of lipoproteins from the liver. So, and at the same time, if you express too much of it, you block lipoprotein lipase. You block the enzyme that catabolizes lipids, triglycerides in circulation. So in this recombinant form had this special property to be able to still lower cholesterol without triggering hypertriglyceridemia. So we use this protein just to test the effects on the differentiation of pre-adipocytes to adipocytes, and we saw that it was lowering the differentiation of pre-adipocytes into adipocytes, mainly by lowering enzymes, by shutting down rather genes that were promoting adipogenesis. And then when we did a study in animal models, when we fed mice high-fat diet and we did a study, we saw that in the beginning of the study, by administering this protein, we were able to stimulate mitochondrial burning of fat in brown adipose tissue. But when we proceeded to a longer treatment, we saw that we were able to start brownizing our white adipose tissue. We were able to start making more mitochondria into white adipose tissue using this protein and stimulate burning of fat in this tissue. Of course, this is some very encouraging data that we have, meaning that this recombinant protein that we have is capable of reversing the obese phenotype. And we know that this is a dominant effect compared to the wild-type ApoE, because when we use the ApoE knock-in mice expressing wild-type ApoE, we're able still to lose weight, and we're able still to stimulate mitochondrial function when they were expressing this recombinant form of the protein. And since we are pharmacologists, we started thinking of different methods of administering this protein. Currently, we are at the stage of using proteoliposomes, so you can make complexes of proteins with liposomes and inject them into circulation. We have a good idea that these liposomes have a very long half-life, about 15 hours, so we can administer once a day. And this protein is now patented, and we are in the process of hopefully developing it into a pharmaceutical product. So the quest goes on, and before I close, I want to thank everybody in my group who contributed to this project. This is a lifelong project. It's something which I take I have personal interest, and I take personal pride for the work that we do. And also at the same time, I want to invite anybody, any student from EUC who may have an interest in performing such type of research to come and talk to me, because I always have space in the lab for good people who want to do research. So thank you very much. And again, it's a real pleasure for me to be here.
Thank you very much for this perfect presentation. It's interesting. We have to proceed to the last speaker, which is Dr. Dimitris Richter. Dimitris is the head of the cardiac department at Euroclinic Hospital in Athens, Greece. He has a special interest in lipid treatment, coronary artery disease prevention, and treatment and thrombosis management. He served from many elected positions, including President of the Hellenic Lipidology Society, President of the Council of Clinical Practice of European Society, a member of Committee of Practice Guidelines in the USC 2016-2020. Dimitri, nice to have you with us, and looking forward to your presentation.
It is a pleasure to be here, and I will start without slides because they seem to have been lost somewhere. If we find them in the way, we'll see. What's after the standard lipid treatment, and what is a standard lipid treatment? Standard lipid treatment today is statin, ezetimibe, and PCSK9. So what do we have next? We have 3 different options. One is EPAs. You heard about DHA, EPA, omega-3, but let's say my point of view is a clinical one and not a research one. About 1989, so quite a long time ago, we had the GC study, which was 1 gram of Omacor, omega-3 combination EPA-DHA, which reduced sudden death in patients which had coronary artery disease. Big success, reduction of sudden death, reduction of cardiovascular mortality. After that, omega-3 started to have a role, and then started a huge program of Omacor, trying to show that it was really utile in different situations. And unfortunately, all the studies failed. All the randomized clinical trials failed. So that's when the majority of European state insurances stopped paying for omega-3, and they got out of the indication. One of the studies that was positive came from Japan in the past, and it was the jelly study, 2 grams of EPA. And it seems that somebody looked at it, and we had another big study with 8,000 participants in each arm, in which we had 4 grams of purified EPA. And the result was quite positive, reduction of all cardiovascular events. The type of patients, not found there? No, do you have it on the stick? No, I gave it this morning from the stick to the girls and they passed. No, so the speech will be without, that's okay. And the group that was designed to participate in the study was practically patients with coronary disease or diabetics at high risk, which had triglycerides more than 150. FDA, considering the variation of triglycerides, told them they could put patients with triglycerides over 135. And the result was very positive. Independently, if we had 140 triglycerides or 200. So practically, we have a drug in which triglycerides serve more as a marker than as a pathophysiological mechanism, in which patients with this kind of metabolic syndrome do really benefit independently of how much triglycerides will be lowered. So that was a significant step on the cardiometabolic risk. The other is inclisiran. Inclisiran is, let's say, an mRNA PCSK9. The importance of it is that it helps incredibly in adherence. We have 2 injections per year instead of 24 with a classic PCSK9. So that's quite important. Why it does not have the whole market? Because yet, although it has various studies that it reduces LDL by 50% constantly in time, it does not yet have a cardiovascular study that reduces morbidity and mortality. The Victoria and Orion, I think, 8 study will be ready in 25-26, so we're still expecting it. And the first one, it came where it should be. That's okay, I'm finishing at any case. Yeah, you are absolutely right. I don't think you want to see this, let's go directly to the last one. Bempedoic acid. That's new. And for me it is important for two reasons. One is it acts not like ezetimibe, it acts like a statin in the same pathway. What's really so practically in the HMG-CoA reductase? What's really different is that the activate bempedoic acid is not present in skeletal muscle. So we don't have myalgias. So first of all, there is a solution for all patients who present myalgia. And you see that the bempedoic is without any myopathies. So what are the studies? It has been tried on the matter of efficacy alone, which gives a 20% reduction, 23 as you see. It has been tried together with ezetimibe and statins, and when tried with ezetimibe, a high-potency statin, it gives a 15% reduction. So there is an add-on therapy, not as big as PCSK9s, but much, much cheaper. And we had the clear outcome study, or very high risk or secondary prevention, patients with LDL more than 100. And these patients were either intolerant to statins or unwilling. This unwilling, at least according to me, is like the woke agenda, that everybody must be equal and everybody can choose what they want. But you can't have a patient deciding, I don't want statins because I heard they are bad, so I don't want to try them. Because if we start this kind of logic just because bempedoic acid suits it, in this case, I would prefer to have Leqvio, which costs 5,000 euros every 6 months, instead of taking a statin every day. I don't think the word unwilling should be inside patient's choice. What can be is unable, because if you have a side effect, that absolutely respected, but not just unwilling because you heard that it's something bad. What did it do, bempedoic acid? It reduced LDL. Here you see a minor reduction according to what we expected, because more patients in the placebo group entered PCSK9. It reduced CRP, absolute risk reduction 1.6, which is very important, number needed to treat 63, very important, a very good drug, a new treatment for our armatory, different side effects. We have gut, we have cholelithiasis, and we don't have diabetes. So we have a difference, let's say, but I think we continue to be, as you saw, 2 out of 3 drugs are based on LDL reduction. And we are quite good now on LDL reduction. We had the omega-3 trying to get the cardiometabolic way. We have new drugs being tested for LPA. They reduced LP-little-a by 90%. If that provokes a reduction in clinical events, I hope we will be able to discuss it next November here, when the first trial will probably be presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Richter, for giving an insight in the future, which is very close, I think. We have some commentators in this session. I don't know if they want to comment on the talks that preceded. Apparently, you are one of the...
Thank you.
Fibo, if you want to make a comment or... Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for these perfect speeches. And we have to proceed on because we are late. So we'll go on to the next section.
Our session continues with a second interactive workshop, Current Trends in the Management of Aortic Disease, Thrombosis, Vascular Surgery. It's coordinated by Professor Mithidas Amatsakis. Commentators for this session will include Dr. Triantafyllos Giannakopoulos, Dr. Nektarios Poulos, and Dr. Christos Dimitriou. We now welcome chairs Dr. Andreas Hadjipolikarpou, Gabriel Kotzanis, and Dr. Konstantinos Vazilis.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this session that is about a very important theme of the vascular surgery. So I would like to call to the podium Dr. Neophytos Zabas, who is going to talk about the contemporary treatment of abdominal aortic aneurysm. Dr. Zabas is a distinguished vascular surgeon here in Cyprus, very known doctor with a great experience on the theme. Please, Dr. Zabas.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizing committee and especially Professor Patrikios for the kind invitation for this session. Unfortunately, my presentation, some are lost, so I would like to wait. So here we are. As it's a multi-thematic conference, I prefer to present a general approach of the treatment of the contemporary treatment of aortoiliac disease, the aneurysm. So as we know, definition of the abdominal aortic aneurysm is a localized enlargement of the abdominal aorta, usually exceeding 3 centimeters in diameter. And for the iliac aneurysm is a dilatation of the iliac artery, typically diagnosed when it exceeds 1.5 times the normal diameter. As we know, the prevalence increases with age, and aneurysms are more common in males. The high risk of rupture, which leading to severe complications or death, is a major important. The weakening of the aortic wall and the inflammatory genetic factors are responsible for the creation of the aneurysm and the formation mechanism, and the risk factor are age, smoking, hypertension, and genetic predisposition. On these images, we can see the pathological, the disease of the dissection. On the first image, we can see the tear on the epididymal, which divert the flow into the false lumen between the edema and the medial layer of the artery of the aorta. On image B, we can see the formation of the hematoma, intramural hematoma. On picture C, we can see the penetrating aortic ulcer. And on picture D, we can see a hole on the whole wall of the artery, so the blood flow is coming out, and we have the creation of the pseudoaneurysm. On the picture E, we have the dilatation of the whole wall of the arteries, and this leads to the formation of the saccular aneurysm. And the most common and well-known is the fusiform aneurysm, as we can see on image F. The anatomical classification of complex abdominal aortic aneurysm is based on the proximal extension of the aneurysm and their relationship with the renal arteries, the superior mesenteric artery, and the celiac artery. So when the formation of the aneurysm is below the renal arteries, we have the infrarenal abdominal aortic aneurysm. When it's very close to the lowest renal artery, we have the juxtarenal. When it involves the renal arteries, we have the pararenal and the paravisceral arteries. When the aneurysm involves the superior mesenteric artery, and more proximal extension of the aneurysm refers to the type 4 thoracoabdominal aneurysm. And the pararenal and the paravisceral trouble A's as known as suprarenal aneurysm. This is a classification of the iliac aneurysm, and we have 4 types depending the location of the aneurysm, and we can see the common iliac, internal iliac, both common and internal, and when involves the external iliac is type 4 classification by Reper. What's new this year is the new European Society of Vascular Surgery clinical practice guidelines on the management of abdominal aortoiliac artery aneurysm. These recommendations and levels of evidence are adapted from the European Society of Cardiology evidence grading system. So as you can see on the first table with the green color, we have the recommendation type class 1, and which is a stronger recommendation, and further down we have the 2, 2A, 2B, and 3 recommendation. class. And on the table 3, we have the level of evidence. Level of evidence A is the strongest evidence, and this because the data derived from multiple randomized trials or meta-analysis of randomized trials. So what's new? Each section has been revised or rewritten. We have 160 new recommendations compared with the previous version of 2009, so we are 5 years after the last publication of the guidelines, including 7 class 1 recommendations, completely new. We have 49 recommendations have been regraded or significantly rephrased, and 52 remain unchanged. And this is because increased knowledge about the AAAs and the rapid technical and medical developments in the field. Although guidelines promote standards of care but are not a legal standard of care, they are a guiding principle, and the care delivered depends on patient presentation, choice, comorbidities, and setting, like techniques, available techniques, and local expertise. On this table, we can see the 7 new class 1 recommendations, which refer to the training, the management, after the procedure management, the management of patients with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and the last one is the shared decision-making should be facilitated during conversation around abdominal aortic aneurysm screening, surveillance, and the management of large asymptomatic abdominal aortic aneurysm being considered for repair. The chapter 11 refers to the shared decision-making with supporting information for the patients. So in these new guidelines, they are data and information for the doctors to the patients, because it's very important to inform the patients about their condition, the available data, the available treatment, the possible complication, and it's a shared decision-making. So the patient preferences are very important to be considered for the treatment option, and no decision about me without me is a motto adapted from the guidelines. Regarding the screening and the diagnosis, the screening is recommended for men aged 65 to 74 who have smoked, or they have relatives suffer from an aneurysm, and the gold standard is the ultrasound for the diagnosis. The recommended measurement is to measure the aneurysm from outer to outer layer to have a standard system of reporting the maximum diameter of the aneurysm, as you can see here on this image. The indications for treatment: for men, the recommended size is more than 55 millimeters, and in women is 50 millimeters, and this difference is between the risk of rupture and the perioperative risk. Surgical risk is 4 times higher in women. That's why the difference to this indication. As we can see here, men with an asymptomatic abdominal aortic aneurysm of less than 55 are not recommended for elective repair, but this recommendation, although is class 3 and level A, in women less than 50 is not recommended. Again, recommendation class 3 and level C. And men with aneurysm of more than 55 millimeters should be considered for elective repair. Here, the recommendation is 2A. Further, as we said, for women is recommendation 23, and recommendation 24 refers to the patients who have a rapid growth aneurysm, and here the recommendation is for remeasurement as a first step, and then to consider the repair. The recommendation 25 has been changed and is referred to patients which are unfit for repair and should be considered for continued surveillance, referral to other specialists for optimization of their fitness status, and then reassessment. For our countries, Cyprus and Greece, this is a philosophical problem, and the family's wish and the patient wish should be taken care of, though. The treatment and good outcome of the patient with only 1 night in the hospital. The second case is this case. You can see that the right kidney is much lower, and the right renal artery is origin from the sac of the aneurysm. So the plain EVAR in this case is not feasible because the right renal artery will be thrombosed. So the option here is either an open surgical repair with the reimplantation of the right renal artery to the graft, or a custom design stent graft. And we prefer the second option, and you can see here that we managed to introduce the graft to exclude the aneurysm and to connect the inner branches with all the visceral branches, including the ectopic right renal artery. This case, you can see a very bad aneurysm with thrombus and plaques to the neck of the aneurysm, and even not only close but above the renal arteries. So here we wanted to secure a proximal landing zone. In this case, the open surgical repair will require suprarenal clamping. So here we treated this patient again with an inner branching stent graft, and we managed to connect the branches with the visceral arteries. Another option for this case could be the fenestrated graft. This case includes the infrarenal aneurysm, as you can see, and bilateral internal and common iliac aneurysm. So in this case, endovascular repair will be much difficult because we want to secure the flow to the internal iliac artery to keep the flow in the pelvic arteries and to secure the spinal cord. So the technology gives us the evolution of the grafts the possibility to treat this aneurysm with a bilateral IBD and infrarenal stent graft. And here you can see the result, the proximal landing zone, the good sealing of the proximal graft, and the patency. We managed to keep patent both internal iliac arteries. The fifth case, this patient is something we face increasingly the last few years. This patient underwent an open surgical abdominal repair in 2010 with a tube graft. He has been lost from the follow-up, and when he came to the clinic and we performed an ultrasound, we detected abdominal and iliac aneurysm, bilateral and internal iliac aneurysm. The iliac aneurysm were 6 centimeters in this case. So as you understand here, it's difficult for the patient to have a second open repair. It is difficult to keep the patency of the internal iliac arteries with open surgery. So for this patient, here you can see another image, a preoperative image. So it's a young patient, 65 years old. So we treated this patient with an inner branch to secure the visceral flow and the renal flow, and bilateral IBD graft. So with this solution, we kept the branches of the abdominal aorta and the internal iliac arteries patent. The outcome was very good. Here we did embolization of one branch of the internal iliac artery. Unfortunately, the patient had an endoleak, and he came back for another embolization, and now he's fine. We published our experience with the precannulated inner branch endograft off the shelf. This is for cases we want immediate graft and we don't have the time to wait for a custom-made graft with a very good outcome. I will go quickly through the iliac aneurysm. The new recommendation here is to wait until 4 centimeters to repair the iliac aneurysm. And this is referred to the isolated iliac aneurysm. Here you can see the result of the treatment of isolated iliac aneurysm. It's very important the postoperative care and monitoring and the long-term follow-up to detect possible progression of the disease, endoleaks, infections, etc. In this picture, you can see the type of endoleaks. When we refer to endoleaks, we refer to the continuous blood flow into the aneurysm sac, which could be from proximal distal, from the connection, from the graft, or from the branches like the inferior mesenteric artery or the lumbar arteries. In this case, because of severe atherosclerosis of the iliac arteries, we did a conduit. So we did a short graft to the common iliac artery, and this gave us the opportunity to introduce the graft instead from the common femoral artery, from the common femoral artery, from the common iliac artery, and the patient had a successful endovascular repair of his aneurysm. One challenge is the horseshoe aneurysm. That means that the horseshoe kidney, I'm sorry, this is wrong here, when the kidney is just anterior of the aneurysm. So the open repair here is very difficult. Now you can see the kidney just in front of the infrarenal abdominal aorta. So this is a challenging case, how we can treat this aneurysm. The technology today gives us the opportunity to do a custom-made graft with the branches according to the CT scan, and we can treat this aneurysm and connect the branches of the graft with the renal arteries. This case is planned, but it has not been performed yet. The advances of the vascular aneurysm repair with the third and fourth generation endografts give us a lot of advantages. We said about the guidelines. The guidelines are free, and for the students, you can search the Google for the European Society of Vascular Surgery, and you can download the guidelines if you have any questions, if you want to study for your exams. The complex aneurysm management is challenging, but we can achieve better results in our days. The centralization of care is included in the guidelines, and it says about that the patients may have better treatment in high-volume centers, and the medical and preventative approaches and research could help us to prevent the aneurysms. So these developments aim to improve patient outcomes, personalized treatment, and ensure the longevity of repairs while adapting to the complexities of aneurysm cases.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zabas. And I would like to... I would like to call to the podium Professor Matsagas. Professor Matsagas is a distinguished vascular surgeon, professor at the University of Thessaly, and he's going to talk to us about the endovascular treatment of aneurysm involving the thoracoabdominal aorta.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I have to thank from the podium Professor Ioannis Patrikios for this very kind invitation to be again here after so many years. We love to be in Cyprus all the time. As you heard before, the abdominal aortic aneurysm has become, the endovascular repair has become the standard of care in these patients, and this based mainly in the existence of the infrarenal neck that is about 10 to 15 millimeters. So the abdominal graft, the abdominal stent graft can seal in this infrarenal neck. But as you heard also before, a lot of aneurysms do not have this existence of the neck. So the aneurysm is developed proximal. And of course, there are the thoracoabdominal aortic aneurysms that combine the disease, the aneurysmal disease, in the descending thoracic aorta, as well as the abdominal aorta in various configurations, as you can see. And this complex aortic aneurysm, the standard of care till a decade ago, it was the open repair. But the open repair requires aortic clamping at least above the renal arteries, and this has a risk of renal ischemia and failure, and also a prolongation of the ICU stay. And sometimes these complex abdominal aortic aneurysms in open repair require even a thoracoabdominal incision and supraciliac clamping, and this is a risk not only of renal but also of visceral ischemia and spinal cord injury in these patients. And of course, thoracoabdominal aortic aneurysms, open repair, requires thoraco-abdominal incision and high aortic clamping with a risk of cardiac complication, risk of renal and visceral ischemia and spinal cord injury, and prolonged time in ICU and in the hospital. As you can see of these slides, all these pictures are from my personal experience. So coming to all of that, open surgery has the risk of hemorrhage and the risk of spinal cord injury because, as you may know, spinal cord reserves blood from several arteries, the intercostal arteries, the subclavian arteries, the internal iliac arteries, and the lumbar arteries. So despite the refinements in surgical and anesthetic strategies so far, and mainly in the last 30 years, these types of open surgery has still high risk of mortality and neurologic complications, mainly paraplegia after the operation. On the other hand, the last 2 decades, endovascular surgery offered to us several techniques, as you can see the slide, and you heard before from Professor Zambas. And these all techniques has the principle to extend the abdominal graft over the splanchnic level and at the same time perfusion of the feeding vessels. And the literature so far shows that more and more the results getting better and better with endovascular techniques through the time of these 2 decades. In this paper, it was a comparison between endovascular and open repair of this complex aortic surgery and found that endovascular repair has lower mortality, lower spinal cord injury, and of course, lower respiratory and cardiac complications. So the very recent European Society of Vascular Surgery guidelines changed their recommendation and said that the first-line treatment for this complex disease in the high-risk patients is endovascular one, and in the standard surgical risk patients have to be decided between the patient and the surgeon. And in my mind, in this decade, we've moved forward very quickly from the open repair to the endovascular solutions, and from this bloody field to a more remote access field. So coming to my first question to you, mainly in the students, what is the recommended way to treat complex aneurysmal aortic disease involving the thoraco-abdominal aorta? You can see several answers there. And if you can see in the guidelines, the right answer is that it depends on the surgical risk status and comorbidities of the patient. But to me, it seems that the endovascular way is the way to go the next year. And how we can do that, the endovascular repair, we have, as you heard, custom-made devices. What mean custom-made? That the device is manufactured and designed according to the patient's anatomy, having the CT scan in head. And these are mainly fenestration devices, but also branch and semi-branch devices. We have also the off-the-shelf devices that are ready, and we have it in the hospitals. And this is mainly 2 devices, one from Cook and one from Artivion, 2 American companies. And also we have the technique of the parallel grafts, the chimney technique, as we said that. You can see some illustrations to highlight these techniques. This is a fenestration device with the bridging stems inside the target vessels. This is a branch device with branches instead of fenestrations. And this is the chimney technique to grafts in the renal arteries that allow us to deploy our graft more proximal than usual. And in the new guidelines, there is also a highlighted recommendation that we have to limit our coverage in the descending thoracic aorta in these reconstructions, because as much as the coverage, the bigger is the instance of paraplegia. And paraplegia and spinal cord ischemia is a devastating complication for these patients. It's of course less common in endovascular procedures than in open ones, but still is about 1 to 5%. And there is a lot of talks about the therapeutic versus protective role of cerebrospinal fluid drainage. And as you can see here, chimney technique does not cover at all the descending aorta. Fenestration devices, custom-made devices cover a very little portion of the distal descending aorta, while these off-the-shelf devices cover a lot of descending aorta, and this may lead to paraplegia even though they are ready to use in every hospital. This was the one I talked before. I'm sorry. But we have still these semi-branch techniques that are comparable to fenestrations. But we have not to use very frequently the off-the-shelf devices, but only in emergency situations, because as I said before, we have to cover a lot of descending thoracic aorta, and maybe this leading paraplegia in several patients. So my next question was, what is the most devastating early complication of the endovascular treatment of aneurysm involving the thoracoabdominal aorta? And I think that everybody of you has understand that spinal cord ischemia is the worst one. And what is the best way to deal with endovascular treatment of aneurysms involving the thoracoabdominal aorta? And I think also that you have understand that using the custom-made devices is the way to go in most of the patients. We at Larissa University Hospital, the last 8 years, we have dealt with 181 cases of complex aortic surgery. 75% of these patients were complex abdominal aortic aneurysms in the terms of juxtarenal, pararenal, or suprarenal aneurysms, and 25% of these was thoracoabdominal aneurysms. We have dealt with them performing 76 chimney, 33 fevers, 67 beavers, and 5 combination of fever and beavers. And 152 of them were done in an elective setting, while 15 patients operated on a symptomatic basis, and 15 patients in a ruptured abdominal or thoracoabdominal aneurysm. We have a quite very good success, and also our 30-day mortality was 6.6%, including the rupture cases, and our spinal cord ischemia was 3.3%. The mean follow-up is quite big now, and we have a lot of deaths, not aneurysm-related, but some of them also aneurysm-related, and quite good target vessel patients so far. So I'm going to finish my presentation with showing to you just three cases. One of these cases is a patient with a pararenal aneurysm with several right renal arteries in a unique anatomy that we treated them with a combination of 2 custom-made devices. And you can see here that this patient had 3 renal arteries from the right kidney. So we have to perform a fenestration device with 3 fenestrations for the celiac artery, the superior mesenteric, and the left renal artery. And after that, a distal branch device with 2 branches for the 2 main right renal arteries. You can see some pictures from the OR of these patients with the fenestration device first. We did the 2 fenestrations and left the last one for the end. And you can see after that the branch bifurcation device with the catheterization and bridging of the 2 renal arteries. After that, we have to bridge the celiac artery, and the final result was quite good. So after 1 year, this patient is in very good condition with patient target vessels and just a small endoleak, one of the renal branches. We continue to survive him. In this second case, is a 66-year-old male patient with a prior aortic history. This patient had a lot of problems, very unique anatomy, had bifurcated a branch device for an iliac aneurysm in another hospital some years ago. We had a big inferior mesenteric artery, a left ectopic renal arteries, one from the right iliac one, the other from the aneurysmal sac, and also a left internal iliac artery aneurysm. So we treated him totally endovascular. First of all, the left internal iliac artery aneurysm with a technique that we have developed the last 2 years. We call it the Serib technique, with two stent grafts in parallel fashion in the branches of the iliac and the internal iliac artery. After that, the IMI embolization, the CMD deployment, and the anchoring of this device below the right renal artery, and then the bridging of the two left renal arteries from the pelvic kidney. And this is the result 1 year after the operation. The patient is also in a very good condition, with very good perfusion of the pelvic kidney in the left side, and also exclusion of the aneurysm in the internal iliac artery and the aorta. And the last case is this symptomatic thoracoabdominal type 1 aneurysm in a 77 years old lady, quite big aneurysm for a woman, a huge aneurysm, 9.3 centimeters. He came to the hospital from Thessaloniki, and we treated her with 2 thoracic devices and 1 of the self-branch devices, and also a tube graft for the abdominal aorta. You can see here the positioning of the 2 thoracic devices first. After that, the positioning of the T-branch from Cook, and then the T-branch and the tube graft for the abdominal aorta deployment. And at the other stage, we were unable to establish an access from the left subclavian artery because of the type 3 aortic arch. So we have to access from the right subclavian artery using a snare and a through-and-through guide wire in a quite difficult fashion, as you can see, and then bridging of the target vessels in the splanchnic aorta. And the final result was very successive, and the patient went home some days after the operation. And 2 years after, she is in a very good clinical condition, no endoleak patient target vessels, and no medical problems reported so far. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, endovascular treatment of pararenal and thoracoabdominal aneurysms seems to be the way to go in the current practice, mainly because this endovascular treatment reduces mortality and morbidity and reduces spinal cord injury. Nowadays, there are enough endovascular solutions using mainly custom-made devices, but also combining branches and fenestrations as well of the self-devices, and adequate experience, imaging and logistics, but also collaboration between vascular surgeons and manufacturing technicians are essential in order to succeed. Thank you very much for your attention, and I just remind you that next May in Athens we have the 73rd European Society for Cardiovascular Surgery International Congress that will be in conjunction with other 3 congresses at the same time, in the same hotel, in the same rooms, the Live 2025, and also the Aortic Live with a lot of live transmissions from all over the world, and also the Houston Aortic Symposium for the first time outside the United States. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'd like to thank the professor, and we'd like to call to the podium Dr. Mario Zertalis, which is a consultant interventional radiologist, director of Ultrasound Institute here at the University of Nicosia, and the lecturer of diagnostic and interventional radiology.
So, Mr. President, dear colleagues, thank you for the kind invitation. The first draft of my presentation was about 120 slides, so you'll be pleased to know that I've managed to sort of trim it down to 30 slides because this is a huge and complex topic. So I'd like to spend the first couple of minutes to briefly go over the latest guidelines and classification systems for aortic disease, and then discuss the management of type B aortic dissection. Now, our American colleagues from the Society of Thoracic Surgery and the American Heart Association have published guidelines on the management of aortic disease in 2022, followed by European groups in 2024, and they're all available free online. Now, one difference in the consensus between the two groups is the anatomical definition of aortic dissection. In addition to the conventional DeBakey and Stanford classifications, the Society for Vascular Surgery and Society of Thoracic Surgeons in 2020, they proposed a classification system where an entry tear in zone 0 is classified as type A, and an entry tear in zone 1 and distally as type B. Now, the European guidelines have endorsed the type, entry location, and malperfusion classification, and they describe a non-A, non-B aortic dissection for entry tears in zone 1 and zone 2 of the aorta. Both groups, however, agree on the chronicity of aortic dissection, with symptom onset in less than 24 hours being classified as hyperacute, between 1 and 90 days as subacute, and more than 90 days as chronic. And this temporal classification is reinforced by the changing pathology of aortic dissection. So if you look at the bottom right of the screen, you can see the serial changes in the morphology of aortic dissection, with an increase in total aortic diameter during the subacute stage at 6 weeks, followed by intimal thickening, flap straightening, and false lumen thrombosis during the chronic stage. We can classify dissection according to severity, either as uncomplicated with or without high-risk features, or as complicated in the presence of rupture or malperfusion. And the guidelines recommend for acute complicated dissection endovascular repair. And a number of techniques have been described dating back to the 1990s with the aim to restore true lumen normal blood flow to the aorta and its branches by excluding the primary entry tear, depressurizing the false lumen, inducing false lumen thrombosis, and promoting aortic remodeling. Now, fenestration percutaneously has been described in 1990 in a 46-year-old man in Michigan who presented with chronic mesenteric ischemia 2 months following type B dissection. The patient refused surgery following diagnostic angiography that demonstrated a significant pressure gradient between the false and true lumens, as well as malperfusion to the right hepatic, right renal, and SMA branches. So the authors described a technique where, following catheterization of the true lumen at a point above the celiac trunk, they've punctured the aortic septum, and they created a fenestration using a 15-millimeter balloon between the true and false lumens, resulting in a reduction of the pressure gradient and improvement of symptoms. And subsequent groups demonstrated the benefit of this technique, and you can see pre- and post-fenestration improvement of the true lumen diameter. Now, the reason I'm mentioning fenestration is because the Michigan group have recently published their experience in 99 patients presenting with type B aortic dissection and malperfusion. And these patients, instead of having TEVAR, they received fenestration. And if there was persistent true lumen collapse or a significant pressure gradient, they received an uncovered self-expanding stent. And the author's rationale was that with fenestration and stenting, you have a zero risk of paraplegia and retrograde type A dissection compared to TEVAR. There is reduced risk of infection, and they also state that TEVAR as a single technique does not deal with static malperfusion. Now, talking about TEVAR, this has been introduced in 1999 by two groups, one in Germany and Italy and one in the United States and Japan. We've come to realize over the years that in some patients, despite achieving a primary tear entry seal, there may be ongoing symptoms, perfusion of the false lumen, and true lumen collapse. So Nienaber in 2006 described his technique, which he coded the petticoat technique, where he used a covered proximal endograft to seal the primary entry tear and extend with a distal bare metal stent to expand the true lumen and induce aortic remodeling. Now, this technique has been picked up enthusiastically by the Stable 1 and Stable 2 studies, where they investigated a dedicated dissection stent by Cook Medical, composed of a proximal covered stent and a distal bare metal stent, in patients presenting with acute and subacute type B aortic dissection. And they demonstrated relatively high rates of freedom from aortic mortality, but a reintervention rate of 30%. To address this issue, because the petticoat technique relies on the passive outward force of the self-expanding stent, Hoferberth in 2014 proposed the stabilized technique. He used a compliant balloon to expand the covered thoracic endograft and the self-expanding stent, with the aim at rupturing the dissection membrane, creating a single aortic channel and eliminating false lumen, with an aim to improve aortic remodeling. And several groups demonstrated the benefit of this technique. For example, Zong in 11 patients with acute and subacute type B dissection and a median follow-up of 31 months demonstrated 100% complete aortic remodeling in the thoracic aorta and 83% in the abdominal aorta. And this is I find this an interesting slide because it demonstrates the effects of the three techniques I've just mentioned. So in slide A, we have TVAR, in slide B, we have the petticoat technique, and in slide C, we have the stabilized technique. So with TVAR, we can achieve a primary entry tear seal, but distal to the covered endograft, you may have ongoing false lumen perfusion and expansion of the total aortic diameter. If you introduce the petticoat technique and a self-expanding uncovered stent, you can increase the true lumen diameter, but you may get re-entry from distal tears. With the stabilized technique and the use of a compliant balloon, you aim at creating a single aortic channel and eliminating the false lumen. Now, the guidelines are clear when it comes to the management of uncomplicated type B aortic dissection, in that they recommend optimal medical treatment. But this has been a matter of debate over the last years, especially following the results of a number of trials demonstrating some favorable outcomes in patients that received TVAR instead of optimal medical treatment in uncomplicated dissection. However, the trials failed to demonstrate a difference in all-cause mortality. So the proponents of TVAR would argue that optimal medical treatment suffers from medication compliance, loss to follow-up, and it has a disease progression profile where 30% of patients expire in 5 years and 24% require intervention, whereas the proponents of optimal medical therapy would argue that TVAR carries a risk of stroke, spinal cord injury, retrograde type A dissection, and rupture. Regardless of the arguments, we're hoping that in the next decade or so, the new trials that are actively recruiting in Scandinavia, the United States, and the United Kingdom will provide level 1 evidence to answer that question. I just want to briefly mention about the patients with uncomplicated type B dissection and high risk, that when endovascular treatment is chosen, we should postpone, where possible, the procedure during the acute and subacute phases, as there is evidence to suggest that performing the procedure during the hyperacute stage, that is during the first 24 hours, it carries a higher risk of mortality. For complicated non-A, non-B dissections, open repair using the FED technique is recommended. And if the patient is not a surgical candidate and has suitable anatomy, endovascular repair is recommended, which is an interesting topic given the advancements in endovascular techniques and the development of aortic endografts. For chronic type B dissection, in addition to open repair, to address the issue of false lumen perfusion, a number of endovascular techniques have been described. Knickerbocker in 2014 in 3 patients with subacute and chronic type B dissection that were experiencing rapid expansion or rupture. He used a compliant balloon to expand the thoracic endograft and rupture the dissection membrane to obliterate the false lumen. Other techniques include the deployment of a dedicated candy plug device within the false lumen or using coils and plugs. Finally, I'll just want to close with mentioning about spinal cord protection. And there are guidelines that dictate left subclavian artery revascularization, especially in TVAR covering zone 2, and to consider CSF drainage in patients that are high risk of spinal cord injury or if patients develop paraplegia after the procedure. There are some publications to suggest that permissive hypertension may have a greater benefit than CSF drainage in preventing spinal cord injury as well as alleviating symptoms of paraplegia. Thank you.
Our last presenter is Professor Eleni Arnaoutoglu from Department of Anesthesiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Thessaly, Larissa University Hospital. And the lecture is Anesthetic Issues During Endovascular Aortic Surgery.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I would like also to thank the organizing committee and especially Professor John Patrikios for this invitation and the opportunity to be here in this excellent scientific meeting. I will try to present you the anesthetic issues during endovascular aortic surgery in the next 10 minutes, I was asked. So let's go to the first question. According to the American College of Cardiologists and American Heart Association guidelines, complex endovascular aneurysm repair should be considered as a low-risk procedure, intermediate risk procedure, high-risk procedure, or the risk of the procedure depends on the patient's comorbidities. The correct answer is high-risk procedure, which means that the 30-day cardiovascular risk in terms of death and myocardial infarction is over than 5% without considering the comorbidities of patient. Dear colleagues, endovascular aortic surgery is really a challenge for anesthesiologists as we have to deal with elderly patients with several comorbidities that undergo an intermediate risk procedure in case of infrarenal EVAR, while complex EVAR and TEVAR are high-risk operations. For this reason, it's very important to be an optimization preoperatively, and there is a need for anesthesia cardiovascular specialization. The anesthesiologist should be able to manage a conversion to an open procedure if it is required, which means that he has demanding skills. The pre-anesthetic assessment and management of the patient should include the cardiovascular system, pulmonary function. The patient has to stop smoking for at least 2 to 4 weeks prior to surgery, renal assessment, the management of anemia, and also the assessment of nutritional status of the patient. And in case of frailty, we have to manage frailty. This is the other question, question number 2. What about the type of anesthesia for complex endovascular aneurysm repair? What is the best choice for these patients? General anesthesia, spinal anesthesia, epidural anesthesia, or monitor anesthesia care, which means local anesthesia under supervision of an anesthesiologist with a sedation. The correct answer is general anesthesia, in spite that there is limited evidence to show superiority of one technique over the other, and there is no difference in morbidity or mortality related to the type of anesthesia. It is obvious that comorbidities and surgical factors like the size, morphology, and position of the aneurysm and the estimated duration of surgery determine often the type of anesthesia. However, for long-duration procedures, like complex aneurysm repair, when access is often required from axillary or brachial vessels, it seems that general anesthesia is the best option for these patients, as it helps to reduce patients' anxiety and difficulties associating for the patient lying flat for 3 to 4 hours. Local anesthesia or monitor anesthesia may be used for percutaneous approach, and local anesthesia, monitor anesthesia care, or regional anesthesia should be considered for unstable patients, frail patients, or in emergency cases. Now, regarding the intraoperative management, our main goals are to provide hemodynamic stability and preserve perfusion to vital organs, including brain, heart, spinal cord, kidney, and splanchnic vessels, to avoid hypothermia, in order for the patients to be able to be extubated by the end of the procedure, to provide adequate hydration throughout the surgery and renal protection, to control the blood pressure, especially at the time of stent deployment, monitor closely the ACT at baseline 3 minutes after heparin and every 30 minutes thereafter, and also to be prepared for major blood loss. Intraoperative management can be challenging not only because we have to deal with elderly patients with several comorbidities that undergo high-risk procedures, but also the access to the patient can be limited depending on the complexity of the procedure. As we can see in the slide, this is a picture for our operating theater. There is darkness in the room, and limited visibility may delay perception of blood loss. For this reason, there must be an appropriate monitoring for these patients, depending on the duration of the procedure, the complexity of the procedure, and also on patient's comorbidity. However, invasive arterial blood pressure monitoring is mandatory. We also monitor cardiac output, cerebral monitoring. The use of central line is case-dependent for prolonged operations, complex cases, or frail patients. Suitable intravenous access is necessary to deal with massive blood loss. We should monitor also the urine output hourly and continuously temperature in order to avoid hypothermia. This is a flow track monitoring for cardiac output and cardiac index. Here you can see an air warming device between the legs of a patient in order to keep the patient warm. And recently we have introduced 2 other monitors. This is a monitor for a continuous measurement of hemoglobin, because we must have an efficient hemoglobin in order to avoid spinal cord ischemia over 10. This is a non-invasive monitoring by using the finger of a patient. And lastly, this is our next monitoring and the HPI, a prediction of hypotension monitoring. It seems that we can predict hypotension 3 to 5 minutes before hypotension happens to the patient. This monitor uses software and intelligent decision support software by invasive arterial waveform. HPI ranges from 0 to 100, with higher values indicating higher likelihood of a hypotension event. And you can see here this is in the left side of the picture, the monitoring. Also, you can see a drip of dexmedetomidine, a drug that we use in order to prevent postoperative delirium in these patients. With all these measures, we're able to extubate patients immediately in the OR. This is very important in order to assess if the patient has a paraplegia. However, a high level of care is needed that provides frequent neurologic assessments in the recovery room, continued hemodynamic support, with maintenance of mean arterial pressure at the higher end of the autoregulation range. We should avoid hypotension that can result in impaired perfusion to spinal cord, kidney, and other organs. The patient in our department stays in the recovery room for at least 4 to 5 hours, and after this goes to the wards for at least 24 hours of close surveillance. And this is the last question as a take-home message. Which is the wrong answer this time? regarding complex endovascular aneurysm repair. Patients are usually geriatric with several comorbidities. There must be anesthesia specialization or cardiovascular surgical procedures. One of the main goals is to avoid spinal cord ischemia. And the last is the patient should be transferred, intubated in the ICU. The wrong answer is the last one. The patient has to extubate in the operating theater. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, for these high-risk patients that undergo intermediate or high-risk procedures, there must be an expertised anesthesia team. There must be a pre-anesthetic assessment. General anesthesia is the best option for this patient. Also, interpretive adequate monitoring is mandatory in order to provide hemodynamic stability, maintenance of intravascular volume, and management of bleeding, renal and spinal cord protection. We have to avoid hypothermia in order for the patients to be extubated in the operating theater. But I think that the most important of all is to establish a great teamwork. There is a need for a good communication, cooperation between vascular surgeons and anesthesiologists in order to achieve an excellent outcome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Arnaoutoglu. Thank you for all presenters for the great talks. We have no time for questions, unfortunately. Okay?
Και λεπτά για να σώφει. Έλα, πάνω, μες στη μέση.
Κλείστε τα φώτα του stage, ρε. Μήπως είναι να μας κλείσει αυτό το stage. Μπορούμε να τα κλείσουμε να κάνουμε το διάλογο. Έλα, πάνω. Σιγά πάνω.
Πού είναι τα αναλόγια.
Λες πότε να γίνουν εσύ. Λες πότε να γίνουν εσύ.
Οι ομιλητές, φοβάμαι που έρχονται.
Πού θα μιλήσουν.
Εδώ. Α, τώρα κατάλαβα ποιος είσαι.
Όμως άλλους.
Και εγώ πούς άλλους.
Φωτισμό να μας το ρωτήσεις, έτσι. Φωτισμό να μας το ρωτήσεις, έτσι.
impressive rate of growth. QS Top Universities, the most authoritative international rating organization, has awarded European University Cyprus the status of being a 5-star institution for overall performance. The university has received 5 stars in teaching, employability, internationalization, online learning, inclusiveness, and for the MD Medicine degree. Times Higher Education Impact Rankings placed European University Cyprus among the top 201 universities worldwide in the areas of innovation, industry, and infrastructure. European University Cyprus is part of Galileo Global Education, Europe's largest education group with more than 170,000 students. Its auditoriums have hosted globally acclaimed personalities. Its lecture halls have been graced with internationally acknowledged academics. Committed to an international growth strategy, European University Cyprus has expanded its presence in the heart of Europe with the establishment of the School of Medicine in Frankfurt. Take one step forward onto the unfolding path of your future. European University Cyprus will give you the knowledge and the power to begin that journey. European University Cyprus, empowering greatness.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, on behalf of the European University of Cyprus, it is our pleasure to welcome you to the 12th International Biomedical Scientific Cyprus Congress. The official opening ceremony will begin shortly. To start, we invite Dr. Ioannis Patrikios, Deputy Dean of the School of Medicine at the European University of Cyprus and Chairman of the Scientific Organization Committee, to the podium for his welcoming address.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming to celebrate this 12th anniversary of the IMBMC International Congress. It is a really honor to have you with us. Ambassador of Israel, Oren Anulik, dear Minister of Health, Mr. Michaelis Damianos, Dr. Kaisis Christodoulos, Commissioner of Audit, ex, Poppy Ganari, former Minister of Health. On behalf of the Cyprus Army, we have the Major Natasha Stavrinou, Professor Loizos Simeou Embryonidis, and Deputy Rectors, Director Andreas Eustathiou, Dean. I have a lot of lists here, so I'm trying to have an order. Okay. Dear Congress participants and guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 12th International Multithematic Biomedical Scientific Cyprus Congress that is organized by the School of Medicine of the European University Cyprus with the Cyprus Medical Association as a co-organizer, that is taking place in Nicosia, Cyprus on the 7th, 8th, 9th of November 2024. The School of Medicine of the European University Cyprus and myself personally welcome all distinguished, invited, keynote and plenary speakers and the medical scientific community of Cyprus, as well as the delegates from all over the world that are attending this exceptionally high quality and high caliber multidisciplinary scientific symposium. As the founder and the general organizer of the Congress, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health and the Cyprus Medical Association for their support and recognition. It is worth saying that our Congress has been institutionalized by Cyprus Medical Association, and I would like very much to thank our professor, the clinical professor, Dr. Petros Agathangelu, the president of the Cyprus Medical Association, but also the rest of the committee members for their decision. Cyprus Medical Association has been a co-organizer for this Congress since 2018. Once more, I would like to thank all of my fellow colleagues and friends that accepted the invitation to participate, travel, attend, and share with us their innovative scientific work of excellence, as well as the executives of the European University Cyprus for their support and trust. I thank all our colleagues participating as chairmen, moderators of the session committees, or the highly specialized roundtables, workshops, and satellites. It is worth saying that for this year, and like never before, and for no any other event, our IMBMC Congress is endorsed and under the auspices of the Ministry of Health, Deputy Ministry of Tourism, Anesthesiology Society of Cyprus, and Cyprus Resuscitation Society, the Biological Society of Cyprus, Cyprus Cardiology Society, Cyprus Society of Atherosclerosis, Cyprus Medical Student Association, Cyprus Diabetic Association, Endocrinology Society, Perigenetic Society, the Cyprus Society of Genetic Medicine, Medical Society of Nicosia Quiriniya Hippocrates, Nicosia Cancer Society, Cyprus Pediatric Society, Karaiskakio Foundation, Cyprus Sport Organization, Cyprus Oncology Society, the Unique Smiles for Rare Diseases, the Cyprus Association of Cancer Patients and Friends, the charity organization Alpida, the Rotary, Europa Donor Cyprus for Prostate Cancers, and the American Hellenic Education Progressive Association, AHEBA. Thank you all by my heart. Furthermore, I thank the abstract posted participants from local higher institutions, as well as from institutions abroad, but also my colleagues here at the School of Medicine for their support. Biomedical Scientific Cyprus has now been established as an annual event with global recognition. We are here for 12 consecutive years. IMBMC is now a medium of continued medical education for the professionals in medicine, nursing, and science in general, but also an international arena of dissemination of novelties, networking, and scientific excellence. Our Congress is a three-day event with participation and submission of more than 250 abstracts, with 150 being selected and published in the ISBN International Library's numbered reference Congress abstract book, numbers that well exceed all expectations and any previous participation. Endorsing congresses by the level of original scientific work presented is not happening every day. Our Congress has been internationally recognized by one of the most trustable and reputable publishers in the world through meeting reports in the Nature Publisher Journal, Cell, Death and Disease for the last 7 years. This alone indicates the quality, seriousness, and scientific prestige of the conference that was first organized exactly with the opening of the medical school 12 years ago, and has become an ordinance ever since. Our Congress will not only remain one of the major scientific events in Cyprus, but it will continue serving as a primary forum for global academic exchange, in addition to reviewing the latest scientific developments and best clinical practices across the basic clinical and translational contents presented at the meeting. The Rich Social Program provides opportunities for networking with colleagues from around the world in an exciting environment. The EUC Multithematic Congress indubitably provides the opportunity to interact with colleagues and stimulate the creative and productive exchange of ideas for a personally and professionally rewarding experience. Its overall mission is to promote the advancement of science in medicine, knowledge, and its humane and benevolent application globally, accounting the role of Cyprus as a gateway of knowledge and innovation. Finally, for once more, I would like also to thank the sponsors of the Congress, the Diamond sponsor Energolab equipment, the Platinum C. Georgiou Lab supplies, the gold sponsors PMI Science of Philip Morris International and Pigalanis Company Lab, the bronze Total Care, the sponsors Moody Farman, and the supporters Piva Paloizum, Deloitte, Ophthalmos Clinic, Georgiadis and Associates, Cyprus Biological Society, and Purvis Pharmaceuticals. Our thanks extend to the Cyprus Sports Organization for supporting, endorsing, and participating with a satellite session organized by the Cyprus Institute of Cardiology, research and study of cardiovascular diseases and other hereditary cardiovascular diseases, HICM. But mostly, I thank all the students, volunteers that are trying with all their being for the smooth operation of this event. Thank you all. The conference is being held in November, one of the best times to visit the island and enjoy its natural beauty, as well as history. I thank each and every one of you for being here with us this evening. I feel confident that you will enjoy both the scientific program and the unique Mediterranean island of Cyprus. I wish you all the best and a productive Congress. Thank you very much.
Following Dr. Patricios, we would now like to invite Professor Elizabeth Johnson, Dean of University of Cyprus School of Medicine.
I was a little too short without the stool, so. Distinguished guests, dear friends, colleagues, and of course, our dear students. Welcome to European University Cyprus, welcome to the School of Medicine, and welcome to what is becoming an inspiring and transformative meeting. Today, we are celebrating something that is a bit more than an academic congress. We're celebrating a vision that's realized, a global community that's united, and the power of a shared purpose to drive the future of medicine forward. In just over a decade, the journey of our small medical school has taken us from that small cohort of students from Cyprus and Greece to a diverse international community that spans over 40 nations. Each of our students who are here with us today, with their unique perspectives, talents, have chosen to trust our mission, to learn here, and to work toward a future in which their expertise will make a difference, a profound difference, in the future. And we're here to support that future. Actually, today, I'm very proud to share that our graduates are spread across the globe, pursuing postgraduate education throughout Europe, including Greece, Germany, Norway, and more, but as well as in the US, Australia, UK, even Thailand. And although our school is quite young, with only 6 graduating classes to date, we're already seeing our alumni complete their residencies and taking up positions in well-known institutions like Yale and Harvard. So yes, the EUC name is making a mark worldwide. Our commitment to excellence is fueled with this ongoing expansion and opportunities for expansion beyond the borders of Cyprus. Today, our medical students have access to more than 60 externship placements around the world. Shriners Hospital, Oxford, Johns Hopkins, and what we heard nicely today, Patras University with Professor Kypreos. But not only, we also have the chance for our students to complete their clinical training abroad in countries like Greece, Germany, and now the United States. Our students also have the opportunity to serve underserved populations in places such as Tanzania, where they can address critical healthcare needs in very difficult areas. 3 years ago, we reached a remarkable milestone. We were the first school in the region to open a campus abroad, and not just anywhere. We opened a branch, a campus, if you will, in the heart of Europe, in Frankfurt, Germany. And I'm actually quite pleased that we have some of our faculty here from Frankfurt with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this achievement set new standards for medical education in our region and reinforces our position as a leader in global medical education. This also prepares us to extend our reach even further, if the time ever arises, particularly in areas such as Greece. Now, the Multithematic Congress itself reflects our commitment to visionary growth and collaboration. What began as a modest event led by Professor Patricios a few years ago has now evolved into an internationally respected forum that welcomes over 60 distinguished experts, including our opening ceremony keynote speaker, Professor Andronarakis, or our Nobel laureate, Thomas Sudhoff. It is a true honor to host such esteemed voices whose contributions continue to shape the world of medicine. These next 3 days will be filled with dialogue, discovery, shared inspiration. Together, we stand on the forefront of a global healthcare community, working towards a healthier and more hopeful future for all. So I hope that as you look back one day on this Congress, you'll remember not just the science, but also the sense of connection, the sense of belonging, a shared purpose that defines European University Cyprus, or if you will, the family of European University. On behalf of European University Cyprus and our School of Medicine, it is both an honor and a true privilege to welcome each and every one of you to our Congress and to our ever-growing global family. Thank you.
Next, we welcome Professor Andreas Efstathiou, Rector of European University Cyprus.
Is it too I can probably do without this. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Minister of Health, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Israel, dear former Minister of Health and member of the University Council, dear President of the Cyprus Medical Association and also member of the University Council, distinguished guests and participants, dear colleagues, dear students, I'm deeply honored to welcome you to European University Cyprus for the opening ceremony of the 12th International Multithematic Scientific Biomedical Congress organized by our esteemed School of Medicine. The annual International Multithematic Congress is one of the most prestigious scientific gatherings in Cyprus. It has significantly advanced research and innovation in its various fields of study on the island. The Congress has earned a distinguished reputation for drawing eminent scholars, academics, and researchers in biomedical sciences and medicine from around the globe to Cyprus. This year's event continues that proud tradition. On this important day for our university, please allow me to say a few words about its history, our achievements, and our vision. European University Cyprus traces its origins to Cyprus College, established over 60 years ago, in 1961, just a year after the Republic of Cyprus itself was founded. This makes our university one of the most historic academic institutions on the island. Our university's mission is to deliver top-tier education to students from around the globe, engage in groundbreaking and responsible research and innovation, and serve the local community here in Cyprus. A growing number of our professors collaborate with scientists from some of the world's top universities. They also lead or participate in numerous prestigious projects funded by the European Commission, the Research and Innovation Foundation here in Cyprus, and numerous other funding agencies. Indicatively, over the past 5 years, our research activity has quadrupled, enabling the university to join esteemed rankings such as the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. This year, we have several more reasons to feel proud and optimistic about the future. We are launching our School of Veterinary Medicine, which will be housed in a newly completed building on our campus. Additionally, we will celebrate the first graduates from the International Digital Economy College and joint initiative with Minjiang University in China. We are also excited to embark on a new journey with our European partners in the European Universities Alliance Sunrise. The establishment of the School of Medicine, as we heard from the Dean about a decade ago, Alongside our School of Dentistry and the School of Sciences, which offers numerous programs in health and life sciences, has significantly boosted our university's research activities, leading to new achievements. The annual International Multithematic Scientific Congress provides our faculty with the opportunity to help position Cyprus as a leading center for medical education and research in the region. As we also heard from the Dean, we are also very proud of the fact that our university 3 years ago began the offer of its program in medicine at the branch of our School of Medicine in Frankfurt, Germany. I would like to conclude with my warm thanks and congratulations to all those who worked for the organization of this year's Congress, and especially Professor Ioannis Patrikios, Deputy Dean of our School of Medicine and founder of the Congress. I would also like to acknowledge all sponsors and supporters for their contribution. Best wishes to all for a successful Congress. Thank you very much.
We are pleased to invite Clinical Professor Petros Agathengelou, President of the Cyprus Medical Association and Vice Chairman of the Congress Scientific Committee, to the stage.
Good evening, Honorable Minister of Health, Your Excellency Ambassador of Israel, dear Dean of the Medical School, Professor Elizabeth Johnson, dear Professor Andreas Evstathiou, Rector of the University, my dear friend, Professor Patrikios, Deputy Dean of the School of Medicine, Honorable dignitaries, previous Minister of Health, Mrs. Kanari, Commissioner, it is a profound honor and privilege to welcome you at the opening of the 12th International Multithematic Biomedical Congress hosted by the University, the European University Cyprus School of Medicine in collaboration with the Cyprus Medical Association. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the European University Cyprus for its dedication to promoting excellence in medical education. The School of Medicine has consistently exemplified a commitment to advancing scientific discovery and nurturing the next generation of healthcare professionals. These efforts are invaluable to health and well-being of our society, and we are proud to stand up alongside them in this endeavor. Over the years, this Congress has grown into much more than an annual event that has been inspired by Professor Patrikios 12 years ago. Thanks for your inspiration. We owe it to you. It's just a meeting of all the scientific society and spirits together. It has become a distinguished tradition, a gathering that brings together pioneering research, interdisciplinary collaboration, and innovative solutions to the global health challenges we face. It is an honor for the Cyprus Medical Association to co-organize this exclusive scientific Congress, which continues to elevate the standing of Cyprus as a center for biomedical research and education. This year's Congress covers an exceptionally broad range of topics reflecting a dynamic and evolving nature of medical science, technology, and innovation, from infectious diseases and epidemiology to groundbreaking advancement in genetics, oncology, novel surgical approaches, cardiology, and the latest developments in diabetes care. This Congress will highlight the need for continuous learning and adaptation within our profession. We are especially privileged to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Stylianos Antonarakis and Professor Thomas Sadov. Both are internationally acclaimed for their groundbreaking contributions to medicine, and we are honored to have them share their knowledge and insights with us. Professor Antonarakis, whose work in genetic medicine has greatly expanded our understanding of the human genome, and Professor Sarov, a Nobel laureate, acknowledged for his pioneering research in neuroscience, exemplify the highest standards of this scientific excellence. At the Cyprus Medical Association, we are deeply committed to supporting initiatives such as this Congress, and we ourselves, not merely as co-organizers, but as dedicated partners in fostering an environment where medical professionals, researchers, and students can come together to exchange knowledge, innovate, and ultimately improve healthcare practices. Our involvement in this Congress reflects our commitment to staying at the front of medical progress, ensuring that Cyprus continues to play a vital role in the international medical community. The 12th International Multithematic Biomedical Congress once again provides a vital platform for experts, researchers, scientists, physicians, professors, and arts, and representatives from the pharmaceutical industry. It offers an invaluable opportunity for us all to extend our scientific understanding, share experiences, and comfort to challenges and that lie ahead in our fields and our clinical day-to-day practice. Sustaining and empowering the scientific exchange of knowledge is imperative, and this Congress serves as an excellent networking platform for experts to showcase their latest research and advancements. In conclusion, I wish to extend my deepest thanks to the European University of Cyprus for its exemplary leadership in organizing this landmark event. It is a privilege once again for the Cyprus Medical Association to be part of such a distinguished collaboration, and we look forward to many more productive partnerships in the future. I would also like to thank all our supporters, participants, speakers, students who have made this Congress possible. Thank you all for your presence and for your unwavering dedication to the advancement of medical science. Together, let's continue to work towards a future for a better health for all. Thank you.
Finally, we invite the Minister of Health, Mr. Michael Damianos, to deliver his welcome address.
Dear participants, dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to address you today on the occasion of the opening ceremony of the 12th International Multithematic Biomedical Congress. This prestigious Congress has been organized by the Medical School of the European University of Cyprus in collaboration with the Pan-Cyprian Medical Association and under the auspices of the Ministry of Health. The high-caliber Congress has established itself as an international event celebrating the present and future of science, research, and innovation. The ambitious and comprehensive program includes presentations, workshops, and discussions covering a wide range of topics in health sciences, including exercise, cardiology, chronic disease, neuroscience, biology, clinical genetics, environmental health, robotic surgery, and many more. Distinguished scientists and world-renowned experts in their respective fields will share with us their latest research, guiding us towards more effective future healthcare policies based on solid scientific evidence. This conference provides a platform for exchanging best practices, developing innovative ideas, and fostering networking and collaboration amongst the scientific community, both locally and internationally. Whatever your area of expertise and interest may be, I am confident that you will leave the Congress equipped with new knowledge and skills, having enjoyed the valuable exchange with friends and colleagues. The European University of Cyprus boasts state-of-the-art facilities and a student-friendly campus. This impressive cultural auditorium center offers the perfect environment for collective inspiration, meaningful learning, and turning dreams into reality. At the end of the day, we all share the same vision: to create a better future with the highest quality of care for our citizens based on reliable and up-to-date scientific information. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our students, both from Cyprus and abroad. You are our beacon of hope for the future of health and well-being. We take great pride in the fact that you have chosen to study at this prestigious European university in Cyprus. This Congress provides you with unique opportunities to learn about the latest research and network with experts and professors, helping you shape the future of cutting-edge medical science and technology. Inspired by the values of your university, such as inclusion, equality, and diversity, you have the power to make the world a better place by practicing medicine with compassion, dignity, empathy, and respect for humanity. I would like to assure you that you all of the ongoing support of the Ministry of Health for events such as this, where esteemed experts gathered to engage in rich dialogue and promote continuing medical education. The Ministry of Health is at the forefront of prioritizing actions to tackle the challenges we face in public health. We know that infectious diseases do not recognize borders, which is why we must work together through political dialogue and commitment to address our common threats. The lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic highlight the importance of solidarity, cutting-edge science, and collaboration between politics, academia, and civil society in order to deal with future health threats more effectively. Non-communicable diseases and unhealthy behaviors such as smoking, physical inactivity, and the consumption of processed foods continue to be a burden and a challenge to the sustainability of our healthcare system. I am proud to say that the Ministry of Health has played a pivotal role in the implementation of the robust general healthcare system in 2019, with strong and accessible primary healthcare infrastructure and universal healthcare coverage for the population of Cyprus. With a resilient healthcare system and a coordinated multi-sectoral approach, we are better equipped to tackle and manage these threats to the health of our population. Last but not least, I would like to extend my special thanks and appreciation to Professor Ioannis Patrikios, Associate Dean of the European University Cyprus Medical School, for his unwavering commitment to education and research and his tireless efforts to promote scientific excellence by organizing this unique congress at the European University of Cyprus every year. I also acknowledge the incredible contribution of Professor Elizabeth Johnson, Dean of the Medical School, and her entire team for providing strong governance and leadership in the education of our future doctors. A heartfelt thank you to the Cypriot Medical Association for its continued and unwavering support for education, to all sponsors of this event, and to the senior administration of this university. This Congress is taking place today thanks to all of your concerted efforts. Dear guests, I wish you all the best for successful and fruitful Congress. Over the next few days, I hope that you will have the chance to enjoy breathtaking scenery, Cypriot hospitality, and traditional cuisine on a beautiful, small, yet divided island. Let us all unite in a wish for peace, health and stability, and prosperity in our region and throughout the world. Thank you.
Now I call to the podium Professor Patrikios to introduce an esteemed speaker. Please.
Okay, and I have the honor, firstly, to say that you are going to be here with us launching the first TEDx lecture in Cyprus, actually, and by one of the world-known scientists in the field of medicine, Professor Stylianos Antonarakis, one of a kind in giving lectures. We are keen to listen to it. Stelio, my friend. Few words for the professor. Stylianos Antonarakis is currently Emeritus Professor, an active one, at the University of Geneva. He was previously professor and founding chairman of genetic medicine at the University of Geneva Medical School and the founding director of Institute of Genetics and Genomics of Geneva. He's a medical molecular human geneticist, a physician scientist who studied extensively the relationship between genomic and phenotypic variations. He is an international expert of disorders of chromosome 21, identifying genes for genetic disorders, development of diagnostic tests, genome structures and function, studies of the genome variability, and conserved non-coding sequences in human DNA. His current interest and research projects are the functional analysis of the genome, the effect of human genetic variation to phenotypic variation, the discovery of genes and variations from Mendelian disorders, the molecular pathogenesis of trisomy 21, and polygenic phenotypes, the functional characterization of conserved fraction of the genome, the genomics of single-cell diagnostics and prevention of genetic disorders, and the societal implications of genetics and genome research. His lecture his TEDx lecture will be Human Genomes in Health and Disease. Stelio, the podium is yours.
Ναι, πρέπει να το κρατάτε μαζί σας. Αν θέλετε να δείξετε κάτι, να δείχνετε πάνω στο κομπιούτερ, όχι πάνω στην οθόνη. Εντάξει, αυτό που κρατάτε το θέλετε.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to address each one of you by his first name and title, but I do not know all of you, and therefore I will start with an introduction saying, dear members of the Homo sapiens, welcome to this fantastic environment, and I'd like to thank very much everybody that gave me the honor of inviting me, but particularly Professor Dr. Ioannis Patrikios and the Scientific Program Committee for the kind invitation. I also want to thank the members of our laboratory and the funding agencies that supported our research over the years. The Swiss National Science Foundation, the European Union, a specific institution within the European Union called the ERC, the American NIH, and 5 private foundations, Ludwig, Gebert, Lejeune, Provisu, and Childcare, for the support over the years. When I go to dinners, like all of you, people ask me, what do you do in life? And I usually say, I'm a geneticist. And they say, what is this? And I say, this is a matchmaker. A matchmaker that matches functional genomic elements in the genome, genes and other things that we have in the genome, and phenotypes, disorders. You can see them as squares on your left and circles on your right. And what a geneticist usually does is links these two objects, the genes in the genome and the disorders. And the arrows that link those are the mutations, the variants that we all have in our genome. And I will talk to you a little bit more about this. This game, the matchmaking game, is, as my daughter told me a long time ago, that's very simple. Well, it is very simple when one gene relates to one disorder. But most of the times, this is very complicated because one gene relates to many disorders sometimes, and several disorders relate, the same disorder relates to many genes very often too. Now, what is the genome? The genome is all the DNA that all of us have in each one of the trillion cells in our body. And the 1st of October of 1990, a long time ago, there was a project that started that we used to call the Human Genome Project. It started that day because at that day, the American NIH put $120 million for that project. And the goals of this was to map the genome, to clone the genome, and to sequence, to read the genome of humans. That took 12 years to do all this international project. And in the middle of 2002, there was a big feast at the White House. And I remember at the time was President Bill Clinton that you see in your screens. And the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom on a big screen like this. It was the first time that I saw a teleconference of Tony Blair on the screen. And at that year, we celebrated the reading of the human genome. Of course, everybody knew that we haven't finished with the genome yet. But nevertheless, that year, that day was a big achievement because since then, we live in the post-genome era of medicine. So the genome is a tremendously big molecule. Let's compare it to a text in a book written by 4 letters, A, G, C, and T. 4 chemical substances, one after the other, and they make the genome. And the genome is, do you want the number? 6 billion letters in each one of the trillion cells on our body. It's enormous. However, it is finite. So in other words, there's a beginning and an end. And if something is finite, that's very scientific. We can measure it, we can read it. Not us with our eyes and brains, but the computers can do this. And therefore, this is something that we can study and learn from it. So here you see a small part of my genome. It's 10,000 letters. The genome that of you and I, as we said, is 6 billion letters, is about 300,000 times bigger than this. So this is that molecule that changes medicine every year. Of course, as I said, at that day, the 2002, that was not the end of the sequencing of the genome because we did not know the most difficult regions. That was about 8% of it. And it took us another 20 years to finally sequence the entire genome. 1st of April of 2022, using new technologies and advances in computing, we have the final reading of our genome as humans. And for the aficionados, for those of you who know a little bit more about chromosomes and cells and genomes, those difficult regions were the short arm of human acrocentric chromosomes, 13, 14, 15, 21, and 22. A big region on chromosome 1, big region on chromosome 9, chromosome 16, plus the human Y chromosome that was almost unreadable in the beginning. So now we're done with this. And that added several genes and several functional genomic elements that we will study in the next 30, 40, 50 years. Now, 6 billion letters is a big molecule. And some people ask me, can we have an example of how big is that genome? Because when we say millions or billions, etc., sometimes it's beyond our grasp. So the genome in our cells, it is divided into chromosomes. The chromosomes are, think of the chromosomes as the buses that transport the genome from one generation to another or from one cell to another. And the smaller bus, a mini bus, is the smaller chromosome. That's called chromosome 21, has a number. Chromosome 21 is my beloved chromosome. My laboratory studies this for a long time. And it's about 1.5% of the genome, 1.5%. So I convinced the Swiss Institute of Bioinformatics to print me the genome, the DNA of chromosome 21, which is 1.6% of the genome. And they produced that book that has 14, 17 pages and then about 30,000 letters per page. The letters, the A, G, C, and T that you will see, there are size of 7 when you type your texts, usually type 11 or 12. That's one copy of this book, and I have it with me, and I pass it to you to take a look. So here it is. It is about 4 kilograms. It had cost me a lot of money with the luggages over the planes, but it's worth it. So here is part of it. You can see all the text. So I give it to you. Each one of your cells, of our cells, of the trillion cells that we have, has a text that is 66 volumes of this. 66. I start with you. Thank you. So that's an enormous molecule, and then I come back to the work or the job of a geneticist, the matchmaker, and I don't know how many of you have seen that movie, The Fiddler on the Roof, 1951, from Norman Jewison, who died like about a year ago. Can we play the movie, please?
Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch. Matchmaker, matchmaker, look through your book.
Look through your book.
And make me a perfect match.
So the book is the book of DNA that you have over there. And the object that we match is what is important in our DNA and how that translates to phenotypes and disorders. So here is a couple. And you see on blue the DNA molecule of one partner, the blue partner, and the DNA molecule of the pink partner. And every time we make the genetic experiment to have a child, we shake the DNAs of the two and we take half from the father and half of the mother, we mix them up, and we have a new individual. However, in order to do this, we need to copy the DNA. We need to copy the DNA in the cells in order to give it to the next generation, or in order to pass it from one cell to another. And the copying of the DNA is extremely accurate. It is extremely accurate. If it was not accurate enough, we wouldn't have children that look like humans. But when you see a pregnant woman in the streets, you're thinking that this woman will have a child, not a cat or a cow or a Drosophila or a fish, but a human in her womb. Why is that? Because she and her partner gave that new individual half of the DNA that is human. The copying is quite accurate. I'm talking to you now for about 5-6 minutes, and millions of my cells in my gut and the blood have been renewed. So that copying mechanism worked on me continuously. And a cell takes about 20 minutes. Think of this, 20 minutes to read and copying correctly 6 billion nucleotides. The copying is very accurate. However, there are mistakes that are made. The mistakes are very few. In our language, we say 10 to the minus 8 per nucleotide per generation. For you is one letter change, mistake, in 100 million letters. So that's the error rate. So when I was born, I had the DNA of the zygote. No, when I was conceived, I had the DNA of the zygote, and then every time there was new cell made on me, then I added mistakes. And you see the mistakes in the scheme there. Every time you copy the DNA, you add few of the circles that are red, so you accumulate variants. In me, when I accumulate variants, I age, and my cells differentiate a little bit. In humanity, that means that every child has new mutations, new variants. And then we have the evolution of humans as we go through our history. And that has as a result that the DNA of you and I is not the same. We're all part of the Homo sapiens sapiens. So we have the human DNA. However, we are very different because our DNA is a bit different. So here, you see with the little flags, the letters that are different in my DNA from the genome of reference, that we call it. 1 in 1,000 letters varies between 2 randomly chosen genomes in the population. And that contributes to the differences that we all have. There are not 2 people on Earth, among the 8 billion people that we are on Earth, that have identical genomes, except monozygotic twins when they are conceived. Even the monozygotic twins change during their life because they accumulate somatic variants. So we all humans, because we share our genome, but we have a difference. 0.59% is the average difference between me and anybody else on Earth, or you and anybody else on Earth. This is an important difference, though. It is an important difference because that makes us all different, with different abilities and different facial and somatic characteristics, different orientations, different likings, voting difference, etc., behavioral difference. And that is fantastic. That's a gift of nature. It is a gift of nature that we're not cloned or clones of each other. We are very different, and that is a great gift of nature. It is a great gift because this genomic variability provides the possibility to evolve and to adapt. Because the environment changes, and we need to change in order to adapt. And biological species change, and we also need, as humans, to evolve in order to survive in the ever-changing environment. However, gifts, they don't usually come as gifts. There's no free lunch, as we say. And as humans, as every other species on Earth, we pay a price for this possibility to evolve and adapt. And the price that we pay is that sometimes this variability is bad. It's not good for us. It's bad. It's pathogenic. And it's pathogenic, and it gives us the myriads of human disorders that we call genetic disorders. So the genomic disorders is the price to pay for the potential of evolution or adaptation. This big and obvious secret in medicine is that the genomic variability, along the environmental variability that we talk a bit later, is at the root of every human trait and phenotype and disorder. And as this very big and famous population geneticist, Theodosius Dobzhansky, wrote in a book in 1973, nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. And us, the medics, we can paraphrase this and say nothing in medicine makes sense except in the light of evolution. So here are my variants, or anybody's variants, and the variants that we have in our genome, the mutations, come in 3 flavors. Some variants are very rare. We call them the pathogenic, high impact, because they produce severe genetic disorders. Other variants, they're common, but they're not innocent. They predispose us to the myriad of adult onset disorders, predispose us either positively or negatively. In other words, some of them, they protect us. And we also have another big category that we call neutral. These are fossils of the evolution of us. And the big question in the next 50 years, it will be which variants are predisposing, important, and which variants are neutral. Genetics is, at the end, very serious business. And I'll show you an example of this. Could you please play again? So here's an athlete. He looks healthy, contributing to the game. But all of a sudden, it drops dead. It drops dead because he has a rare genetic disorder that's called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is, in his case, due to 1 letter difference in its DNA. Can you think of this? 66 books like the ones that I showed you, with all the letters, and one of them is different, and that one of them gives this individual and his family this very serious phenotype that we call hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And this is one of the hundreds and thousands of disorders that we call Mendelian genetic disorders, and the hundreds and thousands of other phenotypes and disorders that we call complex common phenotypes of later age. I'll give you an example of the genetic determinism. The variants can be very deterministic, and everybody that has 1 letter change of this genome will have a disorder. But others, they are less deterministic, like this one in Alzheimer's disease. So let me give you the example of Alzheimer's disease that is one of the best examples of the low genetic determinism of a variant. There's a protein, a gene, that makes a protein. It's called apolipoprotein, ApoE for the short. And this ApoE comes in 3 colors. That protein comes in 3 colors. The blue, the red on the bottom, and the blue-red. And a certain fraction of the population is red. In other words, has the red allele from the father and the red allele from the mother. Homozygous in our lingo. Homozygous for red. In medical terms, homozygous ApoE4 have 12 times more risk of having Alzheimer's disease than the general population. So this is the basic of a predictive medicine based on genetic variability. So in genetics and in the genome, we can now not only diagnose people that have symptoms, as in the left part of the figure, where you see two affected individuals with a different color, but if we study the genome, we can identify more individuals that are at risk for this particular disorder. In genetics, we say that everybody is pre-sick, because everybody will die at some time. So that gives us a certain new view of medicine. The medicine that is based on the genomic variability on one side and the environmental variability on the other side. I'm not an environmental scientist, not an infectious disease person, but the environment is also important, as you can imagine. Or there are disorders due to the interaction between the genomic variability and the environmental variability. And we call this, the right name for this is genomic medicine. Some people call it personalized. I do not like the term because personalized medicine in many places in the world depend on the zip code where someone is born and the amount of his bank account in many countries. Francis Collins, a good friend, when he was the director of the NIH in the United States, had the ear of President Obama at the time, and he said to President Obama, let's not call it personalized medicine anymore, let's call it precision medicine. President Obama liked it. In the next State of the Union address, he said the United States promotes and supports precision medicine. Well, allow me to not to like that term either, because precision medicine we practice. We practice and practiced every day. We tried with the knowledge that we have daily, or 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, or 500 years ago, or where our great-great-great-great-grandfather Hippocrates lived. We tried to do a medicine that is based on the individual also. And Hippocrates said, idiosyncrasies, that's the right Greek word that he used. Also, our DNA is a history book. It is a history book because our humanity, when we left Africa, that scheme says 50 to 60,000 years. Put these dates with a grain of salt. Perhaps it is 100,000 to 50,000. It doesn't matter. And then we populated the earth. What people gave to the children was not wealth, but the DNA. And therefore, with the mutations that accumulate over the years, then we can say a lot about our origins, about our predisposition to disorders and so on. I'll skip the short-term research objective of genomic medicine today for the next generations is to identify all functional genomic elements in the genome, to recognize all variants, that means type them, to say what is pathogenic, that's a very important and very difficult question, to identify all high-impact variants, because some variants give you a very severe disorder from the beginning, and other variants you need to wait 50, 60 years to develop a disorder. Devise a rapid and inexpensive ways to edit the genome. Develop computational tools for variant interpretation, to do a risk assessment, public and accessible databases, and data sharing. I repeat the words, in a fair way, and just way, sustainable way, collegial, controlled, and responsible. And most of all, as you will hear from many speakers, including my good friend Professor Gravanis, therapy. How the knowledge of the genome will help us develop intelligent and precision therapies. Then, to finish, I give you a personal satisfaction after more than 40 years in this business. And I give you an example in the gene discovery of a disorder. Some people say, so what if you identify a gene for a disorder? Well, I'll show you an example that I hope it will be put in your mind, that study the genome and understand what is causing a disorder is very important. In order to understand the recessive disorders, you need to study people that practice consanguinity. You know what consanguinity is? First cousin marriage. And why is this? Because us in the West, we don't have big families anymore and we don't practice consanguinity. But the people, the populations that practice consanguinity, they have children with a lot of identity of the genome that the father gives and the mother gives, because they are related. Consanguinity, historically, it was practiced a long time ago. It was practiced because the power needed to be in the same clan or the same big family, or the wealth had to be in the clan and the same family. And people have understood this a long time ago. And here is a very interesting pedigree, the Ptolemy dynasty that was in Egypt from 323 before the Common Era to about 30 before the Common Era. And you see, in generation 3, Ptolemy III married his cousin, Berenice, and then generation 4, Ptolemy IV started something very unusual today, but quite common at the time. He married his sister, Arsinoe II, and had children. Generation 6, Ptolemy VI married his sister, Cleopatra II. Then an uncle-niece marriage, generation 6 and 7. Ptolemy VIII married Cleopatra III. Next generation, 8, Ptolemy IX married his sister, Cleopatra IV. And then we go down to the Cleopatra of Antonio, Liz Taylor Cleopatra in the movies, who married his brother, Ptolemy XIII. They did not have children, and the dynasty ended there. But if you look at the map of the world today, who practices consanguinity? You see all these countries with colors, and the champion of this is Pakistan. In Pakistan, 7 out of 10 marriages are first cousins, and the population is 220 million people. So this is a very rich humanity that helps to solve the problem of variants in the genome and disorders. So we started a big project, the Swiss-Pakistani project, with collection centers in the cities that you see. I will not go into the details, but from 800 families, we have identified 63 new genes for disorders. And that is unprecedented because this does not cost enormously. And in the history of gene discovery, this pace is acceleration of 100 times that was before. But I give you one example it was very important for me. This is a family that lives in the Kohat region of Pakistan. That's a very, very hot area militaristically, about 50 kilometers from the borders of Afghanistan. And there lives a family that you see here with a cousin marriage and 2 affected siblings, a male with square and a female with a circle. And you see the female, Selma, that had progressive retina degeneration, progressive blindness, and cardiomyopathy. 2 distinct phenotypes. The study of the family gave us the gene that causes that disorder. Has a Kabbalistic name, SLC6A6. It's not important for you. And the mutation for the aficionados was a simple amino acid substitution, glycine to valine. Right. So then, once we know what is the gene that is important in this particular disorder, we can see what is the protein, what the protein does, what's the pathophysiology, etc. The protein is a transporter. It's a protein that takes a substance from the outside of the cell and puts it inside. And this transporter transports what? It transports taurine. Have you ever heard of taurine? Taurine is a non-essential amino acid that we say. It's an amino acid that we fabricate in our body, but we need a lot of taurine, so what we fabricate is not enough. Every time you have an energy drink, energy drinks have 1 milligram of taurine. So you're all set. You have all your taurine you need for your life. But this family cannot transport taurine in the retina cells and in the heart cells. So I will not talk to you about the mouse. That was very interesting for us because we said, since this is an amino acid substitution, the transporter did not work well, but it worked 10% of the time, a little bit of transport. We said if we give a lot of taurine to this family, to these affected individuals, who may change their lives. So we brought the family in Geneva. There was a big story, how we brought the family in Geneva. I can write a book on this. But here they are, the two parents, father and mother, first cousins, and the two affected individuals, Rifakat and Selma. Rifakat was completely blind because he was 12 years old, 13. But the little girl over there, she had some vision. She could see light, fingers, and perhaps some colors. So we decided to give them taurine. A company in Zurich made pure taurine for us, and we have a permission from the ethics committee by writing that this is not a drug, this is a nutrition supplement. So it did not take 2 years to get a permission, but only 1 month. And 2 years after the taurine, tablets of taurine from mouth, like this. The cardiomyopathy in both of them was cured. I will not give you the indices, that's for the aficionados. But they did not have any cardiomyopathy, so they're not at risk of sudden death like the football player that you've seen before. Now, the eye of the girl. This is an electroretinogram, electric signal from the retina back of the eye of her. You and I have a retinogram like the green one that you see over there. Green is normal and red is super. In other words, what do you need to know if you cannot do anything about this? In our lingo, in genetics, we call this the Tiresias complex because diagnosis runs much faster than treatment. So we can say many things about people. But if there's no treatment or if there's no change in lives, 50% of the people say, I don't want to know. And 50% say, I want to know, like the US elections. There are two sides equally important. And the last one is the discrimination. The reading of the genome unites people, and at the same time, it separates people. I'll give you an example from the recent history. This Dr. Robert Ritter, a very good clinician at the time, he got money from the German Association for Scientific Research to study Roma. And then in the report that he did to the funding agency, 31st of January 1941, he said, I identified, with the money that you gave me, 23,822 Roma cases that have been conclusively clarified. And you see Dr. Ritter there, examining one of his cases, subjects, and the bottom is helper. Dr. Eva Justin does the anthropometrics in that patient, in that individual. And then we read in the minutes of the trials in Nuremberg, of the 20,943 Roma gypsies registered in Auschwitz. You see how close the number is, 20,900 to 23,800 that they registered in Auschwitz. 3,461 were transferred to other camps. You see them sitting there. They transferred to other camps because they consented to a sterilization. The rest of them died by starvation, by disease, or gas. Take-home message: proceed with caution. We need to become more intelligent, more knowledgeable of the bad history of the past, and do not make the same mistakes that we humans made before. And with this, I thank you very much, and I will say, like Antonio in Shakespeare, Tempest, what is past is a prologue. Thank you. Thanks very much. You're very kind. You're very kind. Thank you, sir.